he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We have the LCQ on the road to EWC. We have the teams ready for that one shot to get into the main tournament. My name is Bryce, and joining me here, Brody.
Yeah, how's it going, mate? Looking forward to some more Black Ops 7 action. This was a surprise for a lot of people. It is the last chance, quite literally, for a lot of teams to extend their Black Ops 7 season. It turns out that complaining to mummy and daddy does actually get you things. That's the lesson I'm taking away from this.
Well, it certainly does. All of these teams ready to rock in Paris with the STC contenders. This should be a pretty good tournament. Some of the teams you will know by name. This is their last opportunity to make it. And some of the teams you won't. Some of the teams have really just kind of rocked up for a good time and to see how far they can make it, Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there are going to be names here, as you said, Bryce, that everyone's going to recognize. They're going to be the hot favorites to make it to EWC in a week's time. But there are going to be a few names here that at least you might not recognize. And for those teams, I'll just say, look, the beauty of Call of Duty challenges is always that anybody can show up at any time and be brilliant. So that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at some of those teams that maybe you wouldn't expect to perform. Maybe they can pull off some upsets this weekend.
Yeah, that's kind of the hope for some of them to get into this tournament and go as far as they can here. But on the other side of it, realistically, those top teams we've mentioned, well, the pressure is now on. They've gone all the way to Paris to try and qualify in that last spot. But realistically, I'd say there was 4-6 teams that we think are definitely deserving of it, but obviously only one can actually make it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is literally do or die, right? There is a massive prize pool associated with this tournament, so just being there present is going to net you a nice chunk of change. But obviously, you do want to be that one team that makes it to the tournament. And as you said, for those 4 to 6 teams that we've kind of identified as the hot favorites to make it to the actual Esports World Cup for Black Ops 7, it is literally, I mean, you don't get first place, you get second, you get to the grand finals. That's not good enough. Your season is over. So all relying on pretty much having a perfect tournament here for those teams that are competing.
Certainly is. Speaking of perfect tournament, let's talk a little bit about how they are going to get through into this in the format. Well, as many of you may have guessed, of course, we're going into a double elimination bracket. We have 16 teams that have rocked up here, and it's going to be all best of fives. A best of 7 finals, though, and the winner will advance to the main event, and this will take place over the next 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days of tournament action to kind of whittle down our 16 teams that are competing down to just one that will be making it to the main event next week. So as is always the case, this is a pretty bog standard affair, right? We have that double elimination bracket. You have best of 5 matches all the way through leading up to that best of 7 grand finals. So there is that safety net if you go out early on in the tournament, but this is what we always say about these things. You don't want to go out early if you can afford it, because it is an absolute soggle fest there in that lower bracket.
It certainly is. And I mean, that final best of 7 is going to be stressful for those players involved as it does get into it. But yeah, we've got 16 teams here turned up at the tournament, and they've all jumped into our bracket, although I think one of them failed to check in. So we have to find out what happened with them. But speaking of the bracket, we can, of course, take a little look at how it has all worked out so far. These are all of the games we'll be seeing so far in our first round of 16. Whether or not we see these teams a little bit further on very much depends on them. But Arrowtech Edge versus 2 Unks will be the first game that we capture on stream here. And we've got Errors Esports versus Razuan Esport. Omnia Invicta versus Pain Nation DE. That's all one word, apparently. I think we'll kind of split that one up as it goes through. Team Ultra MVP versus Telluride Bush Gaming, one of the teams that certainly has been making waves in North American challenges for some time. Then Taunt Esports, again, another big team that we're looking forward to seeing against Evoltic EU. Atlas Lions versus Bittersweet GG, BTD Esports and Annex Esports, and last but not least, Radomites versus the Pit EU, Brody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously there are some of those names we've already mentioned, right? Arrowtech Edge, that's the former Omit Brooklyn roster that we'll get to talk about here in just a second when we do talk about matchup versus 2 Unks. So obviously Bush, you mentioned the fan favorites that are here to make it to the tournament. Bittersweet, another name in the mix that I think a lot of people are going to be surprised by at this event. If you haven't been tracking challenges, they could well be the ones to snap that spot. And then, of course, The Pit, which obviously shout out to Copy. The Pit is a great Twitter page, always provides the updates for Call of Duty challenges. They actually get a team now, the former Project 7 boys. I think they might be the team to take it all away. So there are some hot favorites there.
Oh, that certainly is. I mean, that's an interesting cause. As I said, coming into this tournament, it's been a little bit mixy going through because, of course, if you didn't have that qualifier for EWC to begin with, a little bit of roster mania hit. Some of these rosters have been built essentially from scraps of other teams that could make it. I mean, Telluride Bush is probably the easiest one because it's been the most covered so far. They were just picking players up everywhere, trying to work out how it goes through. Some people agree with the roster, some people don't, but the truth is none of that really matters because if they win this, then they will be justified. If they don't, it is a little bit of a bad story for them. But we will find out. It's one of the case of, hey, is this going to be a honeymoon phase for them?
Yeah, I mean, that happens so often, right? You look at teams in challenges, right? We always talk about kind of the spaghetti junction of roster mania that has always gone down in North America over the years between events. It has settled down in recent times, but often off the back of that, you would see a team come out of nowhere, being built, and as you said, have this honeymoon phase where they would absolutely run through everybody. So I think for the Bush fans, that's what they're hoping for. And it is worth saying as well, that Bush roster is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I know there's been some controversy over it. How good is that team actually going to be? But I think Fear, the former Fire, he, I think, is going to be a really good player for this team. Proloot is obviously still in that as well, and obviously you've got Big Wake and Renegade there as well to round out that squad from the Huntsman. And, you know, all in there is some real talent on that lineup. And again, you look at the field of teams here competing, Bryce, Bush have a real chance. So I am looking forward to seeing what that team is capable of.
Yeah, me too as well. We get to kind of watch these teams start to settle in and around this area, which will be filling up as time goes on. Players will be piling in to the SDC contenders. They'll be playing this one out. You can see everybody setting up, making sure they are ready for this. We will see the familiar faces going through. But I think it's interesting as we kind of go through some of these teams and talk about where we kind of expect them to fall here. And I feel like I'm going to keep beating this same drum, but it's definitely the easiest one to cover as we talk about Telluride Bush because they're basically broadcasting everything as it goes. I'm wondering if Awakening got there in good time.
Yeah, there was a lot of hoo-ha about whether or not he would actually get there in time. I think he showed up on a flight like a couple of hours ago or something to that effect, or at least that was the plan. I hope that he's shown up, because could you imagine what a damn squid that would be if this roster just showed up without Awakening to the pit? But I would like to imagine that he would have got there. Obviously, that does mean they're kind of flying by the edge of their seat a little bit, right? In terms of not really having much of a warm-up, not really having much of a prep. But again, given I think just how good this roster is on paper, what these guys are capable of, I don't think it'll be that long before they're right into the swing of things and getting themselves ready to go. So yeah, I've got faith in this Bush roster, but they are coming in very much hot to this tournament.
They certainly are. Well, let's talk a little bit about our first game then. And Aerotech Edge will be one of the teams that we will keep an eye on first, because it is one of the teams that, when we were going through the rosters that we were given yesterday, hit the top of our list. We think there are 4 to 6 contenders really who could make a very good run, maybe 4 of the top teams that you would expect. This is going to be one of them. Names you will have heard: Too Real, Diamond Con, Standy, and Paul X are going to be part of this roster, and that is a talented team.
Yeah, 100%. So for those of you guys who haven't been following challenges, maybe this is just your look at, hey, who was going to make it to EWC at the end of the season? Well, this is one of those rosters that, as we've said, is absolutely hot property. It is the former Omit Brooklyn roster that finished top 6 at finals, albeit they did that with Gwyn. Now, if you've been keeping up with the roster mania, you'll recognize the fact that Gwyn has actually now made his way to Cloud9, locking in a spot at the Esports World Cup. So he's already through. He didn't want none of that business in the LCQs. He has gone to EWC with Cloud9. Standy has kind of joined this team in his stead. Now, Standy is a very interesting story, I think, because this is now his second attempt to extend the season. Standy previously did try to qualify for champs with Stallions, but failed to do so. So now he's joined this Aerotech Edge roster, and I feel like he's got a real good chance here. This is going to be a real good look. I think Standy's an excellent player. He is going to fill that role that Gwyn filled relatively well. But again, I mean, is it going to be good enough to qualify when there's only one spot? That's the question they're going to be asking themselves.
Well, their first team they're playing up against is 2 Unks. Now, this might be a bit of a mismatch, but these players certainly aren't bad. It's just a kind of a qualitative change. You would have heard of some of these names, of course, as they do go through. I mean, Steve Vortex, probably the highlight for this one, was the coach of Rock Esports last season and playing for them in the very last tournament going through. And, of course, one of the most winningest challenger players of all time. They've rocked up here as a kind of a team to try and see how well they can do. Whether or not it's going to be good enough against Aerotech Edge, only they're going to be able to tell us.
Yeah, this is always a fun roster. This was a bit of a surprise when they said, 2 Unks are going to be in the first match. I was like, who the hell are 2 Unks? And then actually the next question as I looked at the roster were, who are the 2 Unks? And there is actually an answer here, because Kez is definitely not an Unk. I think Kez is a very young player. I don't think he's an Unk by any stretch of the imagination just yet. It's Vortex, obviously, is like one of the Unks. He's been around the block since, God, I think you'd actually be able to answer how long he's been playing. Like, what? It must be like Modern Warfare. What? How long ago has Vortex been playing for?
Some time, some very much time here. But we have been told the vetoes are also in for these 2 teams, so they should be sitting down ready to rumble very, very soon. It looks like we're going Sake, Raid, Exposure, Scar, and Gridlock. So that should be pretty good in terms of running it down here. I mean, the vetoes aren't going to matter that much, of course, because 2 Unks is kind of a new team. So kind of doesn't lead one way or the other, because we don't have that much information for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of teams just here taking it as they go, for sure, especially for 2 Unks that I believe, again, much like Awakening, I believe at least I saw Kez tweet out a picture that he was flying. Honest to God, I saw Kez tweet that and I thought that Kez was taking the mic. I did not actually think that he'd show up to the venue. So yeah, it wasn't that long ago that he'd done that. So it is going to be a lot of them just coming in hot for sure. The one thing I'm curious about, obviously we had a bit of a map change coming into this event, Bryce, is the fact that Frequency Hardpoint is replacing Colossus Hardpoint for the Esports World Cup. I presume that does include this tournament. I wonder how much of that we're going to see today, because I think if you're a team like 2 Unks, so this is a lot of, I think, of us just posturing a little bit. If you're a team like 2 Unks and you're coming in here, again, just hoping to do what you can, I wonder how much of that is like, do you want to bring Frequency Hardpoint in the series in the hopes that it's going to try and throw a team like Aerotech Edge off? Like, I feel like that's going to be a strat we're going to see a lot of these lower level teams bring up.
Possibly. I think that the other side of that coin is that these teams will always back themselves, and when you back yourself, you're going to pick a map you're kind of confident on here. Again, it's going to be the case of it's better to play what you know than you don't, especially considering, like, if we take 2 Unks as an example, they're not going to really have that information. I mean, actually, Steve Vortex might have some in terms of the vetoes because of his previous experience as being a coach for Rock, but they're not really going to come into this with a solid game plan and the background information on who they are playing, right? It's not going to be the case. Vortex will have some idea from what he did before. But a lot of these teams won't have that. And if you don't, then you are going to try and pull what you think are your best maps. A case of kind of ignoring the other team at points. But I don't know. Maybe it slips through. Maybe some of these teams, when we get to the later stage of the tournament, say, hey, actually, we want to run this one, so we will work it out.
Absolutely. Well, we are looking around the grounds right now. I believe this is look over towards
this is them.
The matchup, yeah, going on right now. Kez and Vortex sitting next to each other. They're currently playing a 2 versus 4, which I hope is not how they're actually going to play the matchup in said warm-up. But it has to be said how much of an uphill battle this is going to be for these guys, for 2 unks, as it were. I didn't actually get to talk about the other unk on the roster, which is a player that has been around the grounds for a fair bit of time, which is actually Reflex. He was a player that has been around for... And I was like, I swear this is a name that I'd seen before from back in like the Modern Warfare days. And yeah, it is a name from the Modern Warfare days. Reflex has been around for a really, really, really long time. So he is one of those unks that maybe hasn't had the spotlight in previous periods of time. He is, of course, from France. Apparently, he's retired, according to Gamepedia. I don't know if that's necessary too, because he's been playing some of this season. But yeah, Reflex being in there is another name that I think is going to be interesting to see him. And this is probably his best team that he's ever played with. So yeah, it's a fun name to have in the mix.
Well, we'll see as we get these last 2 players into their seats pretty shortly. We should be able to cover everything that's kind of going on here, as we do have these wonderful cameras into the venue to watch it all day as it goes through here. And well, we do know that some of these teams have got high expectations. We've kind of seen some of the coverage go down here. It is a long journey across the pond here for the teams coming from North America to get into Paris for their kind of foray into this. And I don't envy them. I mean, that is a ton of pressure to put on yourself, right? Especially if we take some of these teams coming over. They want to prove that they're good enough. They weren't able to do it through the regular season, through the kind of the champs either, all those wonderful qualifications. And now they've gone, right, last roll of the dice. Fortunately for them, I would say that, you know, top 4 would normally be a pretty good result at a tournament here, but nothing but first is going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, especially given the context of some of the teams that are here or some of the teams that aren't present, right? If you're a team like Bush, for example, you know, we talk about them in this series, in this entire tournament, Bush would be incredibly disappointed with top 4 because this is one of the most talented rosters. Obviously, they've kind of revamped their entire team. And as you said, with the amount of investment that you're making to make your way over towards Paris for this tournament, you are putting literally everything on the line. And that is actually true for Bush to a certain extent as well. That's a whole other kind of can of worms that maybe you don't want to open, but like, you know, there is a lot riding on this tournament for Bush and for a lot of teams attending here. So you've invested a lot. It really does up the ante when it comes to you have to perform. You cannot finish second. You can't finish third. You have to win the tournament. Otherwise, your Black Ops 7 season is done. If you win it, like, you extend it by a week. So really excited to see how these guys get on. I do want to take a look at some of the other teams, though. Obviously, we do have a match going on right now, but while we're waiting for this first match to actually get underway, Bryce, we should probably take some time to talk about some of the other teams in the tournament. And we do have those big boys that we've talked about quite a bit. Bittersweet is another one of them. That's fellow Proda, Mirage, and Velux. They're a great team. Coming in with a couple of roster changes, obviously bringing back the likes of Mirage and Velux to the roster for the first time in like a couple of stages. That's going to be a team I think that could definitely show up. Omnia Invicta is another one of those. That's going to be basically the mostly the same French roster from finals, but with a couple of new additions in Melko and Sykes, with Linz making his way over towards a pit. There are a lot of good teams competing in this event, even though there's maybe not as many as you would normally see in a Challengers event, Price. There's still some good competitors for the final spot at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. There are good teams here. I mean, even looking at them as kind of going down, these are a lot of names right that we've seen during the season. And I'll put this out there. We have some time to talk about this. I'm just gonna put it out there. Some of these Challenger players are very, very good players. The problem that a lot of people don't realize is context, right? Take it from me. I've been around for a long time. I've played against some of these. Even like the worst, like Challenger's elite player is probably better than you and all of your mates. Like, I hate to tell you this, but that is very, very true. Like, being beaten by like pro players against high-level Challenger players, it can make the Challenger players at the high level look bad. That is not the case. I promise you.
Yeah.
There are just differences in how good they are. And a high-level Challenger player and a pro-level player to the average player in Call of Duty it's still, you can't tell. it's still magic. Trust me on this. It is impossible to really understand it. But when it comes down to these players, that's what we talk about. I mean, I take an example. Take Era's Esports, right?
Yep.
It's not one of the teams that we've thought is going to be absolutely like, you know, a favorite for the number one spot at this event here. It's still a very good team. Still, you know, looking to try to push into that upper echelon of it going through. These players are amazing. If you ever played against them, they would absolutely destroy you. They are a very good team. The problem is, of course, is that they have even bigger and better teams in this event to go against here, right? We talk about the favorite. We talk about the Pit EU. This is a team that, you know, realistically can mix it up with a pro team. This is a team that can absolutely give them a competition. And one of the favorites for this, you know, the Pit EU is going to be a team that we expect to see in our top 4 as we go into our final day. Right, the same with like maybe Arrowtech or Telluride Bush Gaming. These are the teams that we expect to see make it this far, and that is where we're going to have a bit of an issue going through. These first couple of games might be a bit one-sided, but don't kid yourself that one of these teams you could probably beat if you were sitting there at home. There might be one or two in this one that you might have a good go against, but for the vast majority of it, they are very good.
Yeah. Absolutely, which is something I recently learned as well. I played in a league myself for like 3 seasons straight. First off, I already knew that I'm pretty terrible at the game. That's why I'm sitting here casting it and not playing it. But secondarily, there are some good goddamn players. Like some of the players, especially in this game with like the current meta, where like, let's be perfectly honest about it, the NPC is very easy to use. You know, there are some incredible players out there, and that is absolutely true for most of these teams. And again, we talked a little bit about how maybe there's 4 like competitors for the top spot, and that's true. I think, you know, there are 4 names in there where it's like, all right, cool. I think any of these 4 could be the team that makes it to EWC next weekend. But as you said, I mean, there are so many good teams here to talk about. I mean, you mentioned Rauzan Esports. That was another one. Yaza, Alpha, Danny, and Zero. I think Alpha in particular has been a name in Europe that's been talked about quite a lot this season as like, hey, Alpha, not necessarily next up, but certainly I think a talent that people are looking at. He was obviously looked at by the Pit roster, former Project 7, earlier in the season as well for that very reason. I mentioned Torn Esports there, Dak, Mince, TK, and Mealy. That's another roster that's been in amongst it in North American competition for a really long time. Like, there are some really good teams here. I always find it kind of funny when a Challengers player makes it down from the Pro League, right? A former CDL player comes down for the Pro League, and the Reddit threads about those players are like, oh, that player's not very good. I can't believe it. They're going to be terrible. It's like, well, in Challengers, those players are brilliant, regardless of the fact that, you know, comparatively to some of the best in the CDL, they're not that great. So, you know, it's always a very different kettle of fish down here in Challengers. And when it comes to competition, anybody can show up. They're all absolutely brilliant players. So really excited to see some of these players compete.
Yeah, we should see hopefully some good competition very, very shortly. Obviously, these players are getting to the warm-ups, getting everything locked down. And if you've ever been in a tournament, this normally takes some time. Once it all gets going and everybody's kind of used to the routine and starts powering forward, it should be a bit slicker to kind of jump in and out of the lobbies as we get going through. Bearing in mind, of course, that the LCQ was only really broadcast for this point 2 days ago. So you should just bear in mind that we weren't really expecting to run this kind of schedule and to get everything in place ready for a broadcast unless a couple of days ago where we were all kind of pulled in and got going. So we will just bear with these teething issues as it does get moving and shaking so far. But while we've got a little bit of time, I would love to just kind of touch on a point that I was going to make earlier. We spoke about the new map coming in, right? And people have been asking questions. I've been asked a couple of times, like, what do you think about it? Well, first of all, I love Colossus. Colossus is one of my favorite maps, purely from playing it more than anything else. Frequency coming in is good for a couple of reasons. One, anything fresh is always going to be good into this one. It's, you know, I haven't play tested the map as much as I would have liked to coming into it, and I'm sure many people have their opinions on how the spawns work and how it does actually play out as a competitive map. That's fair if you have your opinions on that aspect of it. I think the more important part of this, realistically, is going to be that we need to normalize putting in the fresh maps. It should be happening very, very, very good. It's happened quite a lot this year. It's becoming more normal. But please bear in mind that we've had previous years where we've barely seen any movement in map set, in gun changes, in anything. And it becomes stale. It becomes a bit of a problem here. Almost every other esport has massive meta changes, right? Throughout it, as they have that continuous game state. Call of Duty does not. We change our game every year. And for that reason, for some reason, we seem to stall out on the meta changes. It should be normalized. In my opinion, we could be changing it every split. This is another case of let's just keep it in and keep it normalized, try to find a good common ground. So frequency coming in for me is fantastic in so many ways.
Yeah, and it's also just a good map, right? Like, I've played a little bit, but I actually haven't played any frequency hardpoint in ranked play over the last couple of days. I don't know how I've managed to avoid it, given how much I've played it. But I have played frequency overload, I want to say, and I'm glad that one's not in. I'll say that much. For frequency hardpoint, should play well. Obviously, for those of you guys who don't know, again, I know there is a lot of people that have joined watching Call of Duty Esports for the last 5 years or so. You would have seen that frequency was in the rotation back in the day. Yeah. This is a map from Black Ops 4. It played extraordinarily well. Now, granted, the game is significantly faster now. We've got a lot of different things, the advanced movement, right? Just the way that the TTK feels in this game. Things are faster nowadays in 2026 compared to where they were back in 2018, 2019. But this is a map that played well back on hardpoint back in the day. And so I'd imagine it plays very well now. It's kind of actually a shame that it took so long to get it into the rotation. It took so long to get it into the game. Because I feel like if this was in the game 2 or 3 seasons ago, frequency probably would end up being a fan favorite map. It's just that good of a map. It plays extraordinarily well.
Yeah, it should be. And like I said, maybe we will see it, at some point during this tournament, and we can kind of go through and see how it all plays out. But that is very much for the teams to decide, because we do not get to as they go through all the videos as well. I have been told as well, by the way, I think as we get these teams into their places, Omnia Invicta versus Pain Nation D should be our first game. And this will be Pain Nation that you can see on your screens.
Yeah, looking over towards this Pain Nation roster real quick, if I can find them. Vecna, Bassar, Rafi, and NY7. I believe NY7 is actually Nay, which is a player name that I don't know if you've ever struggled with that one, but I have never understood how to actually pronounce that name. This is a team mostly from Germany, and as you can tell by the fact that I've actually mentioned some of these names before, they are players that for the most part we have actually seen compete in challenges. Now, when these teams have competed in challenges, it's mostly been I think topping out around top 16 within the EMEA region, or previously the EU region when I saw these guys compete. So they are definitely capable of pulling off an upset, but I think with this game in particular, I think you'd be hard-pressed to expect one, just given how good of a team is on the other side of the desk, and that is, of course, that Omnia Invicta roster that I previously mentioned, of course, talked about Mighty and Brezzy being the core of this roster, and Melko and Sykes coming in for this tournament. You lost Lins to the pit. It is going to be, I think, a tough sell to say that this Omnia Invicta roster is going to be pressed in this series. But hey, you know, again, you don't know how much practice this team has put in. This Pain Nation team, they might well have put a lot of effort into ensuring they do well here in this LCQ.
Well, this will be kind of the case in point here. You can see all the referees and admins ready to push this one forward. The players look like they are into it, although several of them are changing monitor settings. That's never suits too well. I mean, you've been there for a little bit, guys. Hopefully they're all fine as they obviously look for their preferred setup into getting this one going. But everybody looks like they're warming up. Everybody looks like they are ready to kind of move forward into this one. We see a couple of the other teams across this looking to lock in here. You can even see other games in the background, actually. I believe there are other teams competing in other esports right now for this one as well. But there's a lot of monitor changing going on. I don't know what setting they're looking for, but both teams have got into their monitor settings for this.
Just making sure, Bryce, that they're not playing on 60 hertz. That's what they're doing right now. They're ensuring I'm not on 60 hertz this game. You know the amount of horror stories that I've heard from people I know, and obviously just people out on social media that are like, I've been playing on 60 hertz the entire season. How do you do that? I don't understand how people can't tell the difference between 60 hertz and anything above 120. What are you people doing? How do you not know? It honestly bewilders me.
Here's the thing, so from a standpoint that I've run events before, you'd be surprised. We had a 25-minute delay right back at G3 because I think either JCap or somebody else who was singing, it might have been Parasite who was singing this spot. Somebody changed the monitor setting, and JCap couldn't work out what it was changed with it. So obviously, emergency kind of, how do you put it? Get into there. The admins got in. I was running the stage at the time. We got to fix this. The player is refusing to play. I was like, that's fair enough. The monitor looked way different. It turns out it was literally just a monitor setting. We changed the whole PC out. We changed game settings because it was so kind of, it's saying that the player had changed to the contrast to be absolute maximum. I'd have to go back and find out who it was who'd done it.
That's crazy.
But one of the players was just playing on the most weird monitor settings you've ever seen. And it never occurred to us that a player would purposely do that to the game. We never found that setting until eventually we did manage to grab it. But like I said, it was a large delay because first we had to go through the settings, and you have to go through into the game settings and the graphics drivers. And eventually the PC was changed out, and then we had it again. It's like, right, this is a monitor setting that they put on that we didn't even know existed. So it was just kind of a chaotic run through for it. But yeah, I mean, when you get to one of these events, obviously it's also going to be the case of you are very much used to what you are used to. If you've ever tried playing with a controller that's not your home controller at a high level, it is a nightmare. I go to people's houses like, yeah, I'll play a couple of games. I'm like, I am awful. There's no paddles on this controller. Everything feels wrong. And like you've got the weirdest settings known imaginable. And to get that into kind of this point, with the players are trying to get comfortable with it here, you can even see, I think there's graphics drivers on the screen on the right-hand side. I think they're changing that to the NVIDIA control panel, I think they see, right? They are trying to get everything that they normally play with to the absolute best position it can be. Now, bearing in mind they're taking 20 minutes to do it, it's not the most favourable thing I've ever seen, but, I do kind of understand it.
Yeah, I would do exactly the same thing, to be honest with you. I maybe not touch the monitor settings. I don't think I'd care that much because, being perfectly honest, I don't know how you feel, Bryce, but I don't think I do very well in this. I don't think it would particularly matter what monitor settings I was playing on. I'd probably perform this, say, irrespective of what I was playing on, what color filter I had on my screen. I'd still play the exact same way, which is terrible. So yeah, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, come on, guys, fix it up. Hurry up with the monitor settings, whatever you're doing. Either way, as is always the case, guys, just a reminder about where we're at right now. This is the LCQs for Call of Duty Black Ops 7 for the Esports World Cup 2026. We are currently waiting for our first match of the day, which will be Omnia Invicta versus Pain Nation. Omnia Invicta, they're on the other side. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Pain Nation, kind of what we expect from them, Bryce. But for Omnia Invicta, a roster that I think kind of you and I both maybe have outside of that top four, right? When we initially talked about, all right, what teams are in this, we recognize they're a pretty good team. But they are, I think, fighting an uphill battle in terms of maybe they want to be the team that makes it to EWC. Their chances right now in this matchup are pretty high. But when it comes down to it, when they end up playing some of the better teams in this tournament, like the likes of Bush and Arrowhead, Arrowtech, excuse me, I wonder how they will actually get on.
No, I think they should play pretty well. Like I said, I think it's a good team. You are right. I mean, yeah. The problem is always going to be that I am very much a big fan of these teams. I've seen them do very good things when they've gone through the elite, right? I'm a big fan of Sykes. I've seen him do wonderful plays. The whole team really has been very good as it goes through. If they make a deep run, I can see it happening, but they're not one of the teams I have qualifying for EWC at the moment. I would love to be surprised, but bearing in mind the information we have on these teams is what, like 2 weeks old? It's not like it's like, we haven't seen them in a while or anything else. It's definitely not that far away. So it should be the case of we are waiting to see if there's any upset. There's always one upset. I suspect we'll see a big team kind of crash out probably early tomorrow. I don't think it'll be today. Yeah. But Omnia Invicta, good team. Will they be able to upset some of the teams into this one? I mean, the team right next to them on our kind of list anyway is the Pit EU, which, as we know, is a fantastic team. You got Linz in there this time around with F. Dodd and Harry and Mythics. So it'll be a kind of the case of this is a very big fish, but there are bigger fish in this pond.
Yeah, 100%. You mentioned the Pit. Obviously, that's a big team competing in this tournament. Again, for those of you guys who haven't maybe kept up with Rostermania, it's less of Rostermania, although there has been one roster change in this team and more of an organization change, in that the Pit, of course, led by Copy, has now taken on this roster from Project 7. The reason for that, of course, being the fact that Project 7 already have a team in the Esports World Cup. That's P7 Notorious, that placed second at Challengers Finals, so they cannot represent a second one, and therefore the Pit are now taking on this team in the hopes that they will qualify for finals. I mentioned there the roster change, obviously we'll kind of reference that a little bit later on as well. Linz is joining this roster. It's a very interesting conversation point because Linz, historically speaking, has been a phenomenal SMG player. He's a very good entry SMG player as well. And I suppose the question becomes, he's replacing Henry on this roster. Is this going to be the Pit now finally finding their footing with the fourth? Because that's been a problem for the Pit towards the back half of the season, Bryce, is that, they hadn't really had as good results as maybe they wanted to outside of stage 4 where they got second. But on LAN, they haven't really reached the heights they were able to do so back at Dallas at the start of the season.
No, I don't think so. I think it's kind of the case of You know what I think a lot of this is going to be, right? I touched on it earlier. One of the things that I think teams have, or maybe that we haven't given credit to this year, is I spoke about map changes and meta changes. I think that has affected some teams really drastically in terms of dealing with it as well. You get a bit of a roster change, you get a map change, you get a meta change. Everything really does change. I think obviously the easiest one to kind of put that one on is just going to be Rock, who fell off a cliff right at the end of the season. The NPC meta kind of hit them more than I think probably anybody else as it kind of goes through. So yeah, I think some teams have had very good starts and worse endings, and of course the reverse is true. When you get guns change and speed changes like that dramatically, you know, we've always said, you know, class SMGs are absolutely the best kind of things to keep hold of.
Yeah, no, 100%. And again, you know, bringing that kind of back to Linz, that conversation around him, I think if you're the Pit and you're looking for a rotating fourth player, obviously they had Henry for 3 events in a row, including Challengers Finals. They had Alpha previous to that back in Atlanta. You know, really, since Real, they haven't really found, I think, their footing in terms of making sure that they're solidly in it with this NPC meta. I think they do have a chance with Linz for sure, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they're going to work things out, because again, you know, we talk about them being one of our top 4 teams that we're really looking at to be the team to qualify for the Esports World Cup. They are not the team. They have some serious competition to work against for sure. So that's a look at the Pit. They are in the Pit right now, trying to play their first matchup. We're just looking towards our first matchup of the day, which again, as a reminder, folks, will be Omnia Invicta versus Pain Nation, but there are a multitude of matchups going on right now. I guess while we're still filling for time, we can take a look at some of the other teams. Bryce, one of the names that we are looking for this weekend, the Atlas Lions, is showing up. Now, first and foremost, shout out to the Atlas Lions, because they are a name that's been supporting Call of Duty Challengers for years at this point. They have been around a fair bit. They've always had representation in Challengers, and it's so nice to see them back once again. But they are up there right now in round 1. They have Dylan COD on the roster, which, it should be said, not his first Challengers event this season. He'd been previously playing with Belfast Storm, but I'm excited to cast Dylan COD for the first time in years.
Well, we kind of spoke about this before we go on broadcast, right?
Yeah.
He's looked pretty good. The question is going to be whether or not he looks pretty good with better teammates around him, whether or not he has the ability to kind of ascend somewhere near his old. It's kind of been one of those tropes that have been talked about over and over again. Dylan COD was an incredible talent so long ago now. It's not just he's taken a bit of a break. It was a full-on, basically, generation passed while he was off. Coming back to it now, he's not a bad player. Is he good enough? Because there is a lot of talent here. Mm-hmm. You know, it's easy to kind of beat down on players when you go into an open and you're playing in the first round, right? It's much more difficult to do the same thing against polished, high-level challenger teams. And I think that's where the issue will be, is that it's not just, you know, the individual talent as you go through. It is going to be a case of times have moved forward a bit. I think Dylan COD was a fantastic player. I think he's probably still a pretty good player. But there are levels. Yeah, there are levels to this indeed. Looking towards other teams then, obviously, we will be keeping an eye out for the Atlas Lions as they perform. They have actually a pretty tough matchup here in round 1. They're Bittersweet, which obviously is that roster that I mentioned previously with fellow Porte, Mirage and Velox, with a couple of new additions, or returning additions, I should say, to that lineup. That is going to be a difficult matchup, irrespective of how they perform in round number 1. Looking towards other rosters, we mentioned briefly Rauzan Esports, which is Yaza, Alpha, Danny, and Zero. I think they'll do pretty well. They should get through. Who are they playing first? Eros Esports. That's actually going to be a pretty interesting first round matchup. Eros versus that Rauzan. That is an all-French affair, I believe, in round number 1. So that's going to be, I think, actually a pretty much of a toss-up as far as who gets through there. And then the other one, I don't think we've even really mentioned them so far, is BTD Esports Price. That's Rush, Detain, Cobra, and Henry. That's where Henry has landed. I was wondering where Henry would end up. Pretty good roster, all in, I think, just given the fact that the amount of talent on this lineup, what these guys are capable of. Obviously, again, you've got a couple of changes in there with Cobra making his way in, and Henry as well. I think they could really surprise us this weekend. Well, they're definitely one of the teams that we need to keep an eye on here as well. I know that they're kind of a fan favorite because Bance has been messaging me saying, can we get them onto stream? So I'm like, hey, maybe we get somebody on anybody on stream at this point. But yeah, they're definitely a team that people are kind of keeping an eye out for as well. Again, very good team. Looking forward to seeing Henry and Cobra kind of go to work here. I generally don't know at this point, and that's probably the kind of the case for a few people here. Who on earth is going on to win this whole thing, right? If I had to pick a couple of teams I think could do it, BTD would be up there.
Yep.
Then it would probably be the Pit EU. I think Torn actually have a good chance just because they didn't have that kind of miracle sort of run going through, and they have looked pretty good. Arrow Tech Edge, again, another good team. Things like Stanley's been very good. Porte, Two Real Diamond Con again, great team. And then maybe Telluride Bush. Is there anyone else I think kind of matches up with them? No, I would say that those are my front-running teams.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think there's anybody here that I would say, you're missing majorly. Again, you've already mentioned some of the big hitters there. At this point, I think it's just trying to decide who makes it through these first couple of matches. I think, for our big hitting teams, outside of that matchup that I actually didn't even realize was happening first, which is Eris and Rauzan, I'm pretty sure you can kind of tell who is going to win these first, or who should win these first few matchups, we'll say. Obviously, you never know with challenges, you never know what's going to happen in the first round of play, but who should be winning these matches, given how good some of those players are on those teams. Really, again, the only toss-up is going to be Eris versus Rauzan. Outside of that, who's going to be going through. It's just going to be looking forward to the second round matchup. Again, just looking to see if there's anybody we've not really mentioned so far as we get ready for our first match of the day. One more player I don't want to give a shout out to is Avo. Avo's been around for years. I feel like Avo is like the European fellow to a certain extent, in which that you don't see a challenges event without him competing in it. He's showing up to this event with Weave, Smolzilla and Makoof, and I think that's going to be a really interesting team. I don't expect that team to go the way. Don't get me wrong. That team is not going to qualify for EWC as much as I love Avo. I would love to see him play there. Probably not going to happen, but I would love to see those guys at least perform well this weekend. There's just, I think that's the beauty of this prize, is this, that obviously, for you and I who have both been following this scene for years now, it's always nice when you see people who you want to succeed show up and play these tournaments.
Yeah, it is kind of the case. It's always good to kind of have somebody kind of rooting for. I think it's kind of the case when I'm watching games as well. I kind of pick somebody to see how far they go into it. Just in case you were wondering here, we are currently being told the players are lobbied up. We can see it as well on the cameras. So hopefully this should mean the game starting. I see two teams here. I don't see what we're waiting for.
Is anybody in Codcaster? I don't think any.
No, I think that may be the issue. I don't think there's anybody in the lobby.
If we could get the Codcaster in, that would be great. That would be nice. But yeah, that's what we're waiting on right now, guys, is that the players are just warming up. They're taking their time. I don't know how long they've had to warm up previous to this. Obviously, inside the STT Contenders Arena, got a lot of teams competing across a multitude of esports. So everybody's had their chance to warm up for these games. But again, I mean, we've already mentioned the fact that, look, you've got the safety net in the double elimination. Ideally, you do not want to go out in winners round one, though. You don't want to be dropping down there early on in the tournament, so you want to be taking as much time as possible to warm up. And if I know anything about players over the years, Bryce, trust me, if they can take time to warm up, they will do so.
No, and they are. They are very much taking their time. This has been a continuous setup for some time as well. Realistically, I mean, I've never seen players take this long to set up on any setup ever. So, I mean, I don't think they're going to get the opportunity to set up for 30 minutes every single lobby. As it goes through here, it looks like they're all kind of ready. They're out of the warm-up matches that we did see them kind of go through here. It looks like they're all in lobby, so the only thing they can be doing right now is firing range. So I don't really know how. There we go. There's the fist bumps. The fist bumps mean one thing. Game starting. It looks like it's going to be Hacienda. Let's see how this one goes down. Omnia Invicta versus Pain Nation should be gracing our screens this second.
And I will say one thing is that, fundamentally speaking, we're talking fundamentals here in these games. Hacienda is one of those ones that can be relatively forgiving, because if you lose a hard point, you can rotate towards the next hill, and as long as you don't get broken, Bryce, you should be fine. And that's what we're looking for here. Pain Nation, we talk about teams being up against it. They are the ones up against it here versus the French roster of Omnia and Victor that have been around for a really long time. Let's see how they get on.
Well, into this first P1 of this last chance qualifying tournament. Road to EWC, only one team can make it, and we will see just how these two teams put themselves in that position here. Of course, I would say that I think Omnia and Victor are probably the favourites in this game to go a little bit forward, but anything could happen as it is the end of the season.
You never know with these kind of tournaments. Anybody can come out surprised, and that already seems to be somewhat happening here. They're not getting completely snowballed at the start of this game, but that's a nice double from Melko to kick things off. P1, as is always the case here with Hacienda, is an absolute mix fest. And for Pain Nation with their spawns, if there's one thing that you do know about a roster like Omni and Victor, is they're going to be reading these spawns.
Well, this has been the kind of the case in point. It's always a good benchmark to see how these teams do get through here, of course. I mean, Pain Nation, they've turned up and they look like they're ready to rumble. I mean, they've all got their jerseys on. They've all been sat there ready for some time. Omni and Victor, of course, we have seen teams like Sykes, Melko, Versailles, and Mighty. We have seen them throughout the season. Definitely a good team as well. I've seen them give games good against every single team that they've gone against. So if this is a case of a bit of a mismatch for them, they should slam Pain Nation. But Pain Nation right now trying to get around into this P2.
I'll say this much as well with teams of this caliber, right, is that especially early on these tournaments. Oh, okay, there's Mighty just slashes up Knight. I think there is an element of teams on the higher level here taking their foot off the gas a little bit. Obviously, they want to try and win as quickly as possible, just get it done and over with, but they also aren't going to be going 110% as hard as they would against a roster like Bush or Arrowtech. So, Omni and Victor here, they will be prone to mistakes, is what I'll say. There will be openings for Pain Nation to take. Right now, though, they have not presented themselves. Omni and Victor basically get a full 60 off the back of P2, and this is what I was talking about for Pain Nation. They're just going to chalk this one up, go towards the next hard point, and hope they pick up some of these rotational files.
For this one, as you can see, that realistically 4 points not that good enough right now here for Pain Nation, but if they can hold off, if they can get some lion's share of this time onto this next point, then maybe it's game on. But already losing a bit of the rotation going through. Vecna, that's a big kill to try and stay alive with. If he can do it, find a couple more kills, allow his teammates to walk through the front door as Resi tries to find something going through here, but it's Omni and Victor who've already taken back control.
Already looking pretty good here. Omni and Victor, that's what we're talking about. Again, you get your chance at rotating early on towards P2, or P3, excuse me. You better make sure that you hold it, and that just does not happen. And again, this is what we're talking about, right? Omni and Victor, they have played these games before. They know what they're doing with the spawns. They know that all the points of ingress that potential Pain Nation player would be coming from, and they are making sure that they have all of their bases covered. That is yet another hard point where if you're a Pain Nation, maybe you send one or two players to spawn close like Rafi tries to towards the old hard point, but you just got to hit the rotation. And Bryce, I don't even think they've got that.
Now, they're not having the best of times here, Pain Nation, admittedly, but that's what we said. I'm going to Victor good. really good. There'll be the case of this is a good time for all that warm-up going through for both teams. Means they should be coming in hotter as well. But right now, Pain Nation are feeling the heat and the fire. There's nothing in the kill feed for them. Rafi gets one, but that's a swift trade going through, and they are rejected way out past P2, and they're going to have to run the gauntlet again.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the positioning of a player like Sykes, right? He's pushed all the way deep in towards the garage. He does get dealt with, and so that's going to enable Pain Nation a chance to hit the hard point. But we talk about Sykes on one side, you've got Mighty on the other, ensuring that the players do not get flanked. They're going to take the 2v2 towards the hard point. Rafi for the entry in, immediately dealt with. There are trades here, but it is absolutely Omni and Victor that winning them time and time again. And that's the thing, Pain Nation, they're dealing with the initial players and the outreach relatively well. It's actually the second part of that, which is getting to the hard point. That's the difficult task.
Well, we'll see if they can do anything. At this point, it is not looking like a good time. 9 seconds in the first set of rotations. And that's about all the highlight I've got for them. For being honest, there's just not a lot I can really speak about. They've got, 4 or 5 kills, a couple of them on the first set of rotations. It's a bit of a mismatch. Omni and Victor, this is a good stretch out for them. They know they want to go through and kind of take this one down. But a couple of points going through onto P1 now for Pain Nation. Is there an opportunity? Is there a potential of a comeback firing in the wings?
That's what you'd like to see. Pain Nation really step things up right now. Really only Rafi is having any good time at 12 and 14. Even then, that's not a staggering scoreline by any stretch of the imagination. Omni and Victor running absolutely through them. I suppose the only good bit of news here for Pain Nation is they haven't been streaked against just yet. I don't think anybody from Omni and Victor has gone on any insane spree in which they've gotten something that would get them far ahead, although being perfectly frank about it at this point, I don't necessarily think they need it. You can't lose that gunfight, Rafi. You get beamed by Brezzy, and those kind of fights are the reason that Pain Nation are in the hole they're in right now.
You can already hear incoming Hailstorm as well. Everyone's stepping out towards the back here. Actually a fantastic position if he can manage to hold it against them here. But Sykes sees one. He's going to try and turn and burn on Vecna, and he does. Oh, they're having a little bit of fun with them at the moment here. Sykes will eventually go down to Rafi, but that trade should come through by Brezzy. It does. They've already pushed them out towards the back here. Normally, that wouldn't be great this early on here, but if they can hold it from the backside, they'll have the rotation regardless.
I think convention's being thrown out the window at the moment. It doesn't really particularly matter with the way that Omni... I mean, look how deep Mighty is playing towards that rock side. Normally, that's a bit of a red flag at times. How further you go out, the more likely you are to cause a spawn flip. But nope, they do not care at the moment. They are playing this one absolutely gung-ho, and for good reason, because for the most part, they are burning their way through every single fight imaginable. Talk about streets. Melko does actually have a Hellstorm missile in the back pocket ready to go. And Pay Nation, they might well grab the last 10 seconds of scrap time if they're even allowed that. Melko says no. But it's about the rotation. This is where they've fallen apart time and time again. They've been the first to touch, and they've fallen apart.
Well, see how much points they can get into this one. Hellstorm coming in again here. He's going to go down to Vecna as everybody starts scrambling around, looking to get in a better position as that Hellstorm does manage to hit. And Rafi, good kill onto Sykes here. This has actually been a fantastic hold by Pain Nation.
Not a bad start coming through from them. They just have to continue it. I like the stack, and very easily they picked apart there. You had one player pushing through towards that well side, and it was all the distraction players. Mighty comes out and picks up the kill. Omnia and Victor, they can't finish things here, irrespective of what happens, irrespective of the hold. But it's everything past this point, Pay Nation. They don't really want to give this 15 seconds away if they can afford it, so they definitely need a hit for this time. And they are winning the majority of the gunfights, but with that TP from Brezzy and those back spawns, that's going to spell disaster for this roster. Mighty continuing as well. Not a good look here for Pay Nation.
No, it really isn't that great indeed, but with the rotation, maybe they can get above 100 points. That'll be kind of the first goal they need to look into and lock down through, as Brezzy will just take every single chow. Now, I know you said about taking the foot off the gas here. Omni and Victor are taking chows they would never normally take. And it is giving an opportunity for Pay Nation to at least get some points back onto the board.
One last hold hit. Rafi keeping an eye on the doorway. Semtex out, recognize that one player was through, not going to finish that gunfight. Back towards full HP goes Mighty, and the kills are through. Mighty with 3. And that should be the closure of the game as Pain Nation spawn in Hacienda Narnia. They get swiftly dealt with in game number 1.
Yeah, pretty good going there from Omni and Victor, obviously, just showcasing how good they are at this point. Pain Nation not having the best of starts to this tournament, but hey, it's a lot of tournament. There's also going to be a lower bracket. It should be the case that maybe, just maybe, they can make a bit of a better run against a better matchup for them.
I mean, I just don't even know what lessons you take away from that one. It's just like, yeah, that happened. Go next. That's the way I would look at that for sure. Is just like, I don't even know how you take a positive away from that. You just got slammed on Hassie and a hard point. You got to just try and hope that you're a good S&D team, which sometimes we've seen. Sometimes we see teams be really good at search and destroy. But I just don't know, dude. I feel like the way that in which that they were played against there, just pretty bog standard hard point play, pretty bog standard Call of Duty play from Omni and Victor.
Yeah, I mean, people are asking, you know, why this was probably one-sided. Omni and Victor are a Challengers Elite team. Yep. They are up there amongst the very best in Challengers. And obviously, Pain Nation, another Challengers Elite team, and they are probably just a rung below on the ladder here. And we've spoken about it. Like, there are very big names in this tournament. Omni and Victor probably not the biggest name in this tournament, but as I've been saying, you know, Sykes, Melko, they're all very, very good. And that was a showcase of why, right? There are levels to this. Pain Nation did not match up in the hardpoint. Benefit being, of course, is that maybe, just maybe, they're an S&D team. That has happened to us before, where we see teams really kind of come to life on the search and destroy here. Omni and Victor are very good at that as well, though. It'll be a case of us kind of learning about Pain Nation as it goes through. Where do we expect them to come in this tournament? How well are they going to play?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, search and destroy is really the only hope. This is always the case. When you see a team get slammed in map number 1, you just hope that as you get into map number 2, maybe there'll just be a better search and destroy teams, which absolutely could be the case. Maybe they put a lot of effort into search and destroy. Maybe these are search and destroy specialists. We've seen those in the past. But I think that the thing for me is, fundamentally speaking, and again, you mentioned it, Omni and Victor, they are an elite team, and they played like an elite team in that game. Like, granted, you know, we both mentioned the fact that they took chows they probably wouldn't have done if they were playing a better team, one of those great white sharks, as it were, if they were just a regular old plain hammerhead. I feel like they're probably going to do the same thing again in the search and destroy, where it's just like, even if they take those chows, fundamentally speaking, they know how to play the search and destroy. It is raid. It's been in the map set for a really long time. I feel like they're going to have it down. It's going to be difficult to find a way in if you're Pain Nation.
Yeah, I think so. I think we should be kind of watching how this one kind of plays out all the way through here, not just because of how Pan Nation do, but because Omnia and Victor, of course, will be looking to get up in amongst it as it goes through, because there is a good amount of prize money at this tournament as well. It's not just the qualification spot. Every time you get a bit of a win, you increase your prize money as you go through. And hey, from Omnia and Victor, that'll be a very good run out for them, and they're certainly not a team that's out of the running either. Like, I know we've spoken about some of the I think the 5 teams we mentioned we expect to be all vying for that #1 spot. I would say Omnia and Victor may be a bit of a dark horse going for that one as well. They're not as favoured to kind of move forward in that category, but anything could happen. A couple of good wins, a couple of good practices they go against some of these teams, and we could see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying as well, they've made changes, right? I think, granted, those changes weren't necessarily changes they wanted to make, right? I think if you were to ask them, do you want to lose Cobra and Lins, they probably said, no, not really, but, you know, maybe the changes will benefit them. So when it comes down to it, obviously you don't know post-WrestleMania how some of these teams get on. You mentioned that honeymoon period, that can still apply to a team like Omnia and Victor as well. So as the tournament progresses, as things get more difficult, I still think, even though you and I both have Omnia and Victor outside of that top 4, they are absolutely in the discussion for being one of the teams that could potentially play Dark Horse and maybe make it to EWC. Who knows? Right now, though, difficult to tell when they're playing a roster like Pain Nation, because frankly, I mean, we knew they were going to do something like this. So this is not necessarily a gauge of their skill.
No, I don't think so. And with more fist bumps coming out from everybody, that is the universal symbol for the map is loading in. Every player seems to know exactly what to do in that scenario as they do go through into it here. And we're trying to look onto the screen. Here we go. We can see time going through. Is that 22 seconds ready to rock and rumble? I believe so. As we do get into this one, it should be. I think that's right. I'm looking at the screen on in the corner. Yeah, and so it should see these two teams ready to throw down.
Alrighty, let's see how they get on in Raid. Pain Nation, they got slammered in map #1. And we're hoping they have a better go of things here in map #2. Something just ever so slightly more competitive. I'd like to see some back and forth, maybe some crazy plays of some kind. Well, fundamentally speaking, everything pretty much bog standard for Omnia and Victor at the start of this game. And there's the Omni movement from Omnia and Victor to kick things off already 4 versus 2 in terms of lives.
Brezzy checking every single corner going through. Brezzy's actually going to go down here. The Bazaar finds 2. Potential in the making. Doesn't get the 3rd. I mean, I will give this Omnia and Victor. You cannot be taking the 1 in a scenario. The fundamentals need to keep right at the top of that cauldron. You can't just start throwing yourself around the map. I know you've had a good time. Melko started on to 3. But this was a bit of a dangerous chow for Melko.
I don't think he cares. Just call it for what it is. I don't think Melko cares. These guys are feeding themselves. I think even if Melko loses that shell, it's still going to be recoverable. Omnia and Victor don't care if they even lose a round. At this point, they are feeling very confident. You can tell that with the way that they played round #1, right? Smoke strat straight towards the laundry stairs. 2 or 3 man push straight through the middle. Bog standard search and destroy affairs from Omnia and Victor thus far. And oh my goodness gracious, double shell coming through. Mighty gets beamed out. And this is the big problem, is that for Pain Nation, you pull off a play like that, you almost immediately get followed up on by Omnia.
Oh, and Sykes has just ran straight through into what it should have been a secure location for them. And now Victor in a 1 versus 3. Demons lurk in every single corner. They don't know where they're going to go into this. Oh, he sees one though, Victor gets away with it for just half a second. 2-0, Omnia and Victor. Yep.
Sykes wins that round for sure. That little push through. And again, it's worth saying they get the first blood, right? So Pain Nation know how to start these search and destroy rounds relatively well. It's just the follow-up. Have to be ready for that aggression. That's one thing that you should know to expect if you're Pain Nation, is if you even get first blooded in these rounds, you know that there's going to be an immediate bite back coming through from Omnia and Victor, and you've got to try to react to that if you can. Melko also on 4 in a row, so you got to also watch out for that. Before you know it, Melko will have a Hellstorm missile. You have to deal with immediate nades going through, and that's at least going to stop that immediate aggression through the Zig, but Omnia and Victor don't care. They're just going to push that pressure over towards A.
Brezzy looking for something out towards the back here. Goes aggressive. It doesn't work out, though, and Sykes will have his back. NY7, though, already gets 2. This is a great opportunity for Pain Nation. Sykes will find himself in a 1 versus 3. NY7 backing up as well. Pistol going to go out here. Doesn't have the information quite yet, but already pushing back up.
Good news for Pain Nation here is that Sykes has very little information to work with at all, and there's the initial shots through. So now they know where Sykes is. Sykes also has some info on where that player is, spots him out. And I tell you what, Sykes is absolutely confident enough to win this gunfight. He will check that out all day long. Nay, trying to play his life, not going to happen. So Sykes is down to a 1 versus 2 now. Pain Nation, they are on the hunt. They are thirsty for the kill.
He's going to try and get out here. He sees one up towards it as well. He's going to go down. There's too many players against him. And Pain Nation get around on the S&D.
Alrighty. Honestly, I could absolutely see Sykes pulling off that 1 versus 3 there for a second. If they don't double chow that, which some teams might not at times, that could have been very stressful. Edge of your seat stuff there. Sykes not able to pull off the 1 versus 3. And it's a good round coming through from Pain Nation. There is life in them. Yeah, I told you, they've had some spark here through this search and destroy. Knew that they would have something. Just about doing that now more consistently. Pain Nation. See if they can now pull off for the offense. Previously, Bryce, we saw them start the round. They drew that first blood and did not find themselves ready for the aggression that immediately answered back. Whether or not that'll be the case now, we'll see. They're going to have a free A-bomb.
Well, mid-control here for Pain Nation. And, looks like he's about to go and chow this, and he is. He goes down. Melko finds 2 before they can do any more damage, and now the rest of them just going for it as well. Sykes, absolutely no fear, and Bazaar will fall as well. 3-1, Omnia and Victor.
Box standard stuff right there. Omnia and Victor, you just win your first bloods. Pretty much what we expect from them thus far. It's just so oppressive when you play these guys again, just given how good some of them are. Not surprised at all to see them in this position. Pain Nation, they're trying different things here through the search and destroy. Only once has it actually worked. It was the previous defensive route. Can they win one again is the question. Got to start shutting down Sykes and Melko. They're having phenomenal search and destroy so far.
Confidence. Absolute confidence in what they need to do into this. This will be a free bomb plant. 4 versus 4 retake. Pain Nation going for the split across the map. 2 going basketball is going to be an interesting one. Nobody going through any other angles, so it's going to be a bit of a difficult if they get caught, but they have mid-steps control. Sykes under an awful lot of pressure. NY7 gets the first blood as well. This is good now for them. Looking for it somehow. Sykes to stay alive throughout this entire thing. Finds a kill as well. And now the last player, a 1 versus 3 for Vecna. Just when you thought this was going so well for Pain Nation, it falls apart.
Yeah, and how on earth has Sykes played his life for as long as he has that? Absolutely ludicrous inside. I mean, it's just the fact that he's able to do that, paves the way for a couple of kills to come through from his teammates. And then Sykes somehow follows it up with the last couple of kills in the round as well. Just Sykes things through the search and destroy so far. Yet another situation in which Pain Nation start strong and just completely flop. 4-1 now in this search and destroy. Just a couple more to go from Omnia and Victor. I've been pretty bog standard with the defensive setup so far. Pain Nation have not been able to win these first bloods.
Let's see who gets this next first blood. That'll be the key. At the moment, this might be a free plant. You can see B going down already. Smoke's already going to be out here. I'm not going to try and split this one, but it is going to be Vecna watching the flank here. This could be bad timing. Does Vecna see it? He does. This might be an easy 2. Finds 1. Not going to get the second, though. Down to 3 versus 3.
First couple of kills coming through from Brezzy. Mighty down, now 2 versus 2. Raffi now needs to back up, has the crossfire help from his teammate, and it works out perfectly. You've isolated down to Melko, who finds the first, but is out and towards the open. And that right there is once again another good bit of positioning from Pain Nation, right? Little sparks of hope for this roster as they put themselves in the positions where they can help each other out. They can play as a team in these 2 versus X scenarios.
That's what we said. I mean, this, just to be clear, even though it's 4-2, it's much more even than we saw in the hard point. There is always an opportunity for Pain Nation to get a couple more rounds here if they can just continue to run the right setups. Here we go. Attack for Omnia and Victor. Pain Nation. Giving up a bit of A control here, but they're taking that mid-stairs. The players out towards the back of Laundry. One will go down before it's contested here, but this might be good timing for Pain Nation.
2 2-2 split coming through. Visa already getting bullied away here. They're just hoping that they make enough noise that potentially Vecna and Rafi can come through on the other side. Sykes is wise to that initial kill, though. Initial trade's now coming through. Mighty good for it. Now you lose players on the other side. So down to a 2 versus 2, and the element surprise is now whittled away. Pain Nation need to do something ingenious. Vecna tries it, and Brezzy reads that perfectly. Now just down to Rafi on the other side for 15 seconds. There simply isn't enough time to get both of these kills and the defuse through, and Brezzy knows it. He's playing it. Mighty goes for the Egypt Chalk here. The confidence from Mighty. Is it going to be a problem? The kill not even going to come through, and even if it did, there wasn't enough time. Both players there in the 2 versus 2 for Omni and Victor just playing time.
Well, that was a bit of a dangerous gunfight for Mighty. I mean, it could have happened. This is the thing. They said some of the fundamentals are slipping. Against many other teams, they would have never given them any of those gunfights, by the way. They would have run away. They would have thrown the shoulders. You wouldn't have taken it. But in this case, they did take it. They managed to get the final one going down, and it's 5-2 for Omni and Victor. They are in the driving seat.
Again, we've said it time and time again throughout the search and destroy. Oh, beautiful nade coming through from Rafi. You talk about the lax fundamentals from Omnia and Victor. How about that one? A set nade that you will always try to avoid. Omnia and Victor fall foul to it. That's what we talk about. We want to see Pain Nation try and exploit moments like that. And they will try again. They have full A site control. They're not going to get the bomb down just yet, though. They want the frags.
2 versus 3. They've just got to play. There's plenty of time to work this at the moment. And there we go. 1 versus 3. Mighty left alone. He'll try and clutch it. He knows where the second one's going to be. Takes that gunfight as well, but gets shot in the back here. And there's another round for Pain Nation.
Very lucky they were able to win those gunfights. Over by Laundry. Good little flanking play from Nate to close things out as well. Again, we talked about it, right? You talk about the fact that at times through this search and destroy, even though we still necessarily expect Omnia and Victor to win it, they have been lax. And it's like that starting nade coming through, not keeping an eye out for potential flanking play from that player and Nate. Opportunity still knocking here for Pain Nation. On the defense they go. Omnia and Victor, gotta imagine they're just going to keep on full sending it.
I've already taken mid-map control. And my 7 is seeing if anybody's come towards A. That isn't going to happen. There's been another free plant here from Omnia and Victor. Last time Pain Nation didn't have a great chance to really get this post-plant retake gone down. And Omnia and Victor, they're playing with that bedroom control completely. Brezzy is going to be out here, not going to move until he needs to.
Pumps being made by Sykes right now. Come on, man. We're doing that here. Mighty actually takes down his teammate. Absolutely plausible situation for Pain Nation. Now both players push back towards the bedroom side, and they just have to stop Melko from doing something silly like this to the pistol. Melko channeling his inner Superman, and, well, this is a Superman who has found his kryptonite.
This game's still up in the air. 5-4 is not a one-sided game at all. Pain Nation, can they take this to round 11? Can they push this one a little bit further along?
Again, just a really big round from Pain Nation. Ensuring that they do take advantage of those situations when they arise. And granted, they've had to work for them at times, but still. Omnia and Victor letting round after round slip through the search and destroy. Here we go. Pain Nation getting aggressive. It's a double chow. Some of those nades should connect. That'll slow things up here. But is the follow-up good from Omnia? Yes, it is. First blood through. All around Rafi on a swim.
Trying to get into a better position there, and Tigi's not going to happen. Well, Vecna, keep your team alive in this S&D. 1 versus 4. Doesn't get it. Does not get it. Omnia and Victor will win that S&D. 2-0 now in this series.
Omnia and Victor just taking their sweet time to win that search and destroy. Opportunity after opportunity that they did let slip through their fingers. I mean, we're just going to keep knocking on this point, Bryce. Omnia and Victor are not 100% right now. That is 100% clear in the way that they're playing. They are not there at full strength, and you can tell the way that they're playing. Like, they're just playing with pure aggression more often than not, and not really reading the plays through. And that's going to give opportunities, openings for a team like Pain Nation to win rounds. Unfortunately, not enough opportunities to actually take the entire darn Search and Destroy. So 2-0 now for Omnia and Victor. Overload coming up next when these guys make their way back from the buff.
Yeah, this will be a bit of an overload that could very well spell disaster here, because I always find that overload is one of those games that really separates teams. If you have the teamwork and you have the strategies, it's going to go well, but it is a full clockwork teamwork that you need to get going. You have to all be firing on the right cylinders. You have to get the string of kills. If you don't, you can get capped on so quickly in some of these maps, and that's where I find that you find the biggest differential. I mean, S&Ds can be very close and go either way. Hardpoints do separate a lot, but it is normally the most played game mode for every single player in challenges. Overload being only in this year and being a very teamwork orientated game, that is where we really find out what you're made of.
100%. You know what? Fundamentally speaking, on Overload, the amount of teams that don't do the sheer basics right on Overload is absolutely staggering. Like, in terms of just even it's things as simple as not having the player with the ball, or the EMP device, I should say, being the furthest player pushed forward. Some teams don't do that, right? And those are the things that you really do have to get right. If you're playing in these kind of tournaments, those are the things you have to get right against a team like Omnia and Victor, because if I know anything about Omnia and Victor, the fact that the core of this team has played together for the entire season, pretty much, they are going to get that right. So yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Overload is just one of those things where it definitely kind of separates the wheat from the chaff, as it were, and you are going to see that here in this game with Omnia and Victor. I have to imagine that they're going to play this mode relatively well.
We'll see here. So obviously the teams, a little bit of a talk, a little bit of a bio break, as it is known, before they get back into it. And it'll be the case of we'll have to wait for them to come back. Here's the thing: I don't know how far the toilets are away. They could be right next to them. They could be a bit of a walk. So we will see as they get through here. But obviously for Pain Nation, perhaps a chance to rally, to work out what's going wrong and get themselves into a better game mode.
It's going to have to be the play call right now. I think, again, if you're a team here and you're facing a team like Omnia and Victor in round number 1, you know how your chances are going to look right off the rip. Like, you know that it's not going to be a good look for you in round number 1. It's going to be a tough matchup for sure, irrespective of how much you've prepped. So I really do think that for kind of everyone here, it's just a case of, you know, just having a fun time, right? You're playing LAN. You just got to make sure that you perform as well as you can, given the situation that you're in. I think there is going to be an element of these guys just being like, all right, cool, look, we're 2-0 down. Let's just have some fun with this next mode, because it's probably not going to go well.
I don't think so. I think they're ready to rock. I think they're going to try and work out how to get this one going through here. I mean, Victor, of course, will be trying to work out how to maybe move forward and look forward to their next game in the bracket, and that'll kind of be the key for them, because it won't be this game that determines just how well they get on with this tournament. It'll be a couple of the next ones, as the games will only get, and this may be one of those tournaments where the games get a lot harder as we go through, right? Once you've got like a couple of games out of the way today, you're like, oh, well, this first game is against a team that's really low ranked, because in this LCQ, essentially you've got like the top, well, not the top 4, but like the top 4 of teams that are left, the top 5 teams that are left, like 1 to 5 in terms of ranks are here. And then you've got like, you know, 12, 16, and then like 84. So it's going to be that's not even a chance. It's genuinely like where they are. So it's going to be a kind of a case of, well, this will go a long way when it gets into it, because, you know, playing against these teams that aren't full teams and then playing against teams that are Challengers Elite teams is going to be very much a big change of pace.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of different matchups for sure. I think there's going to be a bit of whiplash for some of these teams. For Omnia and Victor, I don't know who they play next up in the bracket. I don't know when we bring the bracket up and see who they end up playing in their next matchup here in just a second. But like, yeah, it's going to be whiplash for sure between playing this team and whoever they play next. It's going to be a significantly more difficult matchup for sure. There's always potential. I think at least we say kind of, there's potential for it to go wrong, but I doubt it, to be honest. These guys, they know what they're doing. Omnia and Victor, I don't think they'll struggle too much going from a not so great team to a really good one in the next matchup. At least I hope not, given the fact that these guys are like incredibly experienced. Like, we've seen these guys play Challengers Elite, as you said, so they should be okay, but it is going to be different gravy in the next round.
Yeah, it certainly should be as well. I've got a couple of updates. Aerotech versus 2unks. That's 2-0. And that should, I mean, that's kind of how we thought it would go here. 2unks not a terrible team by any stretch of the imagination. Some names that we do recognize, but Aerotech, one of the teams that we are expecting to go very deep into this tournament, as they are one of the favorites to kind of move and shake forward as they go into it. But yeah, we'll try and keep you updated with all the scores that we can get as they do go forward here. We are trying to get all the information we can from the wonderful STC as it does happen.
We are indeed. Obviously, I think there are also matches that aren't happening just yet. We are looking for the most part through round 1 or the early rounds of the competition today. So some of the teams that you guys maybe are looking forward to, such as Bush, for example, I don't believe are playing yet. I think they might be scheduled for a little bit later on today. So there is going to be a lot of teams still to go. We're going to be getting through everyone. We're going to be showing as many teams as humanly possible here. Yeah, there'll be teams that maybe, you're like, yeah, how are they getting on? They just haven't played yet. There's still a lot of games still to go here. Not just today, but also through the weekend. We've got 16 teams competing in a double elimination bracket. There's still a lot of matches to go before we get into kind of the meat of it all with some of the best playing each other.
Certainly is. Well, I believe what's happening in the first round is Omni Invicta versus Pain Nation, which is the game we're watching. The Pit EU should be playing Radamites. Don't know how that one's going on.
I think Radamites didn't turn up, is what I was told.
Well, Pit EU won then. Brilliant. Yeah. Torn Esports versus Evo Lydic, and then Telluride Bush versus Team Ultra. Those are the games that we had first on our kind of docket here. Of course, that hasn't kind of gone that way, and the bracket has changed a little bit. Like I said, Radamite's not turning up, and a couple other teams obviously having some last-minute ones going through. I've actually got something saying, I think it might be Omnia versus Bush next round, so that should be a fantastic game.
Yeah, that would be a really good matchup, actually.
Of course, if they don't beat Pain, if they beat Pain.
Bryce.
Not getting ahead of myself.
Listen, I appreciate your diplomacy there, mate. It's great. Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to be a great matchup for sure. I would say as well, I know we've given a lot of love to Bush, and maybe this is going to upset the Bush fans, but I don't think that's a guaranteed Bush win by any stretch of the imagination. We've already talked about how Bush are coming in with like a tiny roster.
Be devastating.
Could you imagine? I mean, for the content, I kind of want it to happen now. To be fair, it's worth saying that if Bush lost in like an early round of play and then ended up making a massive losers bracket run, not the first time that's happened this season. That happened, I think, I want to say back at like Atlanta. They made like a run from all the way down and like losers round 1, lose round 2.
Did.
Or something to that effect. So, yeah. Do it for the content is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is if you guys want to lose next round and then you come through and you win the tournament, no complaints from me.
I think them losing at this stage in the tournament, though, would be pretty devastating. I think the Unshaven would be beside themselves. I don't even know what that would look like in terms of content down around. Maybe it would be Dave Portnoy rigging Jersey Jerry about, hey, you're not even getting a gaming house anymore. You get a gaming garage. You're all living into it in bunk beds until you get this one done. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it's kind of a case of, we're keeping an eye on some of these main teams walking their way through the LCQ. I think it's already interesting, but it'll become way more interesting when we see the pressure really ramp up onto these players.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, as we said, the pressure is going to ramp up from tournament to tournament, from match to match tournaments. Oh my goodness, there's not many tournaments left in this season. From match to match as we progress through this tournament. Players now getting back to the station. They're taking their bathroom breaks. Goodness gracious. These guys, they absolutely love them. And we'll be back into the game very, very soon, folks. Next map, I believe, is going to be Overload. I'm just going to check what it is. It's an Overload Exposure, which I don't know about you, Bryce. That's always my auto veto whenever I play because it's the map I'm worst on. It's a pretty good map, though. I think it'd be fun. And again, I think you mentioned previously how this is going to definitely, I think, separate these two teams. Just like the first hardpoint in this best of 5 as well. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they get on. Actually, it's not Exposure. That was from the previous best of 5, so I have actually no idea what map this is going to be. Either way, it is going to separate these two teams for sure.
Well, we will see. There we go. Customary fist bumps. Everything loading in for these two squads. Is this a Pain Nation resurgence? Potentially. All the way through on the Overload. That is what we are going to be looking for. Right now, Omni and Victor, they're probably looking to the future as we are.
Well, indeed they are. Omni and Victor, Pain Nation. See how they get on here. In towards this matchup as Overload is just coming up real quick here, folks. Can Pay Nation come out and perform here? Can they provide any resistance at all? We'll find out.
First couple of kills, not going too badly for Pay Nation. But getting that map control out towards the middle here. Mighty survives that nade just with a very small margin here. Bristol already looking to push forward. Not going to win that second gunfight here. This is a back and forth.
Very good start coming through for Omnia and Pain. Pain getting a couple of kills by way of Nay, and that's going to give them immediate EMP device control. Now, again, we talked previously about the fundamentals for Omnia and Victor here and how they've looked. And, well, they're immediately pushing forward through Dojo, and they were immediately covered there. But in towards the point, Pay Nation, they've got themselves defense on towards A. They are absolutely just going to plug the backside and make sure that this ball doesn't go through.
Bit of a stall here. Pay Nation trying to throw up the defenses, but already two falling down. Third going down as well as Mighty run that on home. They'll now be looking for the relay. Here is 3 players of Omnia and Victor have pushed the spawn. This might even be, nobody's overextending either. Pay Nation can't even get close to it as well. Now, NY7 will get 1 kill, but that is going in for the relay.
Yeah, Pay Nation now in a real world of pain here, aren't they, towards the backline? They do remove Melko, so that immediately, at the very least, kind of alleviates pressure towards the backside. The issue I would say that you kind of have, and you can defend this, is that you've invested a lot in towards that point, so you're not really present for the reset here, and now the first few kills now starting to come through already. Good news, you've got some resistance, but you got to hold.
Well, so far, Melko will take that second gunfight though as well. Reinforcement streaming forward. Melko got 3 health. Doesn't even back up, by the way. 3 health. Continues to try and move forward. They go into it as well. Rafi does try to hold that one. Not going to happen. 3-0.
Good start coming through from Omnia and Victor. About as good as you can hope for. Not very deep into this at all, are they? And they're getting themselves in the position. Brezzy trying to keep them a guard towards that B spawn as they get the 4th and final point through of the half through a bog standard stuff on Overload. You already talked about it. Looking pretty good.
Just over a 2-minute half. That relay that was always going to be the issue. It took a little bit of wild time to get going as Pay Nation were holding pretty well with mid-map control. Unfortunately, once that fell, so did the rest of the game plan.
Yeah, just pretty usual stuff there from Omni and Victor. They get the slaying, they put themselves in the position to deal with the spawns. I mean, that's something we mentioned all the way back in towards Hassian Hardpoint, isn't it? The fact that the spawns for Omni and Victor is something they were able to read pretty much perfectly against Pay Nation. It seems that's carrying through here towards the Overload as well. Omni and Victor starting pretty strong, looking for the first bloods in towards this. Pay Nation now looking to move forward the ball as well. They've got a wall of blue to deal with, though.
Oh, this is a huge run for them as well. It's going well so far. They should be able to get this one home, but I think Rafi, they may have been called out, may have been seen as well, and that is going to fall to the final hurdle. Just when you thought there might be a bit of a silver lining, a little ray of hope come through. It's not going to happen as Prezi is going to find 2 off of that. That is terrible timing for Pay Nation. That's not even their fault.
It's just not great, is it? Things falling apart. Pay Nation, they had one opportunity. That opportunity has completely fallen by the wayside. And now Omni and Victor right up in their cracks once again. Pay Nation being forced to spawn deep out towards the complete opposite side of the map where the ball is reset to. So that is another free overload coming through. The good news for Pay Nation, although it's not going to be good news for long, is the fact that they are now spawning on the other side of the overload. Problem is for them, they have to deal with the threats inside their spawn. Like they can't let Melko just chill here. They have to ensure that Melko is dealt with.
Melko just happy here as the switch does come through. We might get out of here in time. And, oh, he somehow gets out. I am surprised there. Throw grenade is going to not be able to do any more here. Somehow finds that kill. That is ridiculous. 3 more going down. EMP is going to be scooped. Pay Nation coming off the fast spawn. Melko on Overwatch on a 4 streak. He's 13-6, and that's 7-0.
One more, and this is all done and dusted. Omni and Victor don't have the perfect setup, but they've always had presence inside the spawn of Pain Nation. Just a constant itch they cannot scratch. Omni and Victor now looking for that one more. They're going to have to fight for it here. Pain Nation back through the middle of the map. Nate looking to make his move forward here. Good start. Melko dealt with as well. Vecna with the double, and that's Pain Nation now. Starting to get some mid-map presence, but Omni and Victor, they are just so darn annoying, aren't they? Brezzy, not content with mid-map control, just going to go all the way forward towards the base.
Here comes potentially the last chance for Pain Nation. This is a very powerful position if they can have it as well. And they do find a couple more kills going down. Melko under a lot of trouble here and stays alive on 11 health. But Pain Nation are moving forward.
Pain Nation, they are doing something here. They are actually finding kills. That's 3 down. Opportunity now. Again, just deal with the last remaining player, Brezzy. Does he be a nuisance? Oh, Brezzy gets the turn on towards Vecna. Is that enough to potentially stop this overload? They don't want to sully their clean record in this overload so far. Looks like it's going to be enough to stop it. Vezar just having to move all the way back towards the middle of the map here. Not even going to get a frag. And that overload will sit there, I assume, until the reset comes through. And Omni and Victor don't particularly care at this point. As far as they're concerned, they're 7-0 up. They can take this one pretty chilly.
Yeah, they don't need to end this one early. I was expecting it to kind of finish, but Pain Nation are rallying in the last minute 30 here. They need to push forward if they can find a couple of kills here already. That is a little bit trapped as they cannot manage to punch it through the middle here. A little bit of trouble coming in as well. Mighty will go down, and this is just trading here in the spawn.
Omni and Victor very much content at the moment to play defense. No reason not to park the bus. Just have some fun. Maybe pad the stats a little bit. Until going out. Flanking play is being made at the moment by Rafi, and kills now starting to come through. So Pain Nation, there is hope for them. But with 50 seconds left, I don't know how your maths is nowadays, Bryce, but my math says this game is over.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree. I'll be honest with you, I would have called it 2 minutes ago, but it was always a bit of a chance here for Pain Nation. Maybe they can get a consolation cap as they do go through here. So they're looking for the players in towards the middle here as the kills going for it. I mean, Pain Nation definitely have been in the last maybe 3 minutes of this game looking like a much better team going into it, and that kill should shut it down. Melko's not be able to stop it, but Mighty does. And NY7, everybody knows you go close and jump over that box, and that probably would have gone in no matter what happened.
Yep. Apparently not everybody knows, Bryce. No, he certainly didn't. Number 3 down here. This feels a little bit like the end of England versus Argentina. England with full possession for the last 10 minutes, but doing nothing with it. Omni and Victor will win this game, and they will win this series convincingly, and that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who's kept up with challenges. This is a new Omni and Victor roster, but they're looking like they're doing the usual stuff.
Yeah, that was a one-sided game. I mean, yeah, Pain Nation had some opportunities, but it was few and far between. The last couple of minutes, obviously, was theirs, but a bit of a mismatch in terms of this in the first round of the LCQ. Kind of what we expected. Omni and Victor, not a team to be taken lightly. Pain Nation have kind of had their welcome to this road to EWC.
Not the nicest welcome I think they've ever received in their life, for sure. An absolute trounced 3-0. I think there are some positives that you take away from the series ultimately, right? The fact that you've, looked good at moments, I think particularly in the search and destroy. I think, again, we talk about that 2 minutes of possession that they had towards the overload as well. There's an opportunity there, I think, for them to take some learning away from it for sure. But, outside of that, again, there's not really much you can take away from that other than just saying you played a very good team, a team that's played in Challengers Elite, a set of players that have been in amongst it in the upper echelons of EMEA Challengers for years now. It was always going to be a difficult match, and I don't think they'll be too upset.
No, I don't think they can be, of course. I mean, not going to be great, but realistically, as we do walk our way back through that game and look at the highlights from it, we can kind of say that a lot of that is going to be good on the replays for Omni and Victor.
Yeah, for sure. I want to see.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by Play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Let me hear you shout. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping right back into this LCQ on the road to EWC. We've already had our first round of games, but this will be another winners round one set as we go through. My name is Bryce. Joining me here for this one, though, Proper.
How's it going, man? It's fantastic to be back. I mean, the first series, blink, probably missed it. I mean, what do you expect? You get a mismatch round one like that, 16-team bracket. These things are going to happen. But I'm just so stoked to be able to share this stage alongside both you and Brody, Bryce. This weekend should be an absolute banger. We got a lot of good teams still left in this tournament.
Yeah, we certainly do. And these teams obviously will be feeling the pressure as it does come into it as well, though. With it being winners round one, again, I suspect we might see some one-sided games as it does start to go that way. But if you are just joining us, we've already seen a couple of games go down. Omni and Victor handily dealing with Pain Nation and DE. That did not go very well for them, but they will have another chance. Because this, if you don't know the format, is in fact a double elimination tournament. So you're going to have another chance in that lower bracket, Proper.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's still a lot of teams vying for the same thing that you are. And that's just to be able to not only win the tournament, you get a prize pool alongside of it, but most importantly, the Covenant last spot for the EWC Black Ops 7 Championship. Should be really fun to be able to see which team is going to be able to make that run. I know you and Brody during your podcast earlier, you guys were sitting there talking about like the Bush lower bracket, like the content would be immense. There's still a lot of teams in here ready to turn heads. One of them is about to be on our screen.
It certainly is, and this is kind of the case here. Is we said it earlier on, right? Realistically, is this going to be a case of the games are a little bit one-sided to begin with and then become very, very much a contest? But if you are wondering how it's going so far, we can take a look at our bracket on the upper side, as that has already been filled in with the teams that we have seen so far. Well, this is how it has worked at the moment. Obviously, Radomites didn't turn up, so the Pit EU gets an easy 3-0 to kick it off from their one, but 3-0 seem to be the name of the day here. Arrow Tech Ed already taken down 2 Unks, and Omni and Victor saying goodbye to Pain Nation DE. They will now flow into the lower side of the bracket as we look at the rest of the games that are ready to run.
I mean, 2 Unks just got to be an all-time greatest team name of all time. I honestly think that we should probably brand that. Maybe make a couple t-shirts. Bryce, we're right around that threshold. But yeah, we still have a lot more matches still have to be played. I mean, BTD Esports versus Annex, they have to go up against facing the Pit. You're starting to see the top 3 seeds really starting to flesh themselves out. Omni Invicta waiting for the winner of Ultra MVP and Telluride Bush. So you know that there's going to be a lot of people, specifically Jersey Jerry, he's probably rolling out of his bed, licking his lips, waiting to watch his team play.
Hey, I actually saw a tweet from him. He's awake and ready to go. So,
my guy.
Yeah, you know, they are very much looking forward to it as we kind of go through into this one. But yeah, some big kind of games going into this one, and it will kind of. I mean, the round of 8 is definitely going to be a battle, right? When we get into that round of 8, we say goodbye to some of the lower teams here. Like I was saying earlier, it's like the top 1 to 5 teams are here, then you've got like 10, 12, and then you've got 84. So we'll kind of get this one going through here, but we can take a little look as we go into the STC contenders bit to see how these teams are doing. A little bit relaxed, a little bit of warm-ups, a little bit of firing range, but not too far away from this game getting ready.
Yeah, you see some pretty notable names all across this big station, one of which you see the back of his jersey, Dylan COD. I mean, we got him back in throughout the entirety of the season, playing alongside Versailles, Zyro 11, the collection from left all the way to right, of course, placed top 4 CDC, EMEA, LCQ, top 24 at Paris, nothing to bat an eyelash at, obviously, and then top 10 in Elite Season 4. These are some wily veterans rounding out both sides of the stage between 11 and Dylan COD, Bryce.
No, 100%. And for me, I'm very curious to wonder how this one goes. I spoke about it before, right? This is a bit of a benchmark game. Dylan COD has kind of been waxed lyrical about since he made his reappearance, went into that Belfast Storm team. The question was always going to be, what level is Dylan COD currently at? It was a extended leave of absence from the Call of Duty world. Now, this team, I think, should possibly be better than the team he's played in before. So does that help? Does that elevate this team to another level? Do we get them into a much better position? The biggest issue they're going to have is that Bittersweet is not a team that I would be ignoring.
No, and you can't. I mean, on the opposite side of the pond, they also got top 4 at CDC LCQ, specifically Fellow and Porte. This is the first champs, both in Challengers and in CDL. That Fellow has missed in quite a long time. So he's picking up Cozy Vale and Mirage. These are 2 players, Velux in particular. Didn't exactly have a good showing back in Paris top 24. He was ready to retire, but Cozy Vale's back, and he was tweeting that he's feeling really, really good alongside all of Bittersweet GG. They're in possession at the time, and they're already trying to threaten around the backside ahead of New.
At the moment, Bittersweet just grabbing a bit of this time here, but you are right. This is very much about that P2 push as they try to get it, and they will have it as well. A couple of the Atlas Lions yet to find a kill here onto this first hill, just not winning the gunfights that they need. But bit of scrap time. Can they convert this into a bit of a better push as they move forward? It is going to be a case of finding that spawn.
Players all the way in the back, Bittersweet playing for the long game. Already got players in towards the back. 11 actually spawns up in the backside of P2 thanks to Dylan being able to go on a 3 spree inside the time versus also causing a ruckus up front by the rooftops. He's got himself a 2 spree. He's got a lot of heads turning around just to try to deal with them, but off of Bittersweet's opening P1, absolutely answered with the Atlas Lions in a resounding P2.
This is much better from them. Comes the fight out towards the back, though. They're going to be outnumbered, and Dylan COD, unfortunately, takes down a teammate and then gets traded out as well. And that flurry, that little starlight that has been, has gone away. Bittersweet will now take this scrap time and look for the rotation. Dylan COD's there first, though.
Immediately a response, though, as P3 could be the difference as far as who is able to get a leg up as far as this first set of hard points is concerned. Pinch effect still here. Mirage playing the uprights perfectly, but still Zyro is able to slip all the way through. And from that, one player causes a ruckus over by Dojo. The Atlas Lions are not going down easily.
This is going well. This is what I was kind of hoping to see here. A bit of an even game between these two as it does continue to go, but that 3 going to be down. Alistair's trying to recover here. Virus, a bit of a shaky shot. Wasn't able to nail it onto this one. And there will be control here for Bittersweet.
Still have to try to push all the way through, though. Got one more player all the way back. Yeah, Proto's able to isolate Versa. Everybody spawning all the way out. That's going to be able to be confirmed from Mirage over by Old from the old time. Nobody's watching mid-cut. Dylan COD's going to try to contest this old time, but all Bittersweet in possession over by the Dragon Statue ahead of this P4 rotation. And you still have players cleaning up Old. The Atlas Lions might need to wait for a few more numbers.
Proto should be first to the fight, and it's going to go down to Zyro. Alex going down as well. Dylan COD managing to get a good angle for this one. Virus just not able to nail this one through. And, well, Dylan COD is the standout player here for the Atlas Lions at the moment.
14-9. I mean, it's hard. It's hard not to say he's not the outstanding player. I mean, between him and Zyro, pretty much been collecting all of the time. I just kind of feel that the moment that the Atlas Lions has a third player kind of step up and really try to continue to build off of what Dylan has been building for them, this is going to be a very close game. But back towards the center of the map, we are about to go. Bittersweet are completely fine with chalking the last 15 seconds over by P4. Bryce, they got themselves just about a 50-point lead going in towards the second set. They are absolutely frying.
This is definitely going to be a game that could swing based off of a rotation. And it was the question coming into it. What are we expecting to see between Bittersweet and the Atlas Lions? Is it going to be one-sided? Is it going to be what we've seen in some of the other winners round one games? At the moment, though, it's definitely a battle here. The Atlas Lions, they seem to be losing a bit of steam here, and some of that's based off Dylan Codd not, able to just do everything he can onto the map here. First and 11 really need to try and get themselves in this game a little bit more.
Shaky shots there out of Tyler. Reprota's right there for the cleanup over by Lights. And yeah, I mean, it's a tall ask, isn't it? When you see Dylan Codd, the report that he has throughout Call of Duty's history for him to step up and quite literally do everything, it is a very tall ask. But he's trying his damnest. Gonna get flanked around the back. Mirage with the pistol will get that headshot, so Spawns will flip ahead of P2. Still have 10 seconds to fight over by P1, but the Atlas Lions are able to find themselves a handful of kills, and now they got to fly forward.
Trying to find that kill in towards that P2. It would have been massive if he could have made it here as well, as this team's now looking for this rotation, but Dylan Codd loses to Felony. They've got the spawn, though, here, and they try and make this work in through couches, but Mirage is allowed to walk through, dance on a player's chest, and continue on moving.
So trying to fight for the back. Got 11 spawning up. Bump forward. Everybody trying to play for these trades. Velox is able to find 2. That's 3 dead in the feed. And 11, he's no longer anchoring the spawns, but nobody from Bittersweet flew forward. But still, from where I'm looking, Bryce, that's not where the Atlas Lions want to be. This is looking like a spawn trap.
Oh, somehow they managed to break through that front door as well. It's Dylan Codd who finds 2. Eventually will go down here as the rest of the team trying to fight into it at the same time. But Porte, he's already found 4, and that is ridiculous. The comeback is onto his 5 streak as well. 21 and 12 as he starts to just unload onto the Atlas Lions.
Yeah, that's that spawn trap right there. I mean, they were able to find themselves an abundance of kills. What was it, 2 for 3 in the feed? Last player alive was Porte. He goes on a 5 spree, forces you in towards the spawn trap. And now you got red arrows spawning all over the map right now, going towards P3. Bittersweet were in firm control in the first set of hard points. The Atlas Lions just trying to sniff for anything for a point of interest. Dylan finds the opening 2 again. Can it be the break?
Well, here we go. Again, same old story for the Atlas Lions. Dylan Codd trying to make magic happen as they go through here, but unfortunately the trades do not work their way down. I don't know how he won that one, by the way. That was ridiculous. Bittersweet still in the driving position. Have almost 100 points lead here as they try to break back in. Will P3 be good enough? Dylan Codd is a one-man wrecking crew.
Man possess, 23-19. No entry provided. Don't worry, Dylan's got the first 2. Just flood forward, play for trades. Still trailing by about 70 points, but 23-19 doesn't fully lead the lobby, but it's leading my heart, Dylan Codd. What more can you do? The Atlas Lions still have spawns over by P4. 11 rushes all the way through mid-cut. He's going to get killed from behind. Nobody's watching immediately for rooftops. Proto's able to find the double kill. That should then flip the point of interest. Last player alive is Zyro. This surely could be the game, but just going to be putting it well without a reach for Tau.
Yeah, this is a difficult kind of margin for them. It's a hard break at the best of times. Virus is going to find absolutely nothing, or this, I should be saying. But it has not been a pretty. It has been a one-sided game in the second half, and Bittersweet, they have the tick to win it here.
Means get a break. So, I mean, it's a 3v3 all the way for the hard point. Versa finds his entrance and towards the back of tree. That's going to at least force ourselves to go towards the next hard point, but it is a very tall ask as we've been drawing it up for the Atlas Lions since even spawning into P1. Even now for Dylan Codd, really has to put all the Atlas Lions on his shoulders going in towards what is surely the final set of hills.
Well, staying alive. Still managing to get something done here. Everybody split all across P1 as we play for position. And, well, a player fell off the map here. That's not what you need when you're that far down. Proto's going to go down as well. It's going to be Dylan Codd who tries to dive into this point. He's got 17 health in the dream. He's now playing Get Away. And Dylan Codd staying alive again. This would have to be an unbelievable comeback here for the Atlas Lions. Dylan COD still dancing, still staying alive, still waiting for them. There's going to be a split spawn coming in from both sides as well, as they are holding onto this game by their fingertips.
Not afford to get complacent here if you're Bittersweet. You got players spawning all over by the windows. Fellow is going to take down one of his teammates, flies out from said window. That should at least secure the back time, but you still have to contest if you're the Atlas Lions. Bittersweet can still win here.
They're trying to hold it. You see them going for this one as well. It should be contested at the very least. Versa finds two. Looks like the rest of the Atlas Lions are waking up here, and if they can get a good P2 hold, we might have a game on our hands as he's on a 4 streak.
Yeah, that should secure the rotation. 2 seconds. P2's about to pop. 11's all the way in towards the back, anchoring the spawns versus spawns parallel. That means that everybody's on the rooftops. Here comes Bittersweet.
Punching through. Already found one. He found a 4 last time around. He's going to go down those trades. Continuing to fly out here. Dylan COD finds the first. Looks for the second. As Dylan COD for the last few trades coming in. He's got a player looking for him at the same time. Back and forth around the pillar. Zyro is going to get that kill for him at the same time. It's a hold here by the Atlas Lions.
This is about to be a big 1v1. Fellow's waiting for his teammates to fly across the rooftop. Zyro gives it up. Fellow is able to win it, so now the pinch might be coming through.
Right back forward, they are stacking. They are about to hit this with numbers at the same time as well, though. But Versa finds one. Looking for more, though. He's outnumbered and potentially outgunned, and that might be the game. The Atlas Lions will spawn out. It's been a pretty good comeback for them. It's been a long road to get back into this point, but they will go for the contest. But that is all good in the kill feed, and that'll be map number 1.
It's 250 to 178 compared to what was about to be the 250 to 115, I believe I saw at a certain point back on P1. As for a tall order, almost delivered, I'd say, just a moment's too late, especially from the cohesion and teamwork that the Atlas Lions were able to exemplify there towards the latter stages of it. I mean, you could obviously tip your hat towards like Bittersweet. You can see them laughing, like they're probably letting it get away from themselves a little bit. When you have such a steep leader's advantage, you know you just need one break. And to be quite frank, you were outslaying them and outpacing them throughout the entirety of the map. So you knew that it was only just a matter of time. But 250 to 178, not a bad look, especially to know that Dylan COD still has it in him. Nobody's surprised by that one. Bittersweet, though, from the core 2 that was Fellow and Porte, playing alongside Mirage and Veil. Nice to see that the slaying is still keeping up.
Yeah, well, this is it's one of those ones as well. I think they didn't have such a kind of a bad start here, the Atlas Lions. They might have had an option to have a bit more of a contested game going through. There were certainly some kind of flurries of potential, I think is the best way to put it. But rotations weren't bad, trades weren't bad. They were probably better on the breaks there, the Atlas Lions, and we kind of gave them credit for. I mean, some of that is down to Dylan COD. We can't kind of praise them the whole way through. Realistically, Bittersweet were doing a great job for most of the time. And that is the team that is favored in this matchup. It's always going to be the case. When we go to the S&D, though, that'll be telling.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, you and Brody were already talking about it in our earlier series. I mean, I think just from a mismatch alone between Omnia and Pain, you can still start with the conversation. You saw Pain take 2 rounds at the very least off of Omnia, and as much as a mismatch as that hardpoint was, it did at least suggest that they were coming in at least with a head on their shoulders, knowing what Search and Destroy may look like. I think that's exactly what we're going to get here. I mean, you have a glorified 8s lobby between the pond here, Bryce, as far as S&D superstars are concerned. Dylan speaks for himself. Here I go back to E United Fellow, what he's been able to do across his career. And Fellow and Porte have been playing S&D wagers since they've been able to hold a controller in their hand. So I think we're in store for what is about to be a very eye-opening experience. Nothing is off the table, in my opinion, for what the Atlas Lions are about to provide in this map, too.
Well, let's see. We've got a player just getting a bit of a reset in, I've been told. So that will take a couple of extra minutes as we look for it. But we can see the players warming up in the firing range. They are making sure they are having a good time for this one as well. And we've seen a lot of settings changing actually going on. The players definitely trying to get everything dialed in for their own personal preferences. They get warmed up for these matches.
What's your what's the most important setting for you when you sit down at an event? What's like the most? We're
walking back here if we're talking about playing days. Yeah.
Hey, take me back like a decade. Where are we going?
Well, if it's a decade, not a lot, I'll be honest with you. If it's a decade, it didn't change an awful lot back then, I'll be honest with you. And just to be clear, it's more than a decade since I sat down at a competitive lobby. I think realistically, it's probably what would be the most important setting to kind of sit down for me personally. I'd say just making sure I'd check the basics, refresh rates, all good.
Yeah.
Make sure everything's locked in with your color balance and your gamma, which I think is a lot of what you're seeing change, by the way. That's the control panel that we're seeing pulled up. Is going to be a lot to do with the digital brightness and the gamma settings and contrast for these players going through. And it's not even always that big of a personal preference. It's just trying to make sure that you are comfortable seeing what you are seeing and as much used to it as you are at home. Every single panel on a monitor is going to be slightly different, and you kind of want it just to feel right for you. You're not going to be logging into a terrible view regardless, but these players will try to get it about as perfect as they can.
I would say, yeah. And even over the past few years, like watching a lot of like tournaments in person from the pit perspective, from a Call of Duty stance, like I've been seeing a lot of like high contrast type ordeal, like really raising contrast settings, gamma, like you were talking about. Does make like the color palette kind of pop out. Obviously, this was much more prudent back in like MW 2019 when we were playing on a grayscale. But like, I mean, even right now, like how vibrant some of the colors are. I don't know how some of these guys are able to see some of these enemies, even with the nameplates, man. It is just... is way too colorful, man. But I absolutely agree. I think it's whatever you could possibly find to make yourself as comfortable in this setup. Your home away from home as it may be from the entire weekend is going to be absolutely crucial for a lot of these players. I would say probably dead zones was probably the number one importance for me. I did when I was sitting down. My dead zones weren't right.
Well, for some reason, default settings on any Call of Duty is dead zones kind of just larger than my future. Like, it's ridiculous. I don't understand what controllers people are playing with the dead zones have to be set at, what is it, like 10 or 0.1 that they currently have it at. Dead zones are so egregious when you first... Honestly, it's one of the things that they've changed on the default settings that may be the most egregious, because if you sit down and don't know about dead zones, you sit there thinking that your thumbs are broken. So I don't know why it's set so bad. I know it's for stick drift. I know it's for sort of the fine control. But truthfully, a lot of times you're using fine control here, and having dead zones set that big is insane.
Yeah, it literally makes the difference as far as your aiming is concerned. And I'm so glad that you said it for the masses, because it's like I remember sitting down for BO7 when it first started to reset all my settings, whole fresh account and everything, and I thought that my thumb was just broken. I thought this was over. I thought it was a washed old man, Bryce, and I thought I was going to go to mouse and keyboard. Then my dead zones were wrong. Players should be getting ready to go in towards this in a moment's time. I think it's important to talk about like the other matches as well. I can see there's only one player that has a jersey that big with as much as a gamer lean, and I know that's Dak sitting right next to Mirage over there in the Torn Esports. I'm glad that you gave them the shout out as well earlier, Bryce. I think that they could probably turn some heads. Their first matches against Evoltic, which I think all of us should expect that they would win, and then they face the winner of this series.
But this is what we were saying, right? When we talked about it earlier, as we wait for this play to get through. Realistically, these first few games, there are a bit of a mismatch in some of them. It happens a lot in the first rounds of tournaments, especially with such an eclectic group as we currently have, right? Like I said, the top 4 or 5 seeds are here, but also we've got like 84th seed, if you're being honest. So the first round, this is going to be one of the closer games, but some of the others not as close, if I'm being honest. But second round, 8 teams, very close.
It's quite the steep and fall off if you really think about it. I mean, we were sitting here talking yesterday during tech rehearsal and stuff. It's like this feels like a glorified EU Cup adjacent with like some of the top seeds that we have that didn't make it to COD Challengers Champs or won't be at EWC Black Ops 7. You're like your Bush, your Torns, your Bittersweets. So it's going to be really interesting to be able to see as the lower bracket continues to flesh out where we end up going. Because like you were saying, like once we get to top 8, top 6, like those matchups are going to absolutely bang. Can't believe I sat here and I was able to keep a lid on myself that we're going to, in the near future, get Torn Esports versus Bittersweet on LAN. Great times.
Yeah, that's not a million miles away from happening here. Actually, while we're kind of talking about it, I wonder if I could bug production to bring up the bracket again as we kind of walk through it for our wonderful people at home. And to kind of show it going through. There we go. See, production are wonderful as we go. So yeah, some of these games are the ones that are going on here. Like I said, round of 8 is going to be amazing. But at the moment, we have already seen Arrow Tech Edge take down 2 unks. We kind of expected that game. That does have players in like they're very, very good. Eras Esports versus Razwan. That should also be a pretty good game, I think, as we kind of look forward to seeing that one go down. Obviously, everybody who has been messaging me about the Bush against Team Ultra MVP, I don't know if we'll get to see that one. We certainly will catch up with them as the tournament goes through. We cannot show you every single game. I do apologize. Then we've got Torn Esports versus Voltic. Again, another very good game that should go through. Torn Esports is one of those ones that I've kind of put on my list of potential winners of this entire thing, because we have seen Torn Esports do wondrous things throughout the year, but are they going to be magic, or are they going to be just a runner in this tournament? That remains to be seen. Then Atlas Lions versus Bittersweet. That is, of course, the game we are currently watching. It shows you where we are in the bracket at the moment. BTD versus Annex. I know people have been bugging me for that one as well, but the winner of that one will go on to face the Pit EU. In fact, the biggest problem we currently have is when that round of 8 kicks in, no idea who we're going to watch.
Yep, not a single clue. We could probably make a suggestion, make a choice, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of good matchups to be able to pick and choose between. I mean, I'm all for being able to see like what Telluride Bush, like this new Bush squad is going to be able to look like, especially against a very top competitor of Omnia Invicta. They didn't really get their gears too oiled up in their opening series, just to put it that way. So I think that they're both of them going to be looking for that series in particular to really get their gunnies warm to make a deep run as far as this tournament is concerned. But still, I think it would be fun to be able to see that PDU team as well. Always a big fan to be able to cast over some hairy gameplay.
Yeah, 100%. I've also been told that I believe Voltic EU are not playing. There are no shows, so that is going to be a bye regardless. So we'll see how that one goes down. I think as we kind of go through this one as well, look, I'm just going to put this out there. I know some of you are messaging me for what game to put onto stream here. I have no control at the moment. We are just rolling through it. Maybe in the future, we will be able to kind of dictate exactly where we go with it. But at the moment, they are just trying to get these games on and running. And hopefully, once it all smooths out and we kind of get into the routine, then we can start to dictate exactly what we want to see on stream. But don't worry, we should be able to see a lot.
Yeah, we're going to try our best to be able to get everybody on stream as much as possible. I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, the best team, you're going to be seeing quite a bit because they're going to be able to make it all the way into next weekend's competition to be able to compete against the big dogs at the EWC main event. So I think it's going to be really fun to be able to see who's going to be able to be that #1 team. Lower bracket runs be damned. Hot streaks also side by side. We got a 3-day tournament. And let's not forget how day-to-day esports this can truly feel. Looking at you, Bush. Got to be consistent this weekend.
Wow. We'll see. It looks like they are loading in. That is what that screen is that you can see. So we are going to see this game very shortly. And there we go. Let's find out. On to the S&D.
And the Hacienda, I mean, defense playing rather aggressive, getting all of A control. This line's picking and choosing, trying to see if somebody's going to overextend. And it's actually 11 that gives away the first blood.
Just trying to hold this one, as you can see, as it comes down to it. It's a bit of posturing now for positioning. And COD is trying to go rogue here, but Bittersweet aren't silly. They are already watching the flank. COD though, trying to go for it. Sees that player well, trying to get out, but it's already been cut down. Good teamwork there from Bittersweet.
Just trying to chase though. Vale hoping to maybe catch one on the exit. Won't be able to find it. 2v2. And I love this out of Zyro. He's just baiting out the timing. Versa doesn't get it though. Vale's going to be able to force out the 2v1 in his team's favor. 23 seconds. Zyro's looking to rotate.
Oh, timing. They see him? They did not. That is outrageous timing. They're going to check the bomb site. They should now go straight through the middle to the other bomb site. Zyro is not planted. He is going to be caught. This is not going to go well. It is unfortunate. This will be a plant, and they kill. And it's done.
So I saw like the 10-second mark, and he just posted up holding the iron inside of upper halls, and I'm like, oh, man. That one timing extra probably could have gone for the plant. Maybe get himself into two separate 1v1s. You can see that the plant was probably going to go over towards the fence's side, but there's the reason why I talked about Velox in such a high manner. This guy's been playing S&D wages for a long time. By proxy in the 2v1, wins the 1v1 gritty all the way through the open stairs, but still, by proxy, clearing all of A and then going over towards B and then vice versa. So great first round out of Bittersweet. Let's see what their opening offense may look like, hinting towards A potentially.
Quite possibly. Oh, Versa. That's a huge first blood from 11, but Gonna be traded back into it. Finally tries to get out of it. Dylan COD finds Mirage though. And gets cut down. That's Zaro who got cut. Dylan COD finds another. Running for his life. 2 versus 1.
Brady, NPC here. Gonna try to rotate. It's one player holding inside the lobby. 11 did not see Porte cross yet. Oh, probably just saw the nameplate. Yeah, there's the communication. Dylan's coming back down the open stairs. He's gonna wrap him all the way through Lambo. Play the Jaws soundtrack because this one is not gonna go Porte's way.
Oh, there goes the plant. Yeah, easy timing. Dylan COD 4-on-1. There's another round back into them there. Atlas Lions. Certainly not going down with a fight. This is a much closer game than the game we watched previously, as this team doesn't seem to be too bad.
It's a lot of discipline being showcased by the Atlas Lions at this moment in time. I mean, even from their opening offense, you saw that their main focus is just post up and expect the mistake to be given to them by Bittersweet. And to be frank, it was. And even in that previous round, same thing. I mean, Bittersweet just kind of fly in, expecting to find easy trades. The Atlas Lions are posted up. They find them even more effectively. And Dylan's on 3 in a row. So second offense now for Tal. They're not getting any focus all the way through open halls. Very similar for Bittersweet defensively. Because they saw nothing, now they know everything.
First one in. Oh, that's a big kill. Almost gonna be down, but they are compact here, and Zaro's gonna fall as well. 2 versus 4. Let's go down though. First against 1. Dylan COD gets the second. It's down to a 2 versus 2, and he's going for Dylan COD. Is looking towards that bomb, quite close. It's a dangerous fight to fight, but he finds it. Dylan COD with a pistol. He looks to challenge family versus Dylan COD. We've gone back 6 years, and somehow this game is still going. A 5-3 for Dylan COD. He wants to take him on.
Oh, the shoulders. Early damage. Felly's gonna push it. Wants the kill. Dylan's finessing his life. And now there's no time. Dylan COD rolls back the clock and takes Fellow down in a 1v1. A technical 1v2. Fellow gave him the reload. I mean, talk about just absolute veteran play. Dylan preserving his life, playing for the reload. He knew he had the damage, could get said reload, and then resetting the fight soon afterwards. Fellow found good damage. But Dylan's made a name for himself over the years of just finessing his life. Such an annoying 1v1. 6 in a row now.
Wow. Advanced. I mean, this it's a scoreline. I mean, it's 7-1 for Dylan COD. The rest of his team has 3 kills combined and 8 deaths. So let's say Dylan COD is still doing kind of the Lord's work onto this team here, but goes down to a 3 versus 3 very quickly. Dylan COD finds another one. He will try and get out of it as well, but it's again, Dylan COD has the clutch. He finds one. He's trying to get out of it. He's running for his life. He's on an 8 streak. This is all timing. Dylan COD looking for it as well. Sees the player at the same time. Dylan COD again.
Yo.
Oh, Dylan COD is now talking across there. 2 clutches in a row. 10-1.
It's just Dylan COD in Search and Destroy. What are we doing? Casey's untradeable. This guy is just Houdini incarnate. Finds that kill, gets away, resets his life. It almost feels like that the name of the game for the Atlas Lions is like, okay, Dylan's weak. Throw a body, let him get the regen because he's going to 1v3. 10-1, 9 spree. Hellstorm already earned in the opening kill of the last round. He's right. He's got a dog too. Why not? Let's have some fun.
Oh, God. Nickel trying to fight, but has gone down this time as well. The rest of the team will have to step up to it as well. 11 going to fall, though. Fast round, Bittersweet take it.
I was going to say, let me see the cameras real quick. Okay, all right, we're good. Back to business. Very standard rollout coming through for Bittersweet. But connect off of a couple good stuns, just force all of Tal into the mud. You saw them use the trophy system the round prior, why they all got stun locked, not expecting for the up through the middle push coming through from Bittersweet, catching them all with nades and stuns, and then the hail of gunfire soon afterwards. So at least an immediate response coming through from Bittersweet off of the Herculean spree that Dylan COD finally got taken off of. Porte this time now on a 3 spree. Bittersweet for the offense. Could be heading towards A and a late mid repinch potential.
Here comes a bit of a push here. Already tacticals being thrown. First, they're going to be looking. Proto checking angles. Couple of bullets thrown against them here, so they are backing off.
I was about to say, Versa gives away his red dot inside of U-Haul, and Fellow's already top. So Dylan has to be the one to force the response, and he just gives away his red dot as well. So now Bittersweet, they got the 4v3. They got information on 2 more players. They're going to try to assault the A-bomb.
The issue Dylan Codd's going to have here is realistically he can start feeling that pressure that he has to do everything because he has pain. But at the same time, him playing his life and playing it, properly is the best thing he can do. But this is now a 1 versus 3. Dylan Codd, there cannot be more magic in this tank. That bomb is down. Dylan Codd finds one. It's a 1 versus 2. But this is a more difficult position than the ones he's been in so far.
Yeah, just because he's fighting against the post plant. And both of them are stacking together. And Mirage Proto not wanting to give Dylan Codd 2 isolated 1v1s. Here comes the initial. And even if he found the first, the second one would not have come through as easy as Dylan had wanted. So sitting back, starting to chatter as well. Everybody on both sides of the station trying to figure out what they can try to poke and prod to be able to find their way in towards these defenses. Great offense from Bittersweet. They find the adjustment. Fellow takes back to the main AR role. Posts up, top open halls. Anybody cross through P1, they're dead. The moment that Versa gave away his red dot inside the U-Haul, that was that first blood. You saw the immediate green light come through for Bittersweet. Get the bomb planted. We got numbers. Play for the trades. And now they're tied up.
Oh, here it goes. Felony takes a little bit of a lick coming through, though. So stays alive, and they get first blood here. Bittersweet to down already, and this is where the first exchanges really are not going well for the Atlas Lions. There is a difference in the quality of trades. Bittersweet have it. Atlas Lions do not.
Yeah. So it's that immediate help, right? I mean, Fellow gets information on 2 different players. The damage was reciprocated from secret all the way through open halls, but then Proto was right there through the staircase to be able to give that assistance. I do not believe that Proto found like the most NPC kill onto 11 as well, all the way in distance through the open hallways. That was versus an M15. Should never have happened, but that's the meta that we're living in, baby. SMG's playground. Regardless, Bittersweet is at now 3 on the bounce. Got an 8 spree combined between Proto and Mirage. Fellows is right there on the 1 as well. 11 and 4 for Dylan Codd. Need a response.
Yeah, this is the issue I was talking about. If one player is winning you these rounds, it's not sustainable.
No.
Bomb going to go down again here. Player already out towards the back. Keep an eye on Proto. He is in an unbelievably good position. And there's 2 down already. 2 versus 4. Zero takes a little bit of a shot, and down he goes. 1 versus 4. It's Versa this time to try and make magic happen, but 25 seconds and, well, oh, I think he just got some time in there. There should be a kill, at least 1 for him.
Not enough time for a 1v3, let alone the defuse, though. That's about to be map point for Bittersweet as they now go on 4 in a row. And just the demeanor on the station has really shifted. And just to build off of what you've been talking about as well, Bryce, I mean, a 1v4 every single time, even if damage is found from your other teammates, is just such a tall ask in a lot of different Call of Duties. But in this one, where movement speed is as fast as it is very difficult to get away with an NPC in your hand when it comes down to these trades. And like you were saying, Bittersweet, a lot more effective of it, always in a tradable position between one another. It's exactly the good search and destroy you expect out of these 4 players representing this org.
Here goes. This is Bittersweet's round again. They have found a lot of success in taking these early trades. 11 looking for any potential options here, but Bittersweet giving them nothing. And also checking the angles here. The Atlas Lions are playing this slow.
It's because they're calling in a Hellstorm. Dylan's calling in the Hellstorm right now. He's got the bomb, though. Because he's calling in the Hellstorm, everybody's escaping away. The Lux pushes up. Versus there to watch him. They can't plant the bomb because Dylan's calling in the Hellstorm. This might be a little bit of a miscall or a misopening, but Mirage going to respond with the Hellstorm of himself. He finds 2. He calls the bluff. It's about to be a 2-0 lead for Bittersweet.
Oh, felony. Dylan Codd has his number potentially. Oh! Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Oh, still trying to hold on.
Should be able to get this bomb plant.
It does.
Problem is that they might be expecting that they're coming from the Shark Tank. Nobody's turning around for Lambo yet.
There we go. There's going to be a little bit of it go down. It's going to be Dylan Connor 1 versus 2 to hold on. And down he goes. Mirage guns him. No magic that time. No way out of it. No shoulders thrown. Atlas Lions down 0-2. They are not happy with the performance. And neither should they be.
I mean, they have no reason to be. I mean, if you think of like Zyro's the one that he threw down like his earbuds right there, just very, very upset with the performance that he had right then and there. It's just tough, right? I mean, Dylan's finding a lot of kills and like the numbers look really, really good, but I think regardless, you're looking at not a mismatch from an individualistic standpoint. I think that we know that Zyro Versa 11 and obviously Dylan can hang. But it's a fundamental mismatch, in my humblest opinion, because like Fellow and Porte, throughout all towards the end, again, came up short, top 4 CDC, LCQ, playing alongside Nate and Peel. They've always been one of the more like fundamentally like strong team or duos as it may be from the teams that they've been on throughout the entirety of the year. And Velux has always made a name for himself to be that same exact player, to be able to fit into a working system. So you can clearly tell just from the mini map in their opening rollouts, they're learning as they're going along. Bryce, their small talk has to be on fleek. It's the things that you need to be a championship team, let alone to make it to the EWC main event next weekend.
Yeah, that's kind of the point here as well. This will kind of start settling them out. Realistically, the Atlas Lions just having no ability to trade is going to cost them. That is going to be the fundamental issue. Is in S&D is that you want those trades to come through. If you don't get the kill clean, then you have to make sure that somebody is there for the trade, and it just wasn't. Realistically, if you're going to talk about how that went, it was Dylan Cod who gave you some rounds. The rest of it was pretty poor, and you know that is what we were expecting coming into it. Bittersweet are definitely, in my opinion, the higher ranked team out of these two. They are the favorites to win it here. And as much as we can have a good time rolling back the clock with Dylan Cod, it does seem like a bit of a mismatched team versus team.
I'm just happy that we were able to side by side live that dial back the clock for Dylan's 1v2. I got to go back and be able to get that clip, man. That was some legendary stuff. But yeah, I just think that, yeah, I agree. You know, same thing that you were talking about with Omnia versus Pain earlier. Like, these are winners round 1 matchups in a top 16 bracket. You almost have to expect for these things to happen. These two seeds are a little bit closer. So you can kind of give an asterisk of why the competitiveness is there, but still at the end of the day, for the seasons comparatively between these two, we expect Bittersweet to be able to close this out in 3.
We certainly do. Well, while we get this next match ready to go, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the LCQ on the road to EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to jump into our third map of the series. If you haven't been keeping up, let me walk you through memory lane. So far, we have Bittersweet against the Atlas Lions, and the Atlas Lions have not been a walkover, but a lot of that is on the shoulders of Dylan COD, if you have remembered that veterancy. But at the moment, Bittersweet do seem like the team with the fundamentals. Will that be enough to carry the day and get it done in the 3-0?
Yeah, I mean, the Fundies have absolutely been getting them over the line as far as the hardpoint is concerned. You saw a light resurgence coming through from Tal in that map number 1, making things interesting, 250 to 178 at the end, but it was setting up to be about a 120-point difference there for a certain amount of time. Dylan COD, he had himself a great map number 2, like you were talking about there, Bryce. I just don't think that you can always rely on one player. So the fundamentals between the 4 players, being able to put their own arm into the pool to be able to get them over the line together, that Bittersweet are definitely in firm control to be able to win it out here.
Well, we'll see if that is in fact the case, as these teams should be getting ready to run this overload themselves. But yeah, it's going to be the for me, it's what I think a lot of people are expecting. It has been a highlight show from Dylan and COD, but there's also been some very good kind of gameplay from Bittersweet. You know, they did start to take over and really nail it down in that S&D towards the later rounds. They knew how to execute and stop giving away the clutches, the 1v3s and 4s that has been happening. So we should see if it does go that same way. I've always said I think Overload is a very team-based game, so individual plays might not matter as much.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, especially with Overload, like, you can 1v4, but if you don't have another person with you, like a lead blocker or something, like, you're not going to get the score. This isn't your rank play matches. I'm sorry to let you know. As much as we would love to be able to see Dylan COD 1v4 Bittersweet over and over and over again, these are the types of people, if you missed map number 2, I strongly urge you to go back and just watch the dissection and just how they were able to learn round after round. Going back to back as many rounds as they did, no easy feat, especially when you're just getting run at and just getting absolutely gunned the way that they were. So, yeah, I think that Bittersweet have every single tool at their disposal to be able to do quite well here. They have the slaying, they have the communication visibly on the mini-map as far as I'm concerned. And they also just have, like, I don't know, like they have something going for this team that I don't think a lot of people have really thought about in a long time. I hinted at it earlier. First champs that fellow has missed in quite some time. I don't think that Tyler enjoyed that too much. So he would love to be able to play against the pros at EWC for the main event next weekend. By any stretch of the imagination, he feels like this is the best team to do it.
Well, let's see if that is in fact the case. Here comes the Overload. Expectations are set, but does that line up with reality? This is a big push, and well, I mean, of course, the player at the very forefront of it is going to be Dylan COD, but does get taken down before anything else can happen, and now it is a fight to get this through.
Sure is. Great irons being held by fellow. Jots there for 11, rips his head clean off. Not going to be able to get the device further forward. It actually resets back towards the center of the map. It's a 3-for-1 feed. Fellow's trying to be the lead blocker. He's got a stun forward, but he will die. Device not going to get picked up. Back to square one. Bittersweet looking for kills.
Good position if they can try and convert it, though. They're going to have to try and wrap this one through the top here, but still got it. This should go home. Realistically, they won't be able to get anybody into position quite yet, and Bittersweet do get that first one over the line. It's now the Atlas Lions who have to fight back.
Playing off their back foot, though. That's going to be the hardest part, especially on this side of the map. And where also the device does spawn. If this is your first time watching Scar in any sort of facet, that head glitch that's over there, it's godlike. Just no other way to put it. 3-for-1 feed. 11's able to clean up Porte there with the pistol. That should be the device being picked up, but now all of Bittersweet ironing over by both.
Well, here comes the push, but this is all going to be Velox. I mean, Dylan COD can make all the kills he wants here, but if that EMP doesn't get scooped, it's not going anywhere. Now here comes the positioning. You see Zaro is worried. Doesn't know exactly where to go between the two of them.
Just sitting here thinking, just like, you're not wrong. And like, if the device physically does not get picked up, like, it stays right there. And Bittersweet on this side of the map, like, they're going to be content for the next 3 minutes just to play trades until they find a 3-for-1 or a 4 dead to then fly forward. This is literally one of the hardest in all of Overload for this entire year to try to convert this device on either side of the map. So now you got the Atlas Lions poking through the mid cut. They already found the kill. They're trying to set up for Versa to pinch around the back.
Zaro. A couple of kills going through here. That's still going to be the EMP in the hands of Bittersweet as they go for the wrap here. This is dangerous to have it this far back at this point, as it might get caught if somebody slips the net if they don't have complete control of where these players have got through. And this is the issue they're looking for. Already managed to get out of it. Versa is chasing fast. That's a good kill. Looking for the second.
Oh.
Wonderful from Versa. What it does, though, is basically put this back into a neutral position as Bittersweet will go on the defensive.
They're still going to find so many more kills. Somebody from the Atlas Lions needs to step up to find another two-piece after Versa's two right then in there. 11, able to be right there alongside Versa. The Vice resets again. Versa needs to finesse his life over by Blue while his teammates try to surge on forward. He finds one. There's no help nearby. Proto's right there for the cleanup, and all of the assistants just completely wiped off the map. Team kill does not help out your efforts, and what was a really good look for the Atlas Lions for a solid 90 seconds comes up absolutely flat.
They need to make a bit of a better push. Here it goes. This might actually go in. I don't think they've got anyone really in a good position to stop it completely. And I say that, and he threads the needle and cuts them down.
Yeah, Mirage, cheeky little angle right there. Head glitch, very tough to be able to see, but you're almost hoping that the damage was going to be sufficient enough for him to back on down. Device now picked up here for Mirage. Missile damage into Dylan COD. That screen now open. Gets information. There's another player in towards P1. Fellow needs to find this trade. But Zyro's able to reset his life. So the Device is looking to at least reset here just in a moment's time, unless somebody picks it up and tries to scoot it on forward. Veil's also trying to cause distress over by the red spawn, and that's the Device respawning. 50 seconds remaining in the opening round.
Let's try and do something here in the last seconds. Apparently, trying to turn a button, he's firing everything he can possibly get into. It's a little bit furious, but again, this is the Atlas Lions. They are pushing into the spawn. They are finding the kills, but the EMP is so slow to move that you basically have to fight 20 people. That respawn is always going to be faster than you can take them down.
Yeah, I almost feel like that map is correct. Like, by the time that you hesitate too much to pick up the Device, you got about 4, maybe 5 sets of respawns you got to try to cut through. There's Dylan, be able to held down Velux, and that's the Device finally captured. But I feel like that capture probably should have happened about a minute and a half ago. I don't know about you, Bryce, but still, it's all tied up going in towards the second set, unless Bittersweet make a last-ditch effort here.
Well, this might be it. I mean, that last kill going now, Predator is absolutely ruining these teams here. That EMP's not moved quite as fast as I was expecting either. You get Proto in a position like that one, you kind of back him up very quickly with guns going through, and well, that might just go down to a free play now. The back off coming in. Velox is saying, right, if I can just stay alive, then at least we cannot lose anymore.
4 seconds. Gonna be going forward, whatever might be happening. Proto trying to make a last-ditch effort, but halftime will be pushed. Tied up 1 apiece. You feel like that Bittersweet probably a little upset with themselves, so they let that capture come through, but the opposite side of the stage, I mean, if you're Tal, like, you got to be pretty upset with yourself, the amount of opportunities that you had just to be able to score, not maybe just one, but I feel like there were several opportunities that they were frying over by the big blue house. But now they're going to be flipping over towards the opposite side, see what they're going to be able to produce for themselves. Again, the Atlas Lions, just when I feel like I'm ready to count them out, they're keeping things extremely competitive. Slaying is much better in this map number 3, Bryce, than it was in the map 1.
Hey, I'd go even further. I'd say I think, realistically, the Atlas Lions are doing a better job on this map. The only issue that they currently have is that EMP is not moving forward in time with the push they are making. They are playing aggressive. They are hitting the spawn and getting the kills. If that EMP was in play, it'd be a bit of a different game. It's a little bit more of a kind of just getting the kills for the Atlas Lions than it is moving the objective.
First around the back, able to stop Mirage. The blocker kind of be more focused over by the blue house and just nobody worried about the pinch. Dylan COD has been making a name for himself for the past 2 maps, just doing exactly this. Wave gunfights come through. Unanswered kills coming out of the Atlas Lions. And now if you're Bittersweet, you got to hold your irons up and stop this push.
Mirage is trying to get into a position for it as well here, but the Atlas Lions are outnumbered here. This is a push that may have already sort of died. They're going to have to wait for the reinforcements to come through and find that first wave of kills again. Proto staying alive in a good position at the same time. They've been going down. More kills going towards them as well. That is wonderful play by Proto. He's just cut through them as well. That's 4 down, and if they can get into the position for this spawn, they might not have to fight too many reinforcements.
Versa able to stop Mirage. Fella's got to dip back, or Porte does, excuse me, just to pick up the device. And now you got to try to win these next few gunfights. You got numbers on this side. Velux was too weak to try to hold his irons. He wins the 1v1 versus Versa, but nobody's there for the assistance. Zyro finds the last two as a goal line stoppage coming through for the Atlas Lions. Bittersweet had everything going for them, but Velux's HP pool could not watch over Porte to score that second.
Chemical staying alive here. He's going to go down, though. He's just too weak to get it done. And 11's trying to just run that one home as he hits a nade in the forehead. And again, the EMP moving here. The Atlas Lions this time are trying to make a bit more of a concerted push. Bittersweet, though, are throwing up the defense here. One more going through. It would have been a massive kill with a pistol if they could make it. It's not going to happen.
As the best at Brady, Porte has honestly looked the entire season. 23-17 now. Just flying around with the NPC. Chicken with the head cut off. Device waiting to get respawned back towards the center of the map. Veteran move out of Bittersweet, not wanting to park the bus and leave themselves an opportunity to get scored upon. Zyro is able to go 1-for-1 over by P2, so that's going to keep things just about even, especially with Dylan cleaning up his spawn.
2 minutes 35. Still a tight game. Still defenses that are going well here. The Atlas Lions are putting on more pressure so far in the second half, but it hasn't converted quite yet. Buster finds one. Not going to be the second. Advantage here to the Atlas Lions. That's 3 down. They're looking for the last. It's Veliaksu. Dylan Cod finds as well. He is moving about as fast as he possibly can, but that's going to get him caught. The Atlas Lions just do not have the bodies in position for a trade.
Yep. I mean, you look where like the skulls are upon death. 18-wheeler there for Dylan. He's lead blocker. Second player is over by bottom green. We're the last 2 players barely getting past P1 to even pick up the device. So that's kind of going 1-for-1, exactly what you were talking about, Bryce. The device not being picked up when the kills are coming through in sequence for the Atlas Lions. But Bittersweet might be looking at the second score here to give themselves a leg up as far as this map number 3 is concerned. Proto's going to die over by the white wall. 11's going to be able to double things down. So Bittersweet back to the drawing board. His fellow has to play his life. Oh my.
So far, the first couple of kills going their way, but well, stop me if you've heard it. But Dylan Cod to the rescue.
Zyro did not want to pick up that device, but forced to pick it up there. It was way too close. Mirage there to be able to find the 2. That's 3 in the feed. Device going to get picked up by Proto. Here comes the push. Mirage is already over by the white wall, just ready to cut down defenders.
Here comes this push. Felony. He's got a second. Felony's on 3 health and still trying to make himself a bit of a nuisance here. They're going to have to wait for reinforcements. Too many have already got up from the Atlas Lions. 11, big kill win here to the mid. Takes a bit of the pressure off. More players now trying to go through here, but they have found the kills. It's Dylan Cod versus Mirage. It's going to be Mirage who finds it, but he has to go back to the EMP. Will anyone get there in time? I don't think they can, as it will be Bittersweet to take the lead. And that was a game of inches.
But it's about to be the game all the way through and through. 30 seconds left. The device spawning in effective Scar Narnia here by P3. The Atlas Lions don't even have possession of the head glitch. Proto's already passed the plane. You got players of Velux cleaning up his spawn. Nades coming up too long. Trades coming through, and that should just be the game. Bittersweet. I mean, it was a long, hard, and fought battle here on the 3rd map. The Atlas Lions really gave it to him, but Bittersweet going to be able to close things out in 3.
Well, they've done it. It was a battle all the way through here. I would even say I think the Atlas Lions had more control than them for a good period of it, but they just weren't able to get that final flurry in. And that, unfortunately, is going to be a 3-0 going forward as well. But apparently they're talking. Dylan Cod is having words. Doesn't seem like the nicest of conversations.
Oh, no, they're all just talking like, hey, you guys made really good plays in the Search and Destroy. All the attachments you guys chose, really, really good stuff. Firm handshakes all around. Yeah, see, there's this one.
They're all good.
Yeah, opposite of what they were saying, for sure. It's just funny because, like, Velux, like, he comes from a long line of, like, playing a lot of Florida locals, where it's just, like, if you talk smack to him before the series is even over and you still lose the map, like, he's keeping all of these, chambers just loaded, just ready to throw it right back to you. And although, like, Dylan, he's been doing it for a real long time, you know, he's got some good sportsmanship. He can take it just as much as he can dish it.
Well, if one thing you can take from that is that the Atlas Lions, Dylan Cod looked pretty good. But that is going to be a 3-0. They will go into the lower bracket and see it. But speaking of bracket, we can take a look at the upper bracket and show you how it's gone so far. This is where we are. This is how it's gone. If you have been following along with us, well, I'm going to lead you through it one more time. So far, Arrow Tech Edge have taken down 2 unks. That's going to be a 3-0. Eras Esports and Razwan is coming up next, I believe, or in our 4th slot. We have a bunch of slots going on today. Omnia and Victor took down Pain Nation DE. That was pretty good from them. Torn Esports against Evoltic. If I have been told correctly, Evoltic EU failed to check in. So easy one there for Torn as it's gone through. Bittersweet have just taken down the Atlas Lions in the closest game so far of the day. Also coming up shortly, BTD versus Annex Esports should be gracing our screens. 3 games left, and I believe 2 more slots, so we will see at least 2 of them. Then we've got the Pit EU versus Randomites. The Randomites also failed to check into the Pit EU, have had a easy walk through. But what I will say is our round of 8 is shaping up to be pretty.
Yeah, it's exactly what we all expected for things to be happening outside of 2 people forgetting to set proper alarms to get to the venue on time, I guess. But regardless, yeah, Telluride Bush versus Omni and Victor looking pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and throw my hat in the ring. I think that Rousing should probably beat Eras Esports and go face Aerotech. Should be fun. But Torn Esports versus Bittersweet. NA versus NA in Paris? Sign me up.
It'll be an interesting one. I think you've made a bit of a bold call there as well. I think that Rousing versus Errors is going to be a much closer game than you expected it to be. Cleams is not a bad player. And these Nadox, I think that whole team definitely has the skills to go for it. It should be a very good one going through. But we have to get the players into the seats. And to do that, it's going to take a little bit of time. So we're going to take a break here. Don't go anywhere. More action on the LCQ right after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
better get right, champion.
Welcome back everybody here to the road to EWC for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We are live from the STC Contenders Arena for the last chance qualifiers. 15 teams have entered. I think it was actually 16 teams entered into the competition, and only one will leave a ticket to next weekend. I'm Infinity, joined by Proper for this cast. Proper, you're looking as good as ever.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it feels really good to be able to be back, do it with you here in the big 2026, man. I think that we're going to be in store for some really good series. Bryce and I were already talking about it. We got back-to-back 3-0s, but as the tournament progresses, the matchups are only going to become closer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are still in winners round 1 at the moment, so they're not going to be too close just yet. However, we have a banger matchup to close out the day, which I can't wait to get to a little bit later on. However, we should start talking about what we've seen so far, I think, before we get into this next matchup proper, because you actually had a pretty good matchup there. We were asking the question, what is Dylan COD going to bring to the table in the big year of our Lord 2026? It turns out he's actually still pretty good at the game.
And I don't think anybody could be surprised. He was doing his damnedest to put all of his team into his proverbial backpack for the map number 2. Dropped a lot of kills as far as the map number 1 is concerned. And shout out the rest of his team. I think that Zyro and Versa definitely deserve like their own shouts as far as like that map 3 is concerned. Really good back and forth. I think just the fundamentals for Tal just came up a little bit too short. Cannot rely on just one player to win every single series. It may work in your ranked matches. It does not work here.
Yep, everybody has to be pulling their weight, especially in a setting where only, as I said, one team can make it to the Esports World Cup at the end of the road that lay ahead of us. And so the road will begin now for a couple of teams that are waiting eagerly for their first round matchup. We have our next matchup ahead of us. It is going to be BTD Esports going head-to-head with Annex Esports, both of which are names that have spent a lot of time in challenges in EMEA over the last year or so, although one having a little bit more success than the other.
I would certainly say so. And that's, of course, going to be BTD. You know, there's a lot of names on this roster that we've been watching for a real long time, you know, dating all the way back to the Awubabubs roster for Abusa, as well as Linz and Brezzy. Cobra's going to be right here alongside playing for Henry. Talking about what was going to be happening to Henry ever since he got dropped from his previous roster. He's found himself here alongside Russian Detain. And as far as the season is concerned, it's not bad.
No, not at all. Not been a bad season for Henry whatsoever. I think he's a phenomenal player. He's a player that's been kind of around for a really long time now. Like, I remember casting Henry back in like IW, and that was like before he obviously made his name for himself in challenges, before challenges even existed. Back in those days, he's been around, and he's never looked as good, I think, as he had probably this year. Maybe Black Ops 6, you can make an argument for, but like this year, Henry has definitely peaked. And so maybe a surprise to some people that he was dropped from that P7, now known as the Pit roster. But he has landed on this team, and it's not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, I would probably argue that if you're BTD, if you're Russian Detain, who were previously on this roster and did make it all the way to second at LCQs, I would say argue adding Cobra and Henry to the roster is probably going to be a major upgrade for this team. Whether or not they can pull things together, though, ahead of the LCQ, that's a different story.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about Cobra being picked up into the league for what he was able to do over the past several years from that Awubabubs team playing alongside Brezzy. When he was playing on the Vancouver Surge with Abusa, people were truly starting to think that Cobra's going to be the next up, that we were going to just have Awubabubs 2.0 into the CDL, but he's kind of been falling off, I wouldn't say staggerly, from the KD ratios that we've got all the way back in Vanguard from the young man, but we'll have to see what he has in store for us on this weekend, because we got the new addition to the map pool, Frequency Hardpoint. Take me back to 2019. Let's go.
Oh, goodness. Literally, for reference, by the way, guys, for years, Proper, literally every single time you mention the words Black Ops 4 to Proper, he has like a moment of shudder, like a joyful shudder. It's all, he just loves it. He absolutely loves Black Ops 4. No idea why he's so biased towards the game. Either way, Frequency is a map that comes all the way back from Black Ops 4, and this is the first time we get to see it. Bryce and I talked about it at the top of the show. Are we going to get to see a Frequency Hardpoint? Is a team going to throw it in for the fun of it? It looks like Annex. I'd assume, actually haven't looked at who kind of vetoed this in, who picked it. I'd assume this is an Annex pick. Just trying to throw BTD off. So far, though, it's not looking like it's working.
Yeah, I mean, frequency, if you miss any of the BO4 year, very fast-paced. I mean, we had 3 guns during that year, the SOG and the Maddox. Maybe had 1 ICR because you had to, just anchoring out the spawns. 5v5, then 4v4 now, and the pace still feels like it has not skipped a single beat. Going in towards P2 now on the backside of control. Still there firmly is BTD, racking up the score.
Looking towards P2. Rush trying to hold on towards the back time, but those spawns are being locked in by Annex here for the moment. Nice double kill coming through. The big problem here towards the players of Annex, towards that back spawn, is that they can continue to get farmed. This was an issue, I think, back in Black Ops 4, if I remember correctly, with these back spawns, is that you can really farm on it. Smallzilla, though, does come through with a couple of kills. Smallzilla will actually find number 3, but will be denied the full set there as Rush doubles up. It enables BTD to grab that last 15 seconds of scrap time. And yeah, Annex, I mean, they try to get in for those back spawns, but just held back, can't get through.
Yep, just trying to poke and prod all the way through the middle of the map. No easy feat, how narrow some of those windows are. Just becoming fish in a barrel at certain points of time. Going down towards P3, over towards blue. Cobra's already right here, just playing the angle. This guy definitely studied some BO4 tape, tell you that much. That's a known angle. Still got back spawns from Annex, though. The way that BTD are positioning themselves, they force out the splits.
That's just not good for Annex whatsoever. You're already starting to lose control of the game. Weaves, who is a pretty good player, by the way, from France, I believe he is, has made a name for himself over the course of the last couple of seasons in challenges on French rosters. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do anything. However, the rest of the team will. They are able to combine for 4. Now, back 30 could potentially go their way. If you get this time proper, this is everything. You're able to have a voice in this game. But BTD already on their way with Henry picking up that first blood. Cobra follows up with another one through the middle of the map. Rush does get caught, though, and still it's Detain coming through. Avo picks up 3, and that should be the shutdown. Not fully just yet. Got to work for a little bit more. And Henry, well, he wants to stop that scrap time going their way.
So many historic clips there on that P3. Just on the exit going over towards P4. Scump definitely has some highlights, especially from that small room. But now the rotation over towards Tree, down towards the pipes we go for the final hard point in the rotation. You know, you make that argument for Annex, like they really wanted to get that scrap time to maybe have a voice in towards this game. They needed that, plus the rotation over towards New. They're barely able to at least get the first, let alone the second. Stray gunfights all over the place. BTD over 100 points.
Feels like BTD are edging out on these gunfights at the moment, right, where they're winning these 3 versus 2 trades, and Annex can't do anything. Smallzilla falling off the map. How about that one for a frequency classic right there? Smallzilla finds his way off the edge of the map, and that's going to enable BTD now to overwhelm. And this is what you'd love to see. This reminds me of back in the Sword play, where you would see SMGs push all the way up after winning these initial gunfights. Henry trying to do that with the new SMG addition to the lineup, and he will do it to great success. And proper at the end of the first set, it's not looking good whatsoever for Annex Esports. Some real low performers on the roster at the moment, really holding things back.
Nice to see frequency still being played. You find the first wave of gunfights. SMG search forward inside of the orange pipes. That head glitch is still really, really gross. Even though like the player models are a little bit taller than what they are, what they were in BO4, excuse me. So yeah, not looking great for Annex so far. Combined 22 kills between Smallzilla and Avo. I mean, you can really start rallying behind this, but it's a difference as far as the fundamentals are concerned. You watch at the discrepancy of which BTD are finding these trades, it's reflecting in the scoreline.
A little bit individual there from Weaves, who is struggling, by the way, so far in this game at 4 and 13. Of course, his in-game EKIA will probably look a little bit better than that, so he won't be feeling too discomforted with what's going on at the moment, but the scoreline will make him feel that. Spawns will flip. BTD have read it, setting players forward almost immediately. Henry, peppered up from the middle of the map, can't survive, and neither can Cobra. So Annex will surge through for 15 seconds, and if I'm being honest with you, proper at this point, I think 15 seconds probably feels like gold dust to this roster.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, the majority of time that they've gotten off of any one hard point is about like 18, maybe 20 points. So yeah, 15 seems great. Got to start somewhere. Start working your way over towards the orange side through the middle of the map. Will lose a pretty big one to Henry. That could be the opening to go inside of the window. Annex now trying to find the trades pretty effectively, though. Cobra's right there to stop the play dead in its tracks right at the front door of P2. Back to the drawing board.
I just can't break in, no matter what they do. BTD with the roaming subs at the moment are being so darn frustrating. You can see that reflected in the scoreline as well. Detain 17 and 13, Henry at 13 and 12, and Cobra up there running the sub here in this map at 18 and 12 as well. Absolutely sensational work from BTD as they continue to slay their way through this game. Cobra gets a Hellstorm missile That's going to spell disaster for Annex Esports. He will be denied that, and Amex should be the first to do the touch on Noob, but you gotta make sure you hold the middle of the map.
Yep, Hellstorm missiles bringing us back all the way to BO4, of course, very infamously used to be breaking PO4. Of course, we also had the lightning strike then as well, which is just a carpet of Hail Mary bombs being thrown down towards that P4 lane. Let's see if Cobra even feels the pressure to use it. 2 for 1, now 2 for 2, as Annex are in possession of P4. Cobra's over by the staircase, and that's not the same head glitch it was many years ago. Will get gun, Annex in control.
Annex trying. Oh, I like that play from Abo there. Really just trying to catch players off guard coming out of the hard point, but it doesn't work. Almost immediately gets traded out after finding the first blood. Weaves has picked up things ever so slightly since last time. Goodness gracious, Weaves to the pistol for another one. Weaves getting it done. That's 3 big kills. Good read on the players coming off the spawn as well. Problem is, the rest of the team weren't there picking up time, at least initially. Finally, now they are. But little 3 pieces like that, that will get you incrementally back into the game. You just got to find some consistency in it.
Yeah, you really do. Find consistency and just try to get in towards whatever flow you could possibly find. BTD going to be the first down over by the pipes. See the deep spawn from Henry. He's not going to be a part of this defense. 3 players to the middle of the map. Tains looking for timing, finds the first and the second subsequently. Will get traded in towards the back. That's how you make it worthwhile when Henry spawns all the way in Bufu.
Henry spawning out gives them an opening. Opportunity here to press forward if you're Annex. They're just going to wait to pre-fire. They know that as soon as they push forward here, they're going to run straight into a wall of SMGs. Henry with a little throw of the shoulder. That should give the go button to the players in the middle of the map, that they can deal with the players in the cross, and Henry does exactly that. Now looking to press the advantage as well, our BTD Esports, and that is something that is absolutely beautiful out and proper. They do not hold back. As soon as they get a couple of kills, they are going to push the issue.
Just when Annex were able to get the footwork going, BTD break it right back into their favor. I mean, the leader's advantage was just a little bit too far gone. That, you know, a break for 15 here, break for 20 there, just going to give them the map 1 win. Beats. All right. Takes down teammate plus the extra inside of you, but this is BTD's final lap around. Rush will find a 2-piece. They're closing it out here.
This one feels like it should absolutely be done. Annex Esports have withered their way through this hard point, and BTD have walked it. Beautiful hard point control from them, and talk about a slaying discrepancy. Every single time that we got to see BTD, they look phenomenal.
Yeah, they sure do. Yeah, I mean, that's it. This is just a roster that you expect to be able to do exactly what we saw, and that is just slaying. I mean, from start all the way to finish, they never really slowed up. The pace was absolutely ferocious, and Annex were constantly playing off the back foot. So I think when you're looking at it at the circumstance that Annex are going to be playing off the back foot, gotta try to have somebody step into that role to be able to find all the slaying. Avo was trying his damnest. We saw that a small Zill was also right there as well. But I mean, when you're constantly playing frequency in a 2v4, you're never going to have spawns in your favor. You're never going to be able to have numbers on the rotation, let alone being able to find effective trades. Your focus is always over towards the front, and Annex constantly getting flanked from the back.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think 9/10 of the fight sometimes is just winning your gunfights, right? And I think early on in that game, particularly, Annex just why not? I think Weaves in particular started incredibly slow. Makoof, I think, took a while to get into the game. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct. I don't know if it's like a noof sound. I don't know if I'm doing the sound design. You know what I'm talking about? Like when you stub your toe on something, like a oof. That's how we're supposed to be saying it. Either way, those players had a pretty slow start to the game, and you know, having win a 2v4, it's not really going to help. Of course, Makoof did get in there in the end, but just too little, too late, I think, for Annex Esports. So I'm not necessarily surprised. I do think they probably, again, are not looking at the vetoes. I assume they are the ones that took the big swing on a frequency hardpoint to see if they could try and get something going against BTD. But as Bryce said at the top of the day, you can sometimes take those swings. So it's not going to matter if BTD are just going to play for themselves and it'd be as good as they are.
Yeah, blind Hail Mary swing doesn't always go your way, you would think, especially in a map mode combination like frequency hardpoint. If you think any curveball was going to be there, you just have to try to look yourself in the mirror and point at yourself while you're in the bathroom before the series and be like, I will outslay Cobra, which doesn't happen all too often. Very difficult to do, especially on a frequency hardpoint, I can only imagine. So good looks, at least for BTD. I mean, like, that's a rep underneath their belt. They could really hold that going in towards the rest of the weekend, barring what ends up happening for them. But we expect them to continue to do quite well here. Raid Search and Destroy is up next. A lot of classics through these first two maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Another raid search and destroy. We saw one at the start of the day, although that one was significantly faster, owing to the fact that I think at that point in the game, Omnia and Invicta had kind of realized that all they need to do is run at their opposition to get the dub. Obviously, they actually learned a little later in that search and destroy that that's not the case, and they did need to actually try, considering they almost lost that search and destroy. I suspect this one will be a little bit closer. If I know anything about Avo, is that actually got a pretty good search and destroy brain on him, so he should be able to lead the team at least strategically. Again, I think it's just going to come down to, can you win the gunfights? Because I feel like if BTD are going to do anything, it's that they are probably going to try and press the aggression a lot here in this search and destroy. And so the reaction from Annex is going to be everything. I mean, can you actually stop them in their tracks?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because that has the potential for us as commentators to be batting 1,000 as far as our first 3 series are concerned. You go back to the raid search and destroy that you and Bryce had for Omnia and Pain. Yeah, yep. That's just the clear-cut decision. Hey, we're better than you. We're going to run at you, and we're going to gun you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Bittersweet tried that versus Tal, and Tal had the plan on Hacienda Search and Destroy just to iron up and wait for the Force Ares to come through. And it did garner them a handful of rounds, and Dylan COD just absolutely going sicko mode. But, you know, besides the Dylan Herculean mode, like, that was Bittersweet's falling moment. They could not run at them. So Annex are going to probably have to find the same exact level that the other two teams did as the lower echelon of playing off their back foot, that they have to hold irons, that they have to have better stuns, because BTD are absolutely going to come out here and just start sprinting at you and continuously making you more uncomfortable than what you were on frequency.
Yeah, I think the early game for me for sure is going to be a case of, you know, Annex, as you said, just being very reactive to the presumed aggression that we're going to see from BTT. Everything past that, though, if that works, I wonder what their game plan will be. We jump in towards this one, though, folks, and Annex Esports are going to full sprint it, fall down towards A. Should have a smoke forward to try and cover that stairwell, and they will. So line of sight has been covered from Rush and Cobra, and now BTD's response here, try and get Henry and Detain in a position to catch these guys off guard. Annex, they are wise to it. Are they ready? Avo pre-fires and does not check it quick enough. Avo gets caught, and now that's going to push all these players out of position.
A little bit of a miss opening as far as a rollout is concerned. Wheats Makoof 2v4 situation. Playing the bottom side of Red. Gets Red. Henry just smokes him. Wheats inside a Laundry dead. It is a clean ace coming through. Nobody dying for BTD. And yeah, just a classic, like, hey, let's just sprint over towards Ring. No stuns, nades over towards P5. Nothing over towards poolside. It's exactly where the pinch comes through for Henry and Detain, as they just pinch around the backside of Red. And I say it's a little bit of a misopening coming through for Annex, because the M15 holding the anchor in towards the back, watching the driveway flank, was Avo, and he had the bomb. So not exactly what you want, especially when you know that you're trapped over by Ring. You want to try to get that bomb planted as soon as possible.
Yeah, like, I think when we talked about them playing for the aggression, I think that might have been them talking about the aggression just a little bit too literally, right? It's like yeah. You know it's going to happen. I think that's playing into it too much. Good start, though, coming through. Here's that aggression. Has Cobra gotten through? Completely unassailed. Looks like it. Oh, it does get caught out by Weaves. Trade through from Rush, though, brings us down to a 3 versus 2. Still in favor of Annex, and there goes Rush. Henry's revealed his position. Now, the good news for Henry is he's going to have a bit of time before he gets into another fight here. But that time is quickly evaporating. Henry out towards the open and does get caught. So big round there for Annex. They really needed that.
Yeah, they really did. Able to bounce back perfectly. It's Makoof, and, you know, I was staring at his name for a little while longer. Maybe it's MC Oof, because he got me thinking about, like, Oof. You know, like MC Hammer.
Yeah.
Maybe this guy's just a really good time at a party. Give this guy a microphone, he's ready to control everything. But that first blood, again, it's kind of like the same tail of the tape on both sides of the bomb now for both these two teams. No stuns, no nades, over by P5. Makoof, he's able to get through P5. He finds that first blood through pillars, and then he wraps all the way backside of Laundry, and everybody from BTD are trapped. So as we get later in towards Search and Destroy, trophy systems will be earned. Middle of the map becomes a little bit more open.
All right, big round on the board here for Annex. Aggression working out. Makoof has to produce something over by Pool if they want to get the rock down. Technically speaking, they can do it without a frag backing up, as long as they have mid-map pressure. They can't afford to give that up. Henry now with a slide out. Good job. Collapsing on towards Weaves, and it's not long for this well. You've also lost Small Diller in the play, and it's just down to Makoof, who, of course, did earlier on reveal his position, so they should know what they're looking for, and Makoof is not long for this well. There he goes.
Just always focused over towards the front. Pinch starting to come through. Numbers advantage, always there for BTD, and they will continue to exert any pressure that they're able to accrue off of that. Able to get all those opening engagements, force out the early numbers advantage, swarm over through the middle of the map. It's just those opening nades. I mean, as soon as I was talking about it, like we're getting later, it's like round number 3, like you expect trophy systems to be there inside a kitchen. They weren't, and that's exactly what happens when you don't have trophy systems. You try to contest inside a kitchen. You just get bombarded by nades, get stuck in the mud by stuns, and then once those hit markers come through for BTD, they're just running at you.
BTD able to follow up. It looks sensational in the mid round so far through the search and destroy. And he's trying something a little bit different here. Smallzilla now in the middle of the map. This could be a big start to this round if he's able to procure something through the Zig. However, that's not the direction that BTT are going to go. McCoof should know it sooner rather than later. Will Smallzilla adapt in kind, or will he get horrendous timing? There is definitely a chance for it. There might be a chance for none of these fights to happen whatsoever, and BTD just get this bomb down scot-free.
Smallzilla's going to make a right choice here. Do you try to push through? Do you try to play for the pinch? He's going to try to push all the way through. Gets the nameplate for detain, and that is some very unique timing, but that's the green light. 2v4 now for BTD.
Yeah, bomb's now down as well. Not a great position. If you're Rush and Cobra with the off angle, this is going to be the thing to throw everything off for Annex, and it works. First blood through. Cobra and Rush still playing separately, and you can still kind of tell that BTD are playing just off their own gunny. To be honest, if you got Cobra on the roster, why wouldn't you? But still, Rush now for the 1v3. Avro throwing shoulders. That's the information you needed to win the round now, because Rush just does not have the time, short of Annex absolutely throwing this away. There is no way that Rush is finding all of these kills. Gets a good look at it, to be fair. A couple of different players there. But yeah, beautifully played there from Annex. Good reactions, I think, from Avo in particular.
It's that exact round that we're talking about. That's exactly how you're going to try to stop any of the aggression. I mean, the nades and the stuns are one thing. Trophy systems keep themselves safe through the early 15 seconds of that round, Brody. But still, you saw like the post up. P5, nobody was there. So if you're Smallzilla, you're able to get in towards that corner. I thought the timing was going to be so terrible for him. He was going to get gunned. And then that was going to be the transition through pillars. But because he gets that turnaround, Avo inside of Tiki is able to get the pinch as BTD were trying to force a transition over towards the opposite bomb site. So all tied up here is round number 4. Trophy is going to keep himself safe from any nades. They came up short anyway.
So far, this has been a pretty even search and destroy. Been impressed with the reactions that we've seen from Annex. That's information. Avo now knows where the first player is. Have to be careful about that money window. They know there's more likely than not going to be somebody there, and obviously having coverage of the open stairs as well. Annex have all their bases covered here. They feel confident enough, and that's a beautiful read coming through from McCoof. Money window, pretty common spot to check, and they will get a frag off it.
Yep, they sure will. Comes a push all the way through P5. Wheat's able to take down Detain. Leaves Henry in a 1v3, and I mean, this should be a lead swap. NX got the bomb planted, barring any Henry heroics, which we have seen happen before. He's going to get pinched from behind. And that should all be the information that NX needs to take a 3-2 lead. And yeah, I mean, talk about as standard of a raid rollout you could possibly imagine. Nades get them all the way through Tiki. Gun the first player inside of money window. Henry uses an entire magazine to clean up Wheats, but there's just not enough time to be able to find these two players, let alone the defuse.
No time for Henry to do anything here. And I will say as well, this is what I've been impressed with. In back-to-back 3 versus 1 scenarios, you'd be surprised, I think, everyone at home, how often in challenges do you see teams throw them away? Like, do silly stuff, even just throwing away a couple of lives. But I have been impressed with what Annex have been able to do there in these advantageous positions where they have the man advantage. They are not just throwing their lives away. They are playing well as a team. They are playing relatively passively. And I think that's to their credit. So, a couple of rounds on the bounce here for Annex Esports. Can they continue this wave of momentum as BTD are now going to play aggressive here in towards this one?
A lot of space. Henry through stun, turn back around for the nade. All of this ring control. Smallzilla is inside of P5 again. He's getting communication from his teammates that are all inside Laundry. Like, they're pushing forward. Detain's throwing shoulders in towards the back jungle. Avo sees it. The bomb's being planted today. It's for Laundry.
Black Jacket will save Henry. So, trap has been set. Over with the wall jumps. Well, Reefs shoots, so don't even need it to know where that player is coming from. Avo also down for the count. We've no choice but to scarper away. So all of this pressure now feels like it's going to be down to Smolzilla and McCoof on the other side from driveway to try and re-get in towards the site. McCoof, nice on towards the first, not for the second. Smolzilla, ooh, good shots on towards the first. You've got time, but you've got to try and quicken things up here. As soon as Detain or Cobra goes down, the last remaining player is going to get away, and Smolzilla just does not have time. His eyes are being sent in different directions here for the last couple of players, and he's getting some good shots in. Would be nice if Smolzilla could walk away with the kills. I don't know if Cobra's going to let him out towards the open, and Cobra wins the fight regardless. Goodness, though, Smolzilla almost had that.
A round was going to be over regardless from the clock being the third member there in the 1v2. Smolzilla gave himself a real good shake at it. I don't even know. Like, I mean, the NPC zaps people. Would you want the M15 just for headshot multiplier reasons in a 1v2, Brody?
I mean,
I'd make the argument for it, but you got to hit all headshots.
The headshot multiplier still exists in the NPC, right? So it's kind of like, you know.
Yeah. It's a laser. It's a laser beam, and it's the God gun. Yeah. Just give the NPC every gunfight. I'm taking it.
Can I get the Black Ops 4 sword, please?
Oh, dude.
Specifically the one towards the end of the season. That's why I would like in that situation. the do-it-all gun, quite literally.
Yeah, no, actually, though. Give me back on, like, seaside control to watch it all happen, too. And they're going to get that quick plant, man. I mean, Detain, like, he's throwing every single shoulder possible just to play for the regen, but it's a 4v4 retake.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally speaking, Annex doing everything right here. And they're being wise, potential flanky play. Smolzilla, unfortunate really not to get better of Rush there. Trades galore going down. So Annex slowly taking real estate here. Avo, wise to potential flank. That's not what the pressure's coming from, though. McCoof now knows that. He's seen both of the players. Or did he? I don't think he saw Detain jumping towards the water. So Detain, the headshot multiplier finds McCoof. Now down to the 1 versus 1. Detain needs to try and find this kill because Avo is not silly enough to give it away for free. Just run, Avo, run, get away, and that's going to do it. Detain is now just looking for the frag to pad the stats. You're not going to find it. Avo, a little bit too cheesy with his weapon. No need to be Kenny in there.
Hitting every single YY before the triangle button just pops out of your pad. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, reasons why you can't let a quick plant happen over on the pool side. 4v4 retakes are really difficult to make happen. I think the one linchpin there for BTD on the retake was probably going to be Henry. He was the player over by driveway to maybe try to play for that pinch, but doesn't end up going his way for the initial. You're always going to be in an uphill battle trying to retake that pool site. So an offense now for BTD. They trail by 1. Cobra, yeah, he's so done giving up P5. Gets the snap as well onto Wheats. Had help as well. Was in early numbers for Annex. Quickly flip into BTD's favor.
I was going to say, McCoof, the only advantage he has here is that he can try and get away, maybe. That reach out is a hell of a reach out going out from McCoof. I mean, honestly, at this point, you're in a 1v4. Why not? Why not just go for the kill? And that's why not, because McCoof learned his lesson very quickly there. I feel like Annex right now are very much struggling in the rounds where they're not the ones setting the pace, right? I mean, we've seen 3 rounds, I think, on the bounce where Annex were able to get control just by the fact that they're able to get the bomb down and play off the post plant very well. Like, they're very good at playing their lives in a post plant situation. Outside of that, it feels like BTD are consistently the ones setting the pace. When BTD are the ones with bomb control, they are going to fly at you, and Annex haven't really had much of an appropriate reaction to that thus far. They would like that to change, though, as we get into this next round of play. BTD. What can they do here on the defense? One player in the middle of the map. That's going to be Detain, keeping an eye on the cross. Annex, not content just yet to get this rock down. They ideally want to frag before they do so.
Yeah, I really do. They know that Carver's playing close. They know there's a second player all the way in towards the back, but Detain's the one that popped up over inside of red. This brings us all the way back to round 1. Like, Annex want to get the bomb planted at A. Nobody's watching mid-map. Nobody's got the coverage to watch the deep flank. Detain finds that first blood, keeps Annex trapped over by ring.
I just don't think these A pushes has been all that good from Annex so far. Put a pin in that conversation. We'll come back to it afterwards. This game of Weeping Angels cosplay will continue as Annex refusing to move. Finally, they will do so. This is a hell of a play call with 35 seconds on the clock, by the way. Like, you are leaving a lot to the COD gods here. And you're hoping that Rush doesn't prevent you from doing this. The Rush with his initial shots, how much damage can he get away with here to prevent this one from happening? Or is he just going to play this one sneaky? Like, that's the play. Get your ninja suits out, folks. Because Rush will be there, not even going to get involved. Finally, he will do so, and in a big, emphatic way, as Rush picks up a double to close out that round. Annex just wait way too long to make a decision.
He's been doing it for a bit. He knows he's got his two teammates watching the old bomb site. Hadn't heard a single whisper over there in about 12, 15 seconds. So Rush just laying inside of Tiki, trusting that his teammate's going to be able to get that pinch into open staircase to stop the bomb plant from coming through. It keeps Rush's position completely concealed, that by the time he finds the second and the subsequent third, he barely even had a single look of damage thrown his way. So good defenses coming through now for BTD, not letting Annex set the pace in the early goings of these rounds. It's a very similar look for the offense for BTD. Can they get the bomb planted quickly?
We've just been backed away from Laundry. Does Semtex kill him? Oh, barely. We've gets away. They've done their job. BTD have got side control. Follow up. Smallzilla now on the hunt for the kill. Run away, says Cobra as he tries to get away. Smallzilla, not the tastiest of shots, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill in the end anyway. And now we come down to an advantageous spot here for Smallzilla and Ava. They're currently separated here in the 2 versus 1, but they have a massive advantage that the Rush doesn't. They've got the bomb.
Yeah, Smallzilla is now going to join Avo. Rush really has to just beam the first cleanly, prepare for the second, and they're running him down. Rush on a 4 spree. Would love to preserve this if he needs it, but we're just at the end of the game. Gotta try to make a play for the bomb, but before he even makes that decision, he's getting pinched.
Hurt him. Doesn't matter. Nice little 2-for-1 challenge there towards the end. Does not matter if you lose Avo in the play, as long as you win the round. Round 11 we go, here on Raid. And what a turn up for the books this would be if Annex could win it. Search and Destroy has always been the great equalizer. And I will say, generally speaking, Annex, they have looked good in this Search and Destroy. The big deciding factor for when they win these rounds is, can they be the ones to set the pace? Can they be the ones to decide the tempo of the rounds? We'll see. It is going to be BTD on the defense. And if I'm honest, for Annex, usually defense is great. I think if I'm Annex, I think I want this.
Look at the difference. This is a Hail Mary call. Smoke from Avo. He's the only player over here. Detain knows it as well. He had to have seen his nameplate, but it's all pump fake to go over towards A. BTD did not buy it.
Well, I think they might have done it just a little bit, right?
Oh,
yeah,
they've
sent reinforcements back towards B. That smoke is everything they needed. Now, the big thing for me here is following this point is, do Annex actually plant this bomb? Because that's what they've struggled with. They've struggled with actually just having the confidence to get the bomb down. And they still look like that's the case. Smallzilla gonna fall. It's all collapsing for Annex Esports. They were unsure of themselves. The play call was there. The follow-up was not. And BTD giving them the B2A.
It's again one of those things, like, Avo has the bomb, and I get it, like, he's gonna be the one, like, causing distress to try to get them to go over towards the pool side, but, like, because he's so late to get the bomb planted, that's where the hesitation comes through. You have laundry control. There's nobody throwing any sort of gunfire your way through P5, so, like, just get the bomb planted, give yourself that winning situation, but the slightest bit of hesitation versus a team that's as aggressive as BTD has been in the specified, Brody, they sniff any sort of hesitation, that's blood in the water for these Sharks. They're going to run you over and just completely gun you where you previously stood. So, yeah, BTD, they're going to take a 2-0 lead as far as this series is concerned, but a lot left to be desired as far as Annex and their hesitation. A lot of good openings, but, man, there's just so much spaghetti all over the floor of Raid from Annex's offenses.
Yeah. They will definitely be hurt that they lost that Raid Search and Destroy, because so far, especially after that hardpoint work, that was probably their best chance at getting into the series, because next up they have an overload on Den to try and figure out whether or not they can find a way into this series versus BTD Esports. Annex have been a pleasant surprise so far for the Search and Destroy, but they are going to need something special in the overload. Before we get there though, folks, we're going to go to a break. On the other side, we've got the third map here between BTD and Annex. Don't go far. Welcome back everybody for the road to EWC for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We are 2 maps deep into our series between BTD and Annex Esports right now here in the last chance qualifiers. This is winners round 1 and one team could be about to be sent to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it's starting to look like it's Annex Esports. I mean, if we're taking a conglomerate of what we can decipher from maps 1 and 2 going in towards Overload, a hybrid between the respawn and a little bit more methodical from the search, slaying is just going to be too far gone. I think that BTD from that map number 1 are really going to put belt to ass as far as this next map is concerned. It's an Overload, and it's very easy to have your hesitation play against you when half of the map is distinctly cut off from just being over by the rooftops. And that's where players like Henry and Detain, much like we saw on map number 2, if you're not keeping your flanks in check, oh, they're going to be in cheeks.
No, I 100% agree. I think just the slaying is going to be a big issue here for Annex Esports, and I don't mean that in any negative way towards Annex. I always want to keep the door open, right? I mean, there's, as we saw in that search and destroy, Annex is certainly capable of pulling off at least a portion of an upset against this BTD roster. It's just the follow through, I think, for Annex Esports. I think the other thing for me in this series for Annex, outside of that, is the hesitation that Annex have shown. I think even in that search and destroy, where we talked about, hey, this is where Annex have looked best. Like, they are showing up in the search and destroy. Their strategy is clearly present. It's the hesitation that really messes them up most. If they didn't hesitate in that round 11, they probably win. They refused to get the bomb down despite having laundry control. They had full ring control as well. They just didn't want to get the bomb down. Instead, they played too far forward and ended up getting slayed out. That needs to change here in this Overload, I think, in particular, because if you are going to have ball control or EMP control, you need to make sure that you do not hesitate when an opportunity presents itself, which is actually something you guys saw earlier on as well, right? With Dylan and co on the Atlas Lions on Scar, where they got some kills and they just refused to move the ball forward. Like, if you have a position or if you have a chance to do something, you have to make sure you take it.
Absolutely. I mean, the greatest rule of thumb as far as Overload is concerned, lead blocker spawns up first, able to find a good abundance of kills. That's your Dylan COD right there. Second player spawns up, get the device, move it a little bit further forward, and then the reinforcements are right behind you. Just try to play for trades. But most importantly, just got to try to stay alive. Bryce put it up like perfectly. I think that Den is very similar, especially when you go over towards the P2 side of the map to try to score, just as similar as it is over by the Big Blue House. Like, it feels like that if you're not finding a 4 or a 3-for-1 trade effectively, you're not going to score. And if you aren't going to score, then you're probably going to be in a wave of zombie fights where you got to kill and team wipe them at least 4, maybe 5 times. So if you can be aware of that situation, you're going to be eating pretty good as far as this Den Overload is concerned. But it starts and stops with the one thing that is beckoning for this Annex Esports, and that is the slaying in the respawns. We got to see some of it coming through from Alvo and Smallzilla. I think that Big Time and Makoof have definitely been coming into their own as far as their timing is concerned in the search and destroy. It's just translating that into this Den Overload when you are down 0-2 in a best of 5 series. Good luck, have fun.
Alrighty. Let's see how they go on here. One last chance for Annex Esports, to get back into Water Series to start the reverse sweep. Has to be now. BTD already starting strong here with the first wave of gunfights, and they're already starting to get their lead blockers through. Henry deals with one player on the other side, but Avo does win a crucial fight, and that will stall this approach for the moment.
Hey, you saw the hesitation right there from Rush, who picks up the device from P1. He wanted to go back couches, but he already lost his teammates from Alvo winning that crucial gunfight, so they're going to wrap it. Get set up over by Des. The bait for Detain over by the desk. Absolutely sublime to be able to find the next kill. Player number 7, Cobra, he's already in towards the back. Wheats finds that kill. Rushed with the device, gets stuck in the mud. It was a Hail Mary call, but it comes up short.
Well, Annex will now have the ball. Opportunity now for them to start moving forward. Again, they haven't fully cleared out their base. This might be a big issue, especially if Cobra finds these kills. Yeah, Cobra's going to do so. Luckily for Annex, though, Makoof is still forward, and Makoof is able to deliver another one against Detain. Massive double from him. Again, all about opening the door for your teammates to get back through. Makoof does exactly that.
He sure does. That's part of that slaying that we're talking about. Coming into their own, getting comfortable. And they try to find any semblance of consistency. Device is going to reset back towards the center of the map. Makoof is going to pick it up. Henry's trying to find focus off of respawns, but he's now so far removed from this play, he might shoot one in towards the back, but the device is already over by B. Rush has to stop this. He dies, and Annex score first.
Alrighty, how about that for Annex? Beautiful start towards this Overload. But BTD already starting to get aggressive here. Cobra checks the corner. Nicely done. Shots in towards Makoof. Doesn't necessarily need to be the one to finish off that gunfight, and he isn't. And that is a response in kind from BTD. How quickly they were able to put something back together there.
It's exactly what you want as far as the response is concerned. Able to get the score and then rectify it, making things all even Stevens once again. The device spawning over by rooftops. Big 1v1 for Weeds, able to take down Henry there with the pistol. Cannot get away with his life, but that still opens up an opportunity, barring what Cobra can do here.
One player flanking. Havo. Now the last player, as you've already lost Makoof in the play. And that's going to be the prevention there from BTD. So now you've got ball control. What do you do with it? BTD already starting to set themselves up here for the play through that tin side. Towards B they go. Henry's now trying to make a little bit of noise here. He has to be the arbiter of this play. Maybe Detain just wants a bit. Never mind. Not even going to wait for Henry. And that probably is the play call because Henry ends up going down. Irrespective of that, Cobra goes as well. That's a full wipe coming through. Now Annex right back at you.
Starting to run all the way through desk. Makoof going to be the opening. Get damage on a Cobra. Avo's also there with the NPC. Takes down Rush. They're just searching for the next wave of gunfights, and they're going to fly all the way in towards Dragon. The pinch comes through from Cobra, but it might not be there in time. It does, in fact, stop the device dead in its tracks.
And these teams are getting so close to getting a second overload through. Every single time. Just one or two more remaining players to contend with. Able to prevent it. BTD once again trying players through. Keep an eye on that one player that's on a deep flank here. Avo is cooking here in the back line, and he doesn't even really get a chance to get involved. He might well have lit a fire under their butts, but Smolzilla is the one to extinguish it. As Annex Esports, they hold here for the moment. Back and forth, the pendulum will swing. Now it is Annex trying to go for it yet again.
70 seconds remaining here as far as round number 1 is concerned. The first half. Pressure being surmounted over by the rooftops. Avo's going to be the tip of the spear. There's a second player there. Right in the corner, it's Rush. He's able to stop the lead device carrier, but he just gets overwhelmed with numbers. And what a map number 3. What an opening half for Annex Esports. The slaying is much better. The team play coordination is all the way there. BTD looking for an immediate response, but the opportunity is not there as it was the last.
BTD just cannot get something going. The perfect setup they had previously, there's always one player that's being isolated from Annex Esports. Well, that's probably not the best position for Makoof to be in. I'll now delay things ever so slightly here for a perfect defensive hold. Trade's still good here for the moment, though. BTD are now poking and prodding at the defense here with 20 on the clock. Makoof doubles up. Beautifully done here in the middle of the map from Makoof. There's now 15 left. It should be Annex in control. And if I'm Annex, if I'm being honest, at 2 for 1, you're content to just let that EMP device lie in the middle of the map. If you can grab it for an extra 30, that's fine. Just do not let it go into the hands of BTD. That might not have a choice. They don't have a choice yet. Henry, always weak. Someone's got to grab the EMP. Detain barely gets away. But the issue for Detain here with 30 on the clock is that he doesn't have to help. He needs to burn some time for his teammates to get over here. And he's just going to try and play Great Escape. One flanking player. Avo does get dealt with, and they will at the very least stop it. But do you have the time proper with 15 seconds left to fly across the map and get this overload through? There's blockers in the way for Annex on P2. Cobra trying to deal with 2 towards the other side. Can they get it through? No, they cannot. And a good effort there from BTD in the last few seconds, but it just does not work.
Yeah, it narrowly close. I mean, Cobra flew across the rooftops. Nobody even saw it. The fact that Detain was able to win that 1v1 versus Avo set up the opportunity for a dead even half. But by the time that they got over there, Cobra was overwhelmed with numbers. There was no other assistance to stop the players inside of couches from gunning you on the cross past P2. So that's a 2-1 lead now for Annex. I mean, the first lead that they've been able to have for themselves ever since being up in the search and destroy. See what they're going to be able to do with it. But again, I think it is a big shout to say that Annex's slaying is night and day comparatively to that frequency hardpoint. Could be a little bit more map comfortability, but Henry's also having a stinker of a map. 8 and 14 so far. Makoof's going to find that first blood, and that device looking pretty juicy in the middle of the map.
Already a pretty good start here with Cobra finding a couple of kills. Good read here from BTD with the spawn that they were getting, that somebody had made their way towards the B point. So they will be on the hunt for Smolzilla. We'll put a pin in that fight here for the moment as Smolzilla actually owns his fight. So that's pretty big here for Annex Esports, but you do still need to follow up with the frags in the middle of the map. And for the most part, that is not happening, especially as now you go for a 3-for-1 trade. And Smolzilla's role becomes a little bit different here. You're now trying to play more of a distraction play, and that distraction is not long in the tooth whatsoever, as now BTD can get something moving. It looks to be a B capture. You've got Henry moving forward, the 1v1, and over the box he goes to tie things up.
Yeah, very, very close. He even had a little swan dive, came up short. Makuf thought that he might have been able to get that goal line stop, but that's not going to be the case. He's kind of going to start flying all the way through the rooftops. Next device spawns over by P3. Got a lot of numbers over here for BTD, and by the time that you even get here, if you're Makuf, all your teammates are dead, and you're soon to find them in their sanctuary of the respawn screen. Device now being pushed over by P4.
I'll try and get it through. Yeah, big stop there coming through. Wall of blue in the feed from Annex Esports, and now they can fight back. Henry has no choice but to stay in the middle of the map here. Potential flanking play could be on the cards. Almost actually gets the turn on towards Weaves, but will be denied. Annex Esports will now need to reset the pace here on this play. And BTD completely tailed up and towards their own spawn right now. Slide out from Henry, goes awry, rush for the double up. TK from Smolzilla, that's not going to help, but he does find the third. Does get stopped barely by the last man standing. As Detain off the spawn will stop that one. And now it's their chance here. Aggression from Weaves, it goes awry.
Yeah, no, Weeds overextension play leaves his teammates kind of underhanded as far as his offense is concerned. Their defense is lacking numbers. Smolzilla can only find one. Makuf has to go huge over by the rooftops. Next up would be Weeds, and from the unfortunate play that he threw first, leaves Avo for some heroics. Detain guns him with the pistol. Found the 2, cannot find the 3rd. BTD back-to-back scores. Now they got a 1-score lead.
Yeah, you really do have to give Annex Esports some credit here. They've been incredibly competitive. Now they are down in this series. Right now, things stay as they are. Annex Esports seat side they don't want to see of the bracket, the lower bracket. And it looks like another one's coming through. Very easy. Makuf barely able to get that kill, and it is not in a timely manner. So things now looking disastrous here for Annex Esports as BTD. They get yet another one through.
Porte 2 now. It's start to feel Annex's pressure is wavering. I mean, the slang is still there. 42 between Avo and Makuf. 23 and 18 for Smolzilla. It's really not too far gone. It's just being able to turn these opportunities into scoring moments. Porte's going to throw that Semtex as it lands right into Wheat's back pocket. Smolzilla's going to be forced to hold the irons, and before he's even ready, here comes the pinch over by Lockers. Henry's going to find that kill. Device spawns back up through P1. If you're BTD, you're fine with just playing the trade game, but 3 go down. Annex now have an opportunity.
They do indeed, but they have to win this first initial gunfight. Detain. Beautiful stun coming through. Average still finds that gunfight, but now Detain has waited enough time that the rest of the roster can make their way over, and they're winning the gunfights as well. Smolzilla, no choice but to back away. Teammates spawning up towards that rooftop side, and he has a lot of work to do through the middle of the map. Avo could still be a big playmaker here with that PT rotation. He does need his teammates to actually win some of the fights in the middle of the map. Makuf does exactly that, and Avo gets red. It's just so unfortunate. Annex are reading the plays correctly. They just can't follow up with the actual gunfights in their favor. And now with 60 seconds left, Annex really running out of opportunities to survive.
Yeah, no, they really are. I mean, you got 50 seconds to score 2 more overloads, and well, Henry's just sitting over here finessing with his life. Even finds a kill with the pistol. Makuf finally finds that trade, but every single 10 seconds that goes away from the game clock is just another dagger into Annex's back from what was a 3-1 lead, or a 2-1 lead, excuse me, a few moments ago. 2-for-2 trades coming out. Device will reset back towards the middle of the map, and that's probably just the game and the series. BTD did just about everything they possibly could over on this side of the map. Let's see if Annex can maybe make a Hail Mary call here.
That's definitely the play call. Makuf is just not able to get anything there. He really does try, bless him. But that's going to be all she wrote here, folks. Annex looking for something special. There's no time to do it. At this point, you're just making the scoreline look nicer, and Makuf says, nah. F all that noise. We do not care. We do not want a third overload in today. It is done, though. Annex 3-0'd in the series. BTD, they had to work for it, but it's a 3-0 nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got tested as far as that search is concerned. First opening half as far as the overload on Den. And you can see the smiles and elation on the opposite side for Annex. Like, I mean, from a seeding and perspective, as far as how many times these guys have probably played each other in the cups and even elite qualifiers, like they know that they probably never really had a shot of being able to beat these guys, but they took them to the brink. Like Henry was almost triple negative in that map number 3. These guys on Annex were absolutely gunning that if they came into that map 1 a little just as hot as they did that map number 3, maybe it was a different series.
Man, you do really have to feel for Annex. Again, that search and destroy, I think, will haunt them. They'll watch that back and realize some of the elementary mistakes that they did make. And again, it's difficult, right? When you're in the heat of the pit, obviously things are very different, right? The passion is flowing through you and some things can kind of slip by you. And even for a roster with the veteranship that they do have, by the way, like to be clear, for Annex in particular, I think looking at Avo, who I would actually say, and I was thinking about this, I think Avo might actually be one of the players right there in that arena that has played Call of Duty competitively for the longest time. Like, I feel like he might have the most experience of most players there. At most, he'd be like second or third. So,
Fellow?
Yeah, Fellow's up there. Fellow is probably like first. I'm pretty sure Fellow will be first, right? AW? Fellow's died, I want to say.
He's like the oldest guy in the pit.
Damn, that's kind of crazy. I
know.
I'm taking that if I'm Fellow right now. I'm Proper's out here calling you old pal. I don't know if
I'm just scrolling through like the list now. Who else can I call like a wily veteran?
Vortex would be the other one. He is playing in this.
Well, if we're pulling in coaches as well, like
no, he's playing. He's here.
Wait, he is? Steve's playing?
He's playing on a 2 unks, bro.
Yo, that's crazy. But if, I mean, honestly though, I'm gonna throw in coaches in there too. Nagafin, he is coaching Bittersweet. That guy's been around for literally ever. So that.
Yes, true. We're not adding coaches. That's cap. That's not okay. All right. Anyway, what's going to be yet another match down here in winners round 1. I believe we have a bracket update to show you guys, and we can talk a little bit about what's ahead. I think for Annex Esports, they go down to the lower bracket now, but for BTD Esports, things don't get any easier. This is what we talked about. You win your match. Here's your reward. You get to play a much more difficult team. For BTD Esports, it's time for their arch nemesis. Well, not literally, but just for the storylines. The Pit are in there against BTD. It's going to be a real fun time to see that matchup because Henry, who was dropped by the Pit, will now get a chance to take down his former teammates.
Yeah, and Cobra also going to be holding a certain chip on his shoulder to be able to take down the Pit EU like we were talking about. As far as European matchups are concerned, and since Rocker not here and we don't have Omit, that's probably the one that we're going to be watching more often than not as far as EU top dogs are concerned. Omnia and Victus are going to be waiting for the winner of Telluride Bush and Ultra MVP. Same could be said for Rouse and Iris. The winner of that goes on to face Aerotech. But again, NA and Paris matchup coming through in the round of 8. Torn Esports versus Bittersweet GG. Woo, man, that should be a good one.
Yeah, there should be brilliant matches ahead, folks. But we've got one more match to close out the day here, and we are going to close out winners round 1 with a couple of bangers. We know that people have been asking, where are the French teams? All right, we got Iris versus Rousen. That's coming up next. And of course, the Bush still to talk about as well, guys. We're going to go to a break. On the other side of this break, we have more action from the road to EWC for Black Ops 7 Last Chance Qualifiers.
Doki dokiしようよ準備以外できる早まだまだ
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time to get into our next game here at the LCQ. It has been a long time coming, but we are ready to rock and roll. The last games of Winners Round 1 will be gracing your screen. My name is Bryce, joining me here, Infinity.
Yo, dude, how's it going? I don't know why I said yo, dude. I'm never saying that again. How's it going, bud? We are about to get into our final set of matches of the day. Winners Round 1. It's been really fun to see some names that I haven't got to cast in a really long time. And, you know, I think for the most part, it's been more or less what we've expected. The best teams here, those top 4 that we've talked about, you know, the teams inside that top 6, they've pretty much easily won their matches. Although that being said, I mean, Annex looked relatively competitive in the last series, so there's been some bright spots for some other teams.
Yeah, there certainly has, and we're looking forward to see if there's a couple more bright spots as we go through. Of course, we've already put some of the teams into the lower bracket, but we've basically had a day of 3-0s as we get those elite level teams into the second round. Will this be a case of the same, or is there an upset brewing in the wings? Well, I think we need to take a little look at our bracket to kind of remind everyone where we have got to so far, as today is all about that Winners Round 1, Infinity.
Yeah, indeed it is. You know, that bracket, again, everything about Winners Round 1 today, but as we get further and further through the bracket, things are going to get more difficult. We already talked about the fact that BTD, after winning versus Annex, they then get to play the Pit in the next round of play, which is like not nice at all. So there's going to be a lot of matches like that as we get into Winners Round 2. That's where the juicy stuff is going to lie for sure. Of course, the flip side of that conversation, I don't think we even got to see the loose bracket once today, is that all the teams now, if you've lost, that are in the lower bracket are basically like you're in the absolute sluggerfest that is that lower bracket now. You have to win your matches or your tournament is done. Of course, you still do walk away with a nice chunk of the prize pool, but you ideally don't want to get DFR'd.
Yeah, that is pretty much the case of the day. And for me, this is two teams ready to kind of try and move forward and get this done. I mean, hey, if you get through Winners Round 1 today, Infinity, this is putting you in very good contest. We said before we went live and multiple times as we've been going, there are, 4 or 5 teams that we've put in contest for that number 1 slot. Yep. After that is like 3 or 4 teams that we think will have a good run, and then there's everybody else. But we'll find out. This will be our first game of this one. Is Rousing Esports versus Era's Esports, and I already know what you are thinking. Some of you are here to watch the Bush. The Bush, at the moment, I've been told, only just got to the setup. I believe it's them that have turned up a little bit late, so we'll have to see. Yeah,
so unfortunately, that match isn't going to be broadcasted just yet at Rousing Esports versus Era's Esports, though it will. And it should be said, I mean, this is a good matchup, right? For anybody who's followed EMEA Esports over the last couple of years in Call of Duty, you'll recognize the vast majority of these names. They're all names that have all kind of played with each other as well. There is a lot of cross-pollination between these two teams in terms of, you know, the history of players and rosters. They've always been relatively middling French teams. I do want to give some love to Alpha in particular, because he is a player that's made a name for himself half this season, although I would argue hasn't necessarily delivered on it. For those of you guys who don't know, Alpha went over to play in North America for a fair bit earlier on this season. Also had a short stint when he came back to EMEA on that former Project 7 roster, now known as the Pit. So Alpha is kind of hot property there this season. He's definitely been looked at.
Well, I think it's kind of the case here is if you can have a good one at this and then get to EWC, that will definitely put your stock up, but it's a long journey. A lot of very talented teams into this one, but Alpha could always walk that path of Cinderella and go to the ball, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to do so. Right now, though, Razman doing a good job around this P2. They are going to have the roof side spawn, 30 seconds to go, and it does mean they can maybe hold up 1 or 2 pushes and think about rotating.
Eras need to be very careful about how much they push in towards this one because it's very easy to lose control. Never mind. Doesn't really matter that much as they do get the 3 kills required to get in towards the hard point. And now it's Rausen spawning out towards the back line. So Rausen now the ones need to make that choice about how much they're going to invest in towards the old hard point. Yaza thinks, yeah, I'll give it one last little try, as does Danny, because we're now going to be spawning out with Zero pushed out towards the next hard point. So big break there for Eras. They needed that scrap time. And now we look towards the next hard point. Eras already on their way.
Trying to get into this, and Alpha just trying to hold off as much as he can, and that's a huge kill, and 2 for Alpha. That has managed to get them a great hold here. Now onto this one. Already 10 seconds going to be going down as Fire is just going to have to try and go around and break this deadlock.
Certainly trying for it. Eras winning the majority of these gunfights. Nicely done. The team play from Eras at the moment looks really good on these breaks. We saw it back at the end of P2, and we've just seen it once again here as well. So back 30 seconds, still worth fighting for. Good reads on the majority of these players. Danny now starting to poke holes in the setup here for Eras as he is on his lonesome. Doesn't really matter. Danny's somehow going to find the kill, and that should open the door now for Rousey.
Just trying to get back into this one. As you can see now, they back off, and this is a big kill for Zero to take because it not only secures this battle line for scrap time, which will get a bit of a fight going through, but it means a clean rotation into P4. There will be some rotation fights coming through as 2 seconds for Eras, but Danny is looking out the window but not seeing the laying down player.
Now it's time for Faye to activate here towards the back line. Unfortunately, he's the only one to find any value here whatsoever, so not long for this world. This Faye has no help at all, so Rausen should be the first to do the touch. Phenomenal start for those players I mentioned, by the way. Alpha 11 and 6 and Danny, who is also another player that made a name for themselves at the beginning of this season. A lot of love on those early cups, and you're starting to see why here as these players absolutely leading the charge for Rausen.
Flames just trying to do the work out towards the back here. Good. Rotate through into this one. They've just got to clear out the players onto the point here, and this will be a pretty effective break at spinning the time if they can get it here, but Yaza shoots a 2 and gets neither as more players are just flying into this one. Zero finds it, but the trades are going to go the way of Rausen, as it will be them who get into this point a little bit easier.
Trades at the moment going in favor of Rausen. Era's just not really having that great of a go of things. On the whole, they are down by quite a large margin here going in towards the second set. We've already mentioned the fact that they had a couple of crucial moments on break, but outside of that, it has been pretty much all Rausen all the time. That needs to change. You need to start seeing the likes of Nadox and Cleansy step things up. Those are players that have looked good in Challengers Elite this season. And right now, they are just having a very slow game against the likes of Alpha and Danny.
Just looking for as much time as you can squeeze out of this P1. It's always underappreciated here and getting that time down because you really only have to lock down 2 directions to grab the lion's share. Zerka, though, doing well here. I think Eras are doing much better as we go into the second set of rotation. If they can get even another 10, 12 seconds before they end up losing this point and then grab that P2 spawn, which is what they are doing, this might actually give them the lead.
Opportunity to do so here. Eras Esports, they have to lock down that rotation though. Big gunfights here for Zerka towards the back line. Not clean at all. We'll get the gunfight, but the fact it wasn't clean, that means the follow-up for Rausen should be pretty fast, and it is. Swift fights now being taken from Rausen. Back spawns locked down. You've just got to win the gunfights at the back of it. Cleansy keeps Eras in the conversation here for now. Zero doubling up though. That will silence him here for the moment. Rausen, they are fighting tooth and nail for control here, Bryce, but they absolutely have it.
And Eras were looking for that perfect P1, P2 bounce, and that has not come to fruition at all. Rausen just doing better at holding it. I think they need to, as they do eventually lose that kill feed, and they managed to get out of it. Now, some of you have maybe not watched Hardpoint. If you break in at 30 seconds, it basically brings the hill back to neutral if you hold it for the rest of the time. So for Eras to do it at that point is a fantastic job. And as we go into the P3, if they can get a player in here and can test this rotation, they'll be in a good spot.
And they broke it really well last time. Eras, when they want to collapse, they're very good at it. Just getting themselves in the position. Rausen have advanced players moving forward here. Danny occupied with Cleamsy towards the back line. Zerka will work on that one. Follow up pretty good from Faye as well. Eras now doing what they did before. They're starting to really pick apart the defensive line. 0 shots. It's only ankle shots against 1 though. He gets beamed. There goes another. Danny's TK won't help on the ensemble of kills. Eras, once again, they are extremely good at breaking this P3 hardpoint.
Osro gets Nadox. Going to try and break this now. You can see them already. There's 2 going to be stacked on the outside here. They're not going to know this. Danny, though, will find one. That's an easy kill to begin with. Looking on the outside. I don't know if he got timing onto that player, but Danny will find the second. Knows where the third is going to be, but it's not going to work out. Too many trades, too little time. And now it is all good for Eras. 15 seconds of scrap potential, but more importantly, that rotation. And you will have to be a little bit careful if you send this the wrong way, because one wrong break and Rausen will take that spawn away.
Yeah, I was going to say, spawns on Den, they're so finicky. They can absolutely flip on a dime, especially if you're a player like Zerka. I was being very careful about him crossing that 50-yard line through the middle of the map there. He does back up, though. Era's still locking down the spawns here for the moment, but kills now starting to come through. Those spawns aren't going to hold for long, and yeah, those spawns should already be gone here, if not become predictable in favor of Rausen. There is the spawn flip. Nadox has been spotted out as well, so any element of surprise will fall by the wayside, but Nadox is winning these fights. Distraction play here. Rausen Esports retreat towards the spawn to lock them down, and that's going to open the door for Eras.
And he's trying to play the hero, but gotta wait. This is a very easy hill to throw lives away on, though, but Alpha finds one. Trying to go back and forth. They're looking for the back spawn as well. Not going to work out. He takes down Danny. Now that's watching the outside as well. Alpha finding kills he should not get. Staying alive again and trying to be a problem for the rest of Eras, but Eras still holding. Still managing to get the point into this one. Now outnumbered. Still going to be outgunned by Alpha. As more players pour in, and it will be Rausen after an absolute slugfest. They get 2 seconds.
Yeah. Tell you what, Eras there played that extraordinarily well. Even though they don't come out of it with a lead, they were down 50 points at the end of the first set of rotation. So I think to be this competitive is really just a solid position for them to be in. But now they need to follow up with some more time on P1. Nadox has definitely heated up a lot over the course of the last couple of hard points at 20 and 22. Isn't quite positive just yet, but you don't necessarily need to be. They are keeping Rausen away from the time here. Faye now pre-fires on towards Alpha, and the follow-up from Nadox is there. So Era's now back 25 seconds, still worth fighting for, but they haven't flipped the spawns just yet.
Game's getting tighter. Time's going away. We could be seeing a change. This is very much going to come down to maybe whoever holds this P2. Eras Esports take the lead for the first time in some time. Rausen have already got one player spawning out. They know the pressure is coming through couches. They know it's out towards the back steps as well. They now have to hold as more players fly in here as Eras try to break through the front door, the back door, the roof door, and everywhere else. And they are doing it. So far, they've got bodies into the point.
Yeah, massive gunfight being won there from Alpha around the flank as well. Yes, the gunfights inside the hill are important, but if you don't lock down those spawns, everything goes awry. And Alpha wins a crucial one around the backline that does ensure Rausen continue to rally the troops around that back spawn. Now they have the pressure over and over again. Era's trying to find a way through, and it just looks insurmountable, but those spawns are not being blocked anymore. So Faye now gets towards the backline, and this could potentially create a pincer movement for Era's if you continue to send players through the front as well.
Zero trying to just hold on for as long as he can. Not going to work out, though. And Rausen are still sending bodies over the roof. They're trying to get back into this. They want this scrap time before the rotation. A rotation they are not going to have, by the way. This will be a tenuous lead at best. 15 seconds to the good. Players now need to get over. P3 can be a money hill if the setup is correct.
My only stress for Rausen here is that Eras have broken this twice consecutively now on different rotations. They've already shown that they're pretty good at it. This time feels a little bit more discombobulated, though. Very individual play from Eras here. 45 now left to go, and Rausen, they look significantly more confident here. Eras trying to filter through, but they are being met with a ton of pressure.
got to break through. There's no real option for them as well. With Rousing in lethal range. Cleams is going to go down to the row with a massive 2. This is just pushing them further and further back here. The only silver lining the Eras really do have is they've got the better spawn ready for that rotation as Nadux finds his own 2. Back into the point. Back point collecting. Eras trying to hold them at bay here, and if they can do this and rotate, they might take the lead one more time.
Yeah, this is everything, actually. You talked about it perfectly there, mate. 20 seconds left. You've got to win those first gunfights, and then you have to hold rotation towards new. One player has gotten through. Cleamsy perfectly reads Danny, and that means Eras will be the first team to touch on towards the new hard point. You know a lot of the pressure is going to be coming from old. Cleamsy gets the clamber at the wrong time, and you've already lost a gunfight towards top blue, so the pressure now becoming infinitely more so on towards natives, towards the hard point, and he will get overwhelmed. Browsen, they break through for the back 40.
Here comes everybody. Eras pouring over the rooftops as fast as they can, but they are losing bodies too quickly to make a difference here. Zero has gone mad. It's a 4 streak for him. It's a 4 streak for Alpha as well. They are not letting them breathe. The back spawn has flipped out now. Clean's trying to contest, but they just do not have the bodies or the position. This can be won here by Rousing as they continue to dominate in the slaying, and nothing Eras do is working.
6 spree for Alpha to potentially close this game, and ain't nobody from Era getting close. That is going to be a rousing victory in map number 1, and trust me, of all the games we've had today, this is the one where you're going to hear those players scream.
Well. It was close until it wasn't. And if anything, Eras may have thrown that one away a little bit flustered in those final couple of hard points by being under all of that pressure. And I think Rousing just took that opportunity. You saw streak after streak on that P4. They were flying out and pushing out the angles as best as they could. And that gave them the win.
Just a phenomenal start from Alpha and Danny as well. They did slow down ever so slightly as we got into the second set. And Zero picked up the slack where maybe his teammates, I think Danny in particular, because Alpha went crazy, like 42 kills, I think is what he finished on, something to that effect. Absolutely insane performance from Alpha. But Zero absolutely picked things up. He finishes there on like a 6 or a 7 spree. Honestly, insane work from those boys on Rousing. They absolutely outslayed Eras. I suppose it is, I guess, a little bit of external love to Eras, the fact that they did get outslayed to the extent they did and still managed to keep the game that competitive, but still, just a total outslaying game there for Rousing.
Well, we'll find out if that is just a taste of things to come or whether or not it is just a little blip on the road here. You got to say, with how close that game did become, that we are expecting this maybe to be not the only 3-0 game of the day. We could see these two teams go the distance. It is certainly well within their tool set. It already looks like how locked in they all are. Nobody's really even blinked away that even though the game was ended.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, this is a really crucial game for these guys. Again, I mean, it has to be stressed. Of all the winners round 1 matchups, this is going to be the closest, just given the fact that these two teams have been in amongst it. They are in a mixer of French and other nationality players that have played together. They have extensive history together. There are players on opposite side of the desk here that have extensive history of one another. So you know that this is going to be a close game. That's what we were delivered back in map number 1. We will be watching a map number 2 with these guys as well, and that's going to be a Hacienda Search and Destroy. And honestly, I don't know what to expect from these two teams, to be honest, Bryce. And Hardpoint was incredibly close. It really did feel like it could have gone either way. So I expect the Search and Destroy to be more or less the same.
We certainly will. Well, I mean, that's a kind of a small teaser for the update, actually, you gave there, Infinity. But I'll let people know. I'm quite happy to be open about this. Realistically, what has been happening is we were unsure about whether or not Bush were going to be on stream. It was whether or not they turned up, whether or not their opponents turned up. I'm not 100% certain on all the details, but I know that somebody was late. I was told it might have been Bush, and we couldn't get on. But what I have been told now is that the admins and production have been working very hard to make things happen, and that we are watching Bush set up as we speak. If it continues to all go well, we will be jumping into that game potentially after this S&D. So we'll keep you updated as much as we know. We know a lot of you are kind of waiting and watching to see. So should all be good. Okay, just getting an update. Their opponents were late. That is one of the reasons it's gone through. There we go. It's like I said, we're trying to get updates here. Of course, we're coordinating with the admins in France back and forth. But yes, apparently the admins were very, very late. In fact, I believe they were so late that it almost came to the point where they didn't think they were going to turn up and it would have been a bush buy. But that game is now being set up. Hopefully it won't be too long. I don't think it was Bush that were late. It's their opponents that were late. I do apologize if that has gone wrong to anybody who's waiting for that game here. Of course, I'm only giving the updates I have been given as they go, but hopefully we should be seeing it soon.
Yes, they were just terrified of the bush. Just didn't want to play them. They were just like, yeah, if we can avoid this game,
terrified
possibly.
of the bush. I've been getting messages all day. Like, when are they playing? I'm like, I don't know.
You should know, Bryce. Why do you not know, Bryce? You should know everything. As a caster, because you are the person that appears on screen, you should know absolutely everything. You should have total autonomy over all the games that are ongoing. And if you don't, you're not doing your job. I don't know what's going on there.
Hey, that used to be the case. I used to run events, and that was stressful. I've done events and casting at the same time. It's not for the faint of heart. But no, look, I'm trying to be open and honest with everything that's going on. Obviously, the getting the stream up was a last-minute thing, and I can only give you updates from where I am, like 700 miles away, as they come into me and get going forward. But we should be going into both of these games. We're going to try and get as much coverage as possible. We know, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that a lot of people aren't excited for it. We are going to watch it. I think it'll be one-sided, but we are going to go for it. But we will see about that one. But we're also waiting for the game that we are currently watching. This game should also be starting the S&D soon. So if you are a Call of Duty fan or a Bush fan or just a fan of things in general, this all should be working its way towards you very quickly.
Just take this as an appetizer, right? You know, if you're a Bush fan, I know you want your roast dinner for your main. You're gonna get it. Don't worry, Bush will be doing some roasting very soon. But we do have an appetizer for you in this incredible matchup. And again, just to be clear, I feel like if you're even remotely a fan of Call of Duty, this is like an interesting matchup. I think for people who have been fans of challengers, I know obviously, you know, there's mostly a lot of love for the NA side where the popular teams are, like, you know, the Huntsman and Bush and Omit. But, you know, in EMEA, these are two, not, I wouldn't say storied teams, but they are two teams that have been in and amongst it for the last few years. Like, this is still a very interesting matchup for those hardcore fans of challengers. So, yeah, excited to see more of this matchup. So far, it is Rousen that have managed to take away map number 1. That has to be said. Map number 2, it was still, or map number 1, excuse me, was still pretty close. So we saw multiple good moments from Eras, great breaks on a couple of crucial hard points. It's why the game was as close as it was. But in the end, it just came down to one final rotation that Eras did end up losing. And that suggests to me, Bryce, we're in for an absolute banger of a search and destroy.
Well, let's see. All the games still to play, as we've only just started really dipping our toes into this LCQ. But on to map number 2 between these two first, before we go any further. Eras versus Rousen. Rousen set fire last game. They got high and they got fast and they got the game done. Will this be the same case?
We shall find out. Opening blood already going the way of Zerka here. Zero. Nice flanking play. Can he get away? This would be crazy. Oh my goodness gracious. The fact that Zero is not traded there. Incredible gas to try and get away in the way that he does. And now I think if you're Eras, you're trying to pull off the same thing on your side. Faye is able to do so staggeringly, and that's going to leave Zero and Danny in a really awkward spot here. They're sandwiched between players.
Everybody's a bit chaotic here. 2 versus 2. I don't want to try and get this one down here. I don't think anyone's going to check. The key point is going to be whether or not Zero checks this and whether he gets away. Oh, no, this gets out. It's an absolute tiny gap for him as well. He's looking for him there with the information he's just managed to get. And he will go for it. The smoke. He still gets the gunfight done. And now Faye in a 1 versus 2. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, checks the wrong way. That's so unfortunate. The pistol. Oh, Faye, that's despicable. How on earth has he gotten away with that?
I do not believe they have gone for it, but it's 1 by 1. A little bit of luck and a lot of skill with a pistol.
Man, I want to see that again. Let's see the kill cam. I want to see. That's crazy. The fact that Faye, like, initially I was kind of concerned, right? Because Faye is not very quick to react to the fact that his teammate is down for the count. Like, that is a very slow reaction from Faye. Turns out, probably the right play, actually, because it throws them off enough. Oh, it's a totally different world. If that first player looks in the direction that Faye is in, he was weak. Yet still, huge 1 versus 2 for Faye. 3-0 now. Star for Faye. Big plays in that round, number 1. Rousen meeting Eras in the middle of the map. Butting heads. Trying to get the bomb through, and it's not working so far. Nadix needs to be traded.
2 versus 2. Again, chaos erupts here as neither team really has a battle line or full information. Bomb will now go down. Being on a 4 streak is something to keep an eye on here as they go round. It's going to be a double hit. Zero doesn't get one, though. They needed one to make this a bit of a more fair fight before the trade come through. Now Daniel will have the opportunity to clutch.
I don't know anybody. I'm rousing to clutch this one. It'd probably be Alpha, but Danny's second place. He's pretty good at the game. Can definitely do this. Checks the bomb. Knows that nobody's on it. Now we'll go for the rewrap through towards the generic position, and he just goes back and forth, catches these players off guard. They haven't even hopped the bomb, and there's not going to be time to do so anymore. Danny egregiously challenged out with a pistol. It does not matter. Danny has done his job, and it is just so incredibly difficult to get anything going on a retake on that bomb site in particular. There's just too many spots that you could potentially be watching the bomb from.
Wow. Gets it done here. You saw them looking for it as well. They were going back and forth, trying to work out exactly where they needed to be. And he just managed to slip the net. That check at 19 seconds is, well, it's I had to check, but also it's one of those ones where you're always looking for the 14 seconds there just to make sure you kind of have a little look back. But so far, so good. 1-1 between these two. Clutches on both sides.
So much of the end, it just comes down to the so often teams will just butt heads in the middle of the map. That time it was Eras that managed to win it, or Rousing that managed to win it, excuse me. Danny 1 versus 2. Faye, it's been pretty strong in this search and destroy so far. Let's get immediately traded out. I like the reactionary plays coming through. I don't like that, though, from Nadox. Takes his own teammate down. Does make up for it by removing another player from Rousing, but there's 2 versus 2 now. Heroes will have to take some time to stabilize here. They might actually get a free A plant if they're quick enough for it.
It is going to go down. Cleams is way out towards the back here, and he'll try and use that position to catch somebody. It's going to be Nadox who's going to be under the gun here, and oh, he's just ever so slightly off angle there. That he won't see them come out of the window, and there you go. Cleams that towards the back. That's what he's been waiting for, and he grabs it. Looks for the second. Easy peasy. Cleamsy squeezy.
That was disgusting. What an off angle from Cleamsy as well. That is just not a common spot whatsoever on that post plant. You expect players to be positioned much closer, obviously around the open window. Cleamsy says, nope. Here's a surprise for you, and it's not a nice one whatsoever. Well played from Cleamsy. Doesn't even matter really if you don't get that second kill, because you, more often than not, will have wasted enough time that your teammate should be good in the 1 versus 1, short of something silly. So big plays coming out. That's the second big play that we've seen from Era so far. The first owing to Faye back in round number 1. Cleamsy in round number 3. Showing up and impressing so far for Era's. Rousing. Like it's going to be a B here, and they're not going to meet any resistance just yet.
They're all looking. Cleams has gone deep. This might be another position where he just catches somebody. They are surrounding them here. Rousing are in a bit of trouble. They're giving away a lot of map pressure.
It's just taking too long to get this one going, if I'm honest with you. Now you have to try and play reactionary. Good news is Alpha's actually separated away from the team. I was going to say there is an opportunity here for Alpha to go big. I don't know if he saw Faye there in position. Either way, he's done his job perfectly. He's got the hell out of dodge and is now going to be an enigma that Eras will have to locate.
Zero, first under. Takes a few bullets, but somehow gets away with it. Zerka goes the other direction. It will be traded down, though. Alpha for the 1 versus 2. They're still looking. It's going to be timing for Alpha. He check this. He needs to check the bomb. I don't know if he's going to be looking at it properly. There we go. Gets 1 for the second. Oh, it's all timing and perfection. How on earth has he got away with that?
Man, that first kill's insane. I would have loved to have seen. Yeah, we're going to get to see how close he was. You don't actually see the UI, but I mean, I think he was like a half a second away from getting that defused through. Incredibly close. Real nail-biting stuff there round after round of clutches here in this search and destroy so far, as it's now Alpha who goes huge. Also worth saying as well, he had a huge play earlier on in that round. Like literally like halfway through that round, finds the kill in the middle of the map and does manage to get away. It's probably the latter of that little play that seals it. Really well played round from Alpha. Again, big search and destroy start earlier on in the season, and now he's shown one.
He grabs one, managed to get away. They're also trying to get out of here, and this does back and forth between the two of them. DeRoe still challing with the pistol. Surely not going to get away with it for too long, doesn't. Now a 2 versus 4. Now a 1 versus 4 for Danny. Might be a clutch too far this time around.
I was going to say, I don't know, there's potential, but then he gets shot up from Plat, and it's at that point, it's done. There's no way for Danny to do anything, and that's probably the most convincing round we've had from either of these teams so far. No clutch this time around. Not really much to split them, as these guys continue to kind of throw strategies at one another here on Hacienda Search and Destroy. Back and forth we go. What the reaction will be for Rouse and Esports.
This is certainly an S&D that nobody is really taking advantage of. I can't believe he's got that stick as well. Well, that's a good start for Eras. The best start you could possibly have. You've taken out Alpha. You've got to stick onto a player. It's a 2 versus 4, and well, Rouse will need the plant.
I've actually just managed to find like the one path that gets them through scot-free. Do they check towards the back docks though? Where Cleamsy is positioned? If they don't, he's probably going to be their undoing, unless they take a different route, which I think they might have done here. They still favor an A push, but you really need to get a clean kill there in the middle of the map. You can't just get a look at a player, not in a 2 versus 4. Like you can. Zero finds the first. Danny follows up with a second to the pistol. Perfect predicts where Zerka's going to challenge him, but does not get the kill. Lose 0 in a 1v2.
Bro, he's going to have to fight 2 different directions. Not going to work out. And these two teams have felt out each other over successive rounds, but it is only falling one way. Era's starting to pull ahead.
Yeah, just really big first kills coming out from just that sticky nade for the kill up top in the open window. Not really much you can do in a 2 versus 4. Pretty composed at the moment, our Era's. It's looking very good in this search and destroy. And it's not like there's any one player that seems to be pulling it off. Faye has certainly had his share of moments, as has Climsy, but that's really been it. Everybody has stepped it up here in this search and destroy. Eras once again playing this one slow. They're ready for aggression from Rousen. Players meeting in the water. That is absolutely hilarious. Alpha and Faye see each other in the water, and Alpha looks eyes of Faye before Faye sees him.
And it's a very potent first blood as well. It takes a little bit of Era's options away. Big round here for Rousen. 4-3 is way better than 5-2, but they lose a player as it goes down to a 3 versus 3. DeRoe slow on the draw, 2 versus 3.
And again, Rousen split up here in this 2v3. It's the thing that makes it difficult to predict if you're Eras. Where are these players going to be? Yeah, not going to check up towards the office side. Teams he should be able to contend this one, and he is. Barely gets away with it, though. And again, it's the fact that Alpha is in a different spot. That's going to be the thing that throws him off. Brings it down to a 1 versus 1. Cleamsy up top is the player that has to make the move forward. And given the way that Alpha's playing, I don't know if he's aware of the fact the bomb is down. Even if he's not, he might get some favorable timing.
Oh, he's not got time. Alpha, all you have to do is not be found, and there we go. The big round for him, like I was saying before, 4-3, way better than 5-2. You don't want to be under the gun for successive rounds.
Again, it's so weird to see the way that Rousen are playing these ones, even in disadvantageous spots. you're in a 2v3, you're in a 2v4. Usually that's kind of a go signal to play very close together, right? And it makes things predictable. Rousen play kind of in these off timings where it's like a player like Alpha will play completely separated out from his teammate in the hope that, well, if your teammate goes down, you can play evasive. Rousen doing that perfectly so far. Same kind of play here, evading through the middle of the map, and it's working to perfection, but again, you're just not cleanly getting away with these kills at times.
Dream's having a swim. Bit of a chaotic setup, admittedly, when you have the bomb that far deep. They've got to clear all the angles here, and they should be doing it. His bodies, and there we go. And well, Faye, that is a wonderful first shot. A second shot. How are you allowing this? Faye for 3. That is just delivered hook, line, and sinker. And now Danny finds himself in a 1 versus 4. That should have never have happened.
Do it for the content. Do it for the content. Nah, never mind. Faye is absolutely bloody ridiculous. Honestly insane. I feel like Faye might be playing under another name. I'm going to check in a second here that it's not Faye. I think it's 0, I want to say, unless my brain's just gone. I'll have a look in a second here, actually, the sheet, to check who Faye actually is. But either way, phenomenal play coming through from Faye. Looking absolutely brilliant here in these games. It's just 3 pieces like that should never, ever happen. And yet they continually do. And to answer my own question there, it is actually Aiden who is playing under Faye, which makes significantly more sense to see Aiden being on this roster and playing under that Faye name, because he is actually a very good player.
Oh, bit of a fight going down. There's an aggressive push here from Rousen. They've lost 2 as well.
Bruh.
Faye, Aiden, doesn't matter. That's a huge streak. That wins the game. Here is take map number 2. That is certainly a big fight between them. Rousen decided to run it, and unfortunately ran it to the end of the game.
Very well played from Iris, and honestly, Faye. Just Faye pulling off, what was it, a 3-piece in the penultimate round, and then that double piece in the final one as well. Talk about the 1v2 that we had back in, I think it was round number 2, I think it was, for Faye to pull something out. It might have been round number 1. Either way, Faye is an absolute prodigy, and it's been very fun to see him. I don't know if we're going to call him Faye or call him Aiden. I don't know. Either way, it is fun to see this player show up and play in the way that they have in that Search and Destroy as we get our first non-3-0 of the day.
Well, we will see. That game has ended, and that is one of our last games on the bracket side, but it is not the last game. It is one more game that we should be able to kind of go through, because while that one has now tied itself up, there is one that should be starting pretty soon. The Bush game should be coming its way to our screens momentarily. We'll get an update about it as it comes through, but who knows? Who knows how that one goes? Who knows how Iris Rousen goes?
Yes. I don't know if Bush, who are Bush playing? Let me have a little cheeky check here, as just to see who Bush are actually playing in this game.
Well, I'll tell you what, while you look that one up there, Infinity, we will quickly go to a break. When we come back, though, more action from the LCQ on the road to EWC. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ here on the road to EWC. We have some games for you. Of course, if you have been joining along, you know that we've had Eras and Routon all tied up 1-1 as they go through. And if you are still waiting, I believe we should have some information on the Bush game very shortly. But Infinity, it's been thrills and spills today, but mostly spills. We've had a lot of 3-0s.
Yes, indeed we have, and that was to be expected, to be fair. We already talked about the fact that the composition of teams here at the LCQ is mostly made up of the best and the rest. And those rest teams have been eliminated from round number 1. Now, it's worth saying they haven't been eliminated from competition just yet. They still have the lower bracket to play in. But with that said, most of the teams that we expected to win the games have done so pretty convincingly. It has been 3-0s all the way through, with the exception of one, which is the one that we were watching before the break, which is Eris and Rouse at Esports.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And we can now see, gracing your screens for the first time, teams that people have been waiting for. There's no way around it. It is very obvious, as this one will be gracing us very shortly here. But Telluride Bush Gaming and Team Ultra MVP are set up. They are sat down. I believe they're in firing range, ready to rock and roll. And as soon as we are given the go-ahead from the ambins, we will be stepping into the theater of war.
Absolutely. This is going to be fun to talk about. Of course, Bush completely overriding their roster from the previous event to have one last go of things at EWC. And it's not a bad roster by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, ProLuke, the only surviving member of that previous Bush team on this new one, joined by Wake and Renegade from Huntsman. That team obviously barely missed out on EWC qualifications. So those are great pickups. And then, of course, Fear. If you're wondering who Fear is, who the hell is that guy? It's actually Fire has changed his name, as many players do. Wants to try and rebrand himself, and this is a good chance to do that.
It certainly is, and a lot of eyeballs on this game for a good reason. I'm going to talk about it. Realistically, the Bush have kind of invigorated a very healthy community into paying an awful lot of attention to this tier of Call of Duty. And I'm all for it. I'll be honest with you, it's kind of interesting. We were talking about how this roster came together, and it was all basically public, more or less, until the last minute, with it all being into a Discord call and many people weighing in and players dipping and arriving back into it. And the funny thing that occurred to me is it was like, that's basically how a lot of these roster manias go, but that one was just public. That's all it really was. Questions have been asked about this team. How far can they go? Is this risk of sending them all the way across the pond worth it? As there's only one team that can qualify for EWC from this event. And on one side of it, Bush Gaming are one of the favorites to do so, but they are not alone in this run.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if you're Bush and you can get a roster like this together, why not try and send them to EWC? It's absolutely worth it, especially with a roster of this caliber on side. Now, I would like to say I know something about Team Ultra. I'll be honest, I don't. I've looked for some of these players. I've tried to do some research into this team, and I haven't really been able to find anything whatsoever. So, look, let's be honest about it. This should be an easy game for Telluride Bush, but the fact of the matter is, you never know with these challengers rosters. Anything can happen. And, well, already Ultra, they're putting a dent in towards Bush to kick things off. The first 14 points go their way, but now it is going to be the Bush in control.
Yeah, we do apologize. We'll try to get those team names switched around. I guarantee the player switched last minute for that one to go into it, but it doesn't matter. You can tell that Telluride Bush Gaming is Awakening, Fear, Renegade, and Prolute, and Team Ultra, Labash, Toto, Naha, and Taizo. So we will keep you updated as that one goes through here, but at the moment it's not all one direction. You will see a bit of a spawn come in here from Telluride Bush as they look to lock down the P2.
Bush looks pretty happy at the moment. Ultra trying to lock down those back spawns. That gunfight being won by Lulbash means that, I was going to say you should, but I think the fact that Ultra, or Bush, excuse me, are actually watching towards the backline probably means that Lashbash hasn't done that, and Renegade will now ensure that that's not the case. Instead, Ultra trying to find their way through the front of the hard point, but it's very difficult to win gunfights with players like this on the other side, and albeit Ultra are definitely attempting to flip out those spawns. Right now, every single attempt has gone awry.
Oh, this is a huge retake here coming in. Ultra cleaning house, putting them out towards the back here. Should be able to push this one through. You will have to get the point, though. It looks like Bush are going to swing for it. They are trying to throw some players back into it for the scrap time. It's not going to work. They are now heading over toward as well, but Nahar is here. And this is a great rotation from Ultra.
Yeah, the Nahar, I got to give them some credit, right? Because that is such an invaluable position to push in towards lockers like that. It's not something that Bush will necessarily check for. Nahar also continuing. The shots are shaky in towards the second player, but the Nahar will be happy that he effectively got Ultra in towards this time. Now, can they hold it? It's the question, too. Looking pretty good. Not going to get any kills with the pistol, though, towards the end. It would have been nice if he could have guaranteed that third, because now Ultra will be scrambling to get back in towards the time as Bush have control.
Big game for these when everyone's wondering how this roster's going to settle in here. Of course, not been together for that long at all. Very tight game still between these two teams as everybody throwing everything they can at the P3. Prolute staying alive here. Knows he doesn't have the full advantage into this fight going through as Albash takes it away from him. This could be a change in the lead here, depending on how this one goes down. As Fear gets gunned, and it will be. Taizo has just thrown himself through. That's going to be 3 advantage here to Ultra.
Taizo's on a spree right now. In a row for him, 10 and 7. Everybody from Ultra really showing up here for this game. They have a point to prove, and what a point it would be to beat a roster as phenomenal as the Bush. Ultra, first team in towards the next hard point. They're not letting anybody slip the net. Renegade, if he's quiet enough, might be able to. Prolute now starting to put holes in the defensive line through the front line, and that's going to enable that push from Renegade to happen around the back. Now he needs to procure kills here. Can't do anything and gets found out. This team play right now from Ultra is absolutely sensational. They are handily dealing with the Bush.
Toto looking for it, finds it. This is a really good hold here from Team Ultra. They are locking it down as much as possible, but a couple of kills come through. Telluride Bush now pushing into it for the scrap time. Should have done just enough as Albash tries to just get a bit of a contest going in the last few seconds. And as we go around into P1, it is going to be Team Ultra who are leading.
Yeah, just a really sensational final rotation out of Team Ultra. Just ensuring that nobody from Telluride Bush are able to puncture a hole in their defense. Renegade now starting to heat up though, and this is the scary part about Bush. You've got a roster like player on the roster, like Renegade, who, especially in a post-NPC world, is absolutely phenomenal. Is now on a 5 spree, and this is the Bush starting to wake up. This is what you want to avoid if you're Ultra.
Right, big shots, looking for more coming through. He knows that push to the P2 is going to be there. Right now, circling the wagons a little bit around onto this P1 as they look for the gap to get through. But Naha takes down Fear, not able to get the second, but 3 kills go down for Ultra. And while they're now trailing again, they have set this up for a big bounce in points.
Real opportunity here for Bush. They have to break in towards the next hard point. They are down by 10 points right now. If anybody can do it, it can be Bush. They know how to fundamentally do this, but Lulbash on one, 4 in a row. Fear now needs to procure kills around the flank. Down to 40% HP he goes, and we'll have to carry away here for the moment. Goes out towards the open. Nahar handily deals with him. So attempts to break the spawns haven't gone well, but through the front of the point, Prolute will double up, and that will be enough to get the Bush in for the moment.
Managed to hold. That's a good retake there from the bush going through. Taizo trying to do everything for him. This player is moving at light speed every time we do see him. Picked up by Fear. Fear finds a second. Fear looking for the third. He's not going to be able to grab it, but reinforcements in abundance as they do manage to power through, and it will be Bush in the lead this time.
Bush will be feeling pretty happy with that control again. Prolete getting those kills around the front of the hard point, crucial to get Bush in. Ultra had been looking pretty good on this hard point last time around. This time, you're not going to see Naha in that same position. Oh, what a beautifully cooked nade from Renegade. That one will be Gordon Ramsay. We'll be proud of that. Prolute following up with another one as well, and Lalbash overwhelmed. How about that break from the SMGs? Bush absolutely swarm Ultra.
Seem to be moving a little bit more fluid now. I wonder if they just had to warm up to it as Prolute goes highs and catches. A lot more of these gunfights are sliding towards the Bush. Maybe it was slow to start, a little bit cold.
They are most certainly in now, aren't they? Quite fully outslaying just yet, but when we talk about the team play, that you're starting to see the fundamentals from Bush, everything looking great. I mean, even that little double shot coming through from Renegade and Awakening, everything you want to see from them. And they're even reading the players on the spawns as well. Albash tries to break these spawns in for Ultra. It's not happening. Taizo, a man is an island apparently through the middle of the map. Can't do anything. Everything's starting to feel significantly more individual now for Ultra.
Push hard to begin with. Prolute just trying to make sure they don't push with numbers too quickly. Having to get back into it. What a little bit of timing he got there. Looks for the second one. Says thank you very much. Pushes out the roofs now. They have to be careful of the inside going through if they lose these kills. As Taizo comes through and puts them into a tenuous position. And this is trouble now. Fear has to hold.
Done well so far. He actually going to hit the regen here. Yeah, has the help from the teammates. Fear does enough. It keeps the door open here for Bush to get back through. That team nade, not the most helpful one from Wake. That's going to now force Prolute in the flanking play to get back in towards the time. But it doesn't matter how you get it done as long as you do get it done. And Bush will get it done here. They get the scrap time now. 15 seconds left. Taizo for a couple of kills. Taizo for 3 towards that scrap. It's a valuable 10 seconds for Ultra to steal away. But make no mistake, it is the Bush that have been in the driver's seat and driving this car at 200 miles per hour in the second set.
They have certainly turned it up to 11, and that is what they needed. There was a little bit of worry, I think, echoing around from some of the fans and those first few hills, but so far so good. Control of P1, better spawns here for P2 as well. 46 seconds left onto this point. It's doable to win it here onto P1, but not very likely.
You should often have to watch from multiple angles here. There's no way that Ultra will give away the game on P1. They should be able to get a contest in, and there is that contest coming through that should force a P2 at the very least. There shouldn't be the tick over now, but it's going to be a full blue feed, so it doesn't really matter whether it's done on P1. The bigger issue right now for the Ultra is the fact that they have to scarper towards the rotation, because as it stands, they're about to lose it on that hill regardless.
I think they may have just done enough. I don't think the tick is going to be there. Ultra will be holding for the next. It certainly isn't now. Looking for this one as they get through. This would have to be just one of the greatest comebacks in Call of Duty history we've ever seen. 3 seconds to spare, and they would have to find every single one as well. They didn't, and that game is going to be over. All right, Bush, take map number 1. Slow start, better finish.
How you got to do it, folks? Probably not the way that they wanted to do it, mind you. I think Bush probably would have wanted to absolutely mollywop him, but sometimes you just got to settle for a good old plain win, and that's exactly what they did manage to get. I will say, though, that second half of the game was phenomenal from Bush. Again, the team play was just so much better from them comparatively to the first game, where it felt like they were getting consistently pieced up. They weren't reading what Ultra were bringing to the table. That second half from them, though, was pretty much perfect. I don't know the exact amount of points that they managed to give away to Ultra in that second half. I don't think it was that much at all, though.
Wow. This is an interesting one. If anything, let's see a bit more relaxed now. Maybe a bit of a relief. That probably got a bit stressful halfway through. We're looking like a potential change there. A lot of talking going on the Ultra side. A lot of texting going on. Just map 1. I feel like you don't need to go on your phones at this point to probably be locking in for that second map, especially considering that was not a walkover.
No, it wasn't at all. I don't think that's anything to write home about, quite literally, that, what just happened there in game number 1. Like, yeah, we won. I think that's all you need to say at this point, to be honest with you. It's like, don't say how you won, just say that you won. Although a win is a win, it doesn't really matter too much how you get it done. I think the important thing for us here is now that Bush will be confident, right? Especially, ending the game the way that they did, being as dominant as they were in that second half. They found their groove now, and that should carry through towards a map number 2 at Search and Destroy. So they will be significantly happier now. Just got to make sure that momentum does carry through in towards the S&D, because it's very easy to let it get away from you.
Oh, no, 100%. Realistically, with these two teams going for it, it's Bush that have more pressure. Right, it's 100%. They are the team that everybody's watching right now. They have to try and make it through. Hey, I don't think it's ever been so public of kind of what is on the line here. Money was put up for them to try and make this run towards the end of the season. And this really shouldn't be the game that they are stressed about. This should be their kind of break-in game, their game that should be easy. The rest of the games in this tournament, especially next round, well, that's when it starts to get more difficult, and that's when. If you're feeling pressure now, you're going to feel it tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll say this much, right? This happened to Bush back in Atlanta. I remember this very vividly, that Bush started incredibly slow back in Atlanta in that final bracket, right? I mean, that they lost, I don't know, it was like, what is round 1 or what is round 2, and then had to make that lower bracket run all the way through. So I'm not too concerned about where they're at right now. I think they'll be fine. But again, it's just making sure that you don't give anything away, because we've already seen a couple of times today, even though it's been the majority of 3-0s, there has been moments, I think, particularly in Search and Destroy, where being too lax can end up coming back to bite you.
Yeah, I think so. And they'll be trying to make sure that this goes the correct way for them. But hey, if anything, let's kind of not talk about Bush. Let's talk about Ultra a little bit, because, hey, that was a very good performance. Right, very aggressive, very fast with the NPC. It was everything they needed to do to try to take the fight to this Bush team, who, if we're going to talk about this team as it was put together, I think one of the criticisms I saw is that it could have been a bit slow. They're going to have to switch more onto the NPC. Some of these players are not known for that, so it could be a bit of an adjustment period going forward. We will see how this goes to the tournament. This is the best practice you are ever going to get. If you need to find your groove and chemistry, you're going to find it in the next 2 days, or you're not going to find it.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is do or die time. They are going right into the fire, and they're hoping the Bush does not get burned. I think they'll be fine. Again, talk about the pace. I think Renegade is actually one of the faster SMGs you could probably get. I don't think he's particularly slow. It's probably everybody else, right, that's in the conversation for that. So they should be fine. It's just, I think you've got to have Renegade at 100%, like pretty much constantly on this roster, especially as you get further and further into the tournament and you start to face your Arrow Techs and your the Pits. That's when I think maybe we'll start to have that conversation about how much of these guys are actually going to struggle with the NPC meta. But I do want to give some love to Team Ultra, because as you said, they did have a phenomenal start to that game. Particular players that we talked about, Taizo had that incredible 3-piece at the end of P3 to lock down the rotation. We saw, Lalbash do really well on the rotation towards that P4 and making sure that the backline was being watched. Naha was doing a good job at cutting off players from rotation to P2 to P3. Like, fundamentally speaking, everything was pretty good there from Team Ultra, actually. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised by the roster. I think it's just once they started losing the gunfights, that's where they lost momentum.
Yeah, I think so. I think, it's one of those things that sometimes we do see a slow start on the first half point as well. Even with the warm-up, it's different. You basically have a real struggle to warm up until it's full speed competitive gameplay. And hey, if anything, they're probably a little bit surprised at just how aggressive that the Team Ultra was being, right? They were absolutely flying in them in many aspects for it as well. And there were some difficult gunfights moving forward. I'm also going to just try and find out how that other game has gone on. We should probably get a score update from it at some point while we're covering this one. But yeah, I think this game is already a little bit more interesting than I was expecting.
Yeah, for sure. I was a bit worried. I'll say this much, that just like most of our other first round matchups, this was just going to be a very clean, easy sweep 3-0. And that might still be the case. This might still be a 3-0. I'm sure that Bush are expecting it to be a 3-0. I think they'd be disappointed with anything else. I honestly, if this is not a 3-0, I think they walk around this game being like, why the hell have we lost a map in this one? But it is somewhat competitive. Potential here for Ultra to take a map into Search and Destroy. It's proven, as we said, the great equalizer today, even though you haven't gone anything other than a 3-0 apart from the last series. Look at the aggression from Todo as well, or Todo, excuse me, as he picks up that first blood. That's what you need to do against this Bush roster.
Going for it, but that is a good trade coming into it. They're going for it even more here. Prolo's wondering why they're just pouring out of the door. All 4 players dying in about 5 square yards. Oh, you know, you can't accuse Ultra of not having a game plan because their game plan was to get out of that doorway.
Brother. How has that happened? How have they let ProLoot get away? First and foremost, I swear that was like a 2v1 against ProLoot there on that initial re-entry towards the back line. I think you can go 1-for-1 and that's fine. The fact that you managed to lose all those gunfights in the same spot is absolutely insane. Bush will be very happy with that. They'll take that all day long. Probably be laughing at themselves for sure.
They certainly will. Just a little bit of an update if you were curious about the other game currently going on. Eras versus Rausen. Rausen have won map 3, 7-2. Bit of a slamming going on there as well. So they lead this series now 2-1. We're back into this S&D. Bit of swimming going forward. Bit of concentrating. Finds one. Another one going down. Renegade is ready for it at the same time. The pressure's now mounting. Bush are taking no prisoners.
Oh, Bush in a real trouble here. Yeah, no getting away. I thought for a second maybe Lolbush won't be able to do so, but look at the aggression now that Bush are starting to put on. You can tell, as we talked about, they are feeling themselves now. A lot of confidence. The vibes are high in that camp. I think the fact that the last remaining player is sat all the way back towards Garage tells you everything you need to know about how aggressive they were in that round.
And this might just be another big confidence thing, if we're being honest. Like, if Bush starts seeing a little bit of weakness on the other side or think that they just have the advantage, they are going to go for it. Big push here. Bush straight into A. Looking for it. They're going for it. They're already taking laundry. I mean, probably has the bomb and he's the furthest one ahead. It's dangerous to do this, but this is just confidence pouring out of the pores. Bomb down. 4v4.
No way they can let these guys back in through the middle of the map. Yeah, no, they don't. Easy gunfight there for ProLoot. Bush is so good at taking control of laundry. He's past it though. It's a question. Wait good for the second kill, and one might not find the third, but Fear is there for it. And they know where Lolbush is. He is not long for this. Well, then yeah, as I was saying, Bryce, I mean, just the laundry control is so good from Bush. The confidence to just fully run down ring, not really having much resistance to speak of whatsoever. And that's what I would like to see out of Team Ultra here, is that if you've recognized now there's been 2 back-to-back offensive rounds from Bush where they have just fully taken control of laundry and worked off the back of it, you need to try and react to that appropriately. And so far, they have not been doing that.
Well, this will have to be the case in S&D, as it always is. Adjust where you need to. Work out what tactics are coming your way. And adapt, revise, and overcome, or lose the game. Right now, Ultra have to do that. 3 kills in 3 rounds for their entire team. And ProLoot being aggressive one more time. Gets the first blood. Gets the second blood. ProLoot says, all right, let's call game. He finds the third. And now he's hunting for the ace. It doesn't matter. Teammate steals it 4-0. All good. Next.
I was going to say, like, just for the entertainment value, can ProLoot get out the Gravemaker just for the fun? And that would be hilarious. I don't think he necessarily needs it, though, because he is on a tear right now. Has not died through the Search and Destroy so far. Has been absolutely dominating. He is having a whale of a time. It's the fact that he can just so easily and cleanly transition from kill to kill right at that, getting in the easiest 2-piece imaginable. How many times are we going to see it for ProLoot? Because that is the umpteenth here in this game. 9-0, by the way, for Pro. Can we please, like, temporarily allow the streaks just for the fun of it?
This is something we have debated for a very long time. Right now, they're going for it. ProLoot going for it one more time. Does not get that one with the NBC. Streak over. Cursed. And now they're going to go down to it. They're in a bad position for the first time here. Fear in a 1 versus 2. Not going to find it. Ultra will find their first round. These rounds are fast.
That is the first time that Bush have ate dirt here in this overload, search and destroy, excuse me.
You're thinking of the next map already?
Yeah, I was thinking about it, to be honest with you, mate. You know, again, Bush, I think, is so reactive off of these opening bloods. I mean, the way that Produce playing, right, he literally flew straight towards the kitchen. They are just so confident at the moment, and that's what happens when you do not win the gunfights. Search and destroy. Finally, we see Ultra making their way in towards it. Now, can they get anything off the back of it? You've shut down Proloot, but it's worth saying he still did get that Hellstorm missile earlier on. So if things do go out of hand, that is on the cards.
Oh, I'm going to just back up a little bit. Not going to make it. Renegade dives into it. Toto does manage to get one back, though, as well. 3 versus 2. Advantage to Telluride Bush. Renegade is super weak, but gets the regen before he goes down.
Bruh, how has that happened? And how are these kills coming through? Honestly insane. This is now Price getting to the point where it's literally just Bush outgunning straight up. I think there's very little strategy to this. It is literally just Bush running, winning these entry gunfights, and Ultra just not already having a response.
Well, I mean, the smiles, the confidence, it's all Bush. What woes they may have had on the hard point do not seem to exist here on the S&D.
The good news for Ultra is they have shut down Proloot in the last couple of rounds. The bad news is, again, even if they do shut him down, there is a Hellstorm missile ready to go to close this round out. Losing Wake might change their minds, though. They might not want to use it anymore, especially with Proloot being isolated towards the backline. Now has to play his own life here. Still, despite the fact that they've lost man advantage, Bush do, technically speaking, have full A-site control, and now they're going to even the odds.
Potential round here for Ultra now. Renegade in 1 versus 3. They know where he's going to be as well. He's standing in the open looking for the gun. That is certainly a choice, and they are just going to wolf pack him now. Ultra are just going to stick together and shouldn't give him a clean gunfight. They gave him one cleanish gunfight, but it took a while to get it done, and well, Ultra will get that round.
Amazing what happens when you win the first blood. Ultra finally get a taste of that here in this one. Of course, the previous round that they won was just an absolute sluggerfest through the middle of the map. This one, at least a little bit more constructed, we shall say. They win that first blood and are able to collapse on towards the remaining players. Renegade can't do anything in the 1 versus 3. So there is life in this Ultra squad yet, but you do have to ask how much more. This Proloot, again, going to keep on reminding folks, still has a Hellstorm missile if he presses the go button on it. On a map like Raid, there's a few places you can hide, mind you, but you lose a lot of map control when you do so. And they get the car bomb going off at the beginning of this one, so this is probably the time to do it.
Here it comes, the Hellstorm Awakening coming under pressure, though. So all 3 players are going to be into laundry. I mean, this is going to be called out. And Proloot's just going to say, well, I don't even need to. And that's the way the game is going to end, surely. Laubash not going to find any more, and Telluride Bush will end that one with a bang from a Hellstorm.
I knew what was going to happen as soon as those players tailed up inside laundry. I was like, yeah, you can bend this thing either through the window or you can do it through the stairwell. You are not safe from that Hellstorm missile. And they showed exactly there why they are so damn good. I cannot believe the way that Proloot was playing through those first 5 rounds. Just pure aggression. I don't think there was any thought going through Proloot's head.
Well, I think the thoughts was, I'm going to win this. I'm going to win this. And speaking of winning this, will they win map number 3? We will find out. But before we do, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up right after this. The buff. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are in the LCQ. We are in the final set of games. In fact, we are now in the final game of today's winners round 1 games on the road to EWC. I can give you an update. It has turned out that Rousen have won their match 3-1. The last hard point was 250 to 143. So they've managed to make a bit of a statement there and continued moving forward. But on speaking of moving forward, we're going to overload very shortly, Infinity.
Absolutely, and the first couple of maps of this series have been dominant, shall we say. The first map, at the very least, started well for Team Ultra versus the Bush, but about halfway through the game, Bush activated all of a sudden, and then it was Bush every single kill for the remainder of that hard point. That momentum carried through to the Search and Destroy, in which they won 5 rounds back-to-back, before letting Ultra in for a couple of rounds, and again, that was really about it. So, at the moment, Ultra feel like they're being given scraps in this series, and I don't think that's going to change going into this overload.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And we'll see, though. Obviously, it is a bit of a stemming game for them, trying to bed in as a team, including with players that turned up only just this morning. So they'll definitely be trying to make sure everybody is very confident in their abilities moving forward. But we've spoken about them quite a lot. Realistically, if the Bush do go on to win this game, they will be going up against, I believe it's Omnia Invicta, or with a team waiting for the winner of this game. And then the winner of that game will play either Aerotech Edge or Rousen, who have just won their game 3-1. Aerotech Edge probably one of the biggest competition on this side of the bracket for them. If I'm being honest, Aerotech Edge is a definitely solid team that we need to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that game is going to be phenomenal. If that is the match that we get later on down the line, I think, when we had that discussion about, all right, who is going to be the team that makes it out of this LCQ in towards the Esports World Cup? Aerotech and Bush are 2 of the names up there that we need to be keeping an eye out for, and they might well meet later on in the bracket. For now, though, Bush have to deal with the team that's in front of them, and that is going to be Team Ultra here going in towards this Scar Overload. As we always know with Overload, these things can be incredibly fast if the ball gets rolling.
Let's see if this does start rolling. At the moment, that EMP is in a pretty good position to try and be scooped, but not going to happen here. Team Ultra doing more than enough work to keep them at bay.
Somehow surviving, and that survival will immediately go awry here as Bush do get it through. Ultra preoccupied with not allowing player in towards green, and let a player past 18-wheeler on towards the point. So first capture already through kit. Ultra looking for it. Beautifully cooked nade once again from Bush. This one by way of pro loop. Now looking to hold control of the plane. Renegade on potential flanking play. Good for the first one. You'll take 1-for-1 trades because incrementally kit, Bush are getting position after position. They're moving further up the map with every single kill that they make, and more crucially, they keep an Ultra at bay.
Gonna be a bit of a defensive masterpiece on this map if you can hold it here. However, it's nothing but aggression so far from Telluride Bush. Renegade going to try and take down the players that he can. Does so. Now trying to stagger the spawn so they can run this EMP cleanly, but it is anything but clean as more players go down. Bush have pushed out, but haven't managed to find that opening yet to get the second score in.
They're definitely trying to kind of force this one in. Has he burst enough time? No, he hasn't wasted any time whatsoever. Crowley going to get his second one in, irrespective of the aggression. Fear now on 5 in a row, by the way. Should be able to get the regen before he gets involved in another fight. Unfortunately, turns around for the second kill. Not the right one. There was a player on his left. So Bush now will have to fight once again for control. They've got one player to contend with in the middle of the map that could blow this up in the form of Todo, excuse me, because I don't necessarily think that Renegade's going to check for this.
If they do, I mean, it's going to be another couple of kills coming through as Renegade starts going rogue. More kills for him. Looking for 5. Looking for 6. Not quite able to grab it. Doesn't matter though. That EMP will be in. And this is just trying to keep everybody locked in as long as possible. Telluride Bush now scooping, running, but maybe overextending.
Feels like Bush is just doing a really good job at the moment of just pushing forward and constantly being relentless inside the spawn. The difference maker here, though, this time around on this push, is they've got Wake push forward in towards the base. So that needs to be step number 1 on the defensive side, is for Ultra to deal with a Wake before it's going to happen. It does not make a difference because they cannot kill Wake. He paves the way for the 4th and final overload of the half. Another detonation coming through, and Bush just continue to run through their opposition.
And this could all be over in a couple more minutes. Bush have smelt the blood in the water. And if anything, they are getting faster as time goes forward. Proloot and Renegade were just running at them over and over again.
So how do you stop them? Is the question, right? I mean, what do you do? What do you change? Because it feels like, fundamentally speaking, they're fine at the moment. Like, they're managing to get players in positions where they can offer some kind of resistance against the tidal wave that is Bush at the moment. But outside of that, it's just so difficult when you're just not winning the fights. More often than not, you're finding yourself in positions where you're constantly 3 or even 4 down. And once that happens, it's already detonation over. Bush will now need to try and get something going on that blue side, though. And this is more difficult. We've seen teams in the past try and struggle with it, but if you've got a player like Proloot really pushing through and being the pathfinder with the overload device, there's not really much you can do.
Ultra tried to overextend a little bit there, and I mean, I think Bush were a little bit shocked, if anything. That actually was a kind of a bit of a mess. Bush could have put that one home a bit quicker, but they just weren't expecting Ultra to do what they did. And then they'll have this one. Renegade will try and run it home. You know he's got players help blocking him out here, and well, takes him down with a pistol. There's going to be number 5. Renegade looking to get the players off of the spawn here. Oh, a couple of gunfights. Somebody's going to have to scoop that as Awakening finds 2.
I just love the fact that they don't care. Like, you can tell the way that they're playing right now, they don't care about the fact that usually if you're a player towards that backline, you don't want to push too deep because that affects the spawns. That they just don't care. They recognize they're going to spawn onto the other side of blue. They get players positioned in the middle of the map to deal with those players coming off of the spawn. Bush right now are locked in to closing out this game. First bit of possession of the half, though, for Team Ultra here, and it is a short-lived bit of possession as well, as now Bush have players push forward. They've still got Proloot inside blue as well, being a nuisance to those players coming off the spawn. As he goes down, though, opportunity now for resistance here. Pistol kill for Fear, second one for Fear, and the overload as well. Nice little headshot from him.
And hey, people weren't happy with his performance in the hard point. Well, you're going to be happy with this one. He's 24 and 10. Absolutely slaying their way through, and this is becoming more and more about Bush as the game goes on. Awakening refuses to go down, and they've cursed him as that happens right there. But this is 6-0, 3 minutes left, and Ultra are just holding on for as long as they can. There's very little enjoyment that they're getting.
There's just nothing. There's no life in Ultra anymore. 2 minutes 45. There's certainly still a chance, but obviously the way that I say new, they're not really new anymore. The overload controls rules worked before the change. It was very different, but now, I mean, there's just no chance once something like this happens. And as the 7th one goes through, those rules will continue to start to loom over Team Ultra here with 2 minutes 20 on the clock. The maths begins to get a little bit fuzzy, doesn't it? And honestly, I don't know if maths is going to matter. One more overload, this is done.
They're going for it as well. Last chance. Hurrah! Bush trying to dive into Renegade. If I don't look at them, they can't hit me. He does not manage to get one over the line here, but 2 minutes 8 seconds to go, and Ultra will have the EMP for the first time in recent memory.
Yeah, you literally have to be perfect on the rallies here. Cannot let anything like this happen. EMP will be stopped short, just shy of detonation through A. Two more players to contend with here as Toto actually doubles up here. So this is going to be a detonation. Something positive to speak about here for Team Ultra. But at this point, again, there is 100 seconds on the clock. It is, I want to say, literally too little too late at this point. It is done.
Yes, I would say so. But it would be hilarious to see a continuous relay happen. Not going to, of course. I mean, I'm fairly certain if Tegra Bush just left one player onto the map, they could slow it down enough to make sure nothing happened. And I don't think anyone's actually run the numbers for how was the quickest you can run 8 in. But I don't think it's going to matter.
I would love to see it. It just, like, I would absolutely love to see it. I don't think we're ever going to see it. Obviously, we're at the end of the Black Ops 7 season now, so probably not going to see it. But it would be fun just at one point to see some insane kind of uplink-esque relay in which you managed to come back. Like, what was that play back in like Champs of like 2016 or something with Envy, like, where they were down like 10, 12 or something like that. It was an incredible comeback. Just something like that in Overload would be fun. But obviously, the way the maps work, it ain't going to happen.
If anything, Team Ultra in the last 2.5 minutes have looked okay. Like they've kind of been slowing down the Bush a little bit more than I was expecting. It's not even that big of a farm anymore. I mean, realistically, the rest of Bush have caught up to where Fear was some time ago. They're holding this at the very least. Tyzo getting his licks in, but with 16 seconds to go, this one has been written quite some time ago. Taylor-eyed Bush Gaming will open up their campaign for EWC with a clean 3-0.
That's going to be GG's. Bush comfortably walking away with the first win of the LCQ. And it's what we expected from this roster. Started a little bit shaky. Have to give Team Ultra some props for the resistance they showed at the beginning of that hard point back in map number 1 on Dent. And then even there are a couple of moments in the search and destroy where they're able to exploit the aggression of the Bush. But outside of that, it has been all Bush all day. And that is going to be the confidence booster they really needed to kickstart this brand new roster's tenure for Bush. As they win round number 1, 3-0.
Yep, a casual run for them. Possibly the only kind of a blip on it as well was that very beginning of the hard points. But quality always shines through, and this team is certainly full of it. So we will see how that continues on, though, because this is not about the one game today. This is about the next 2 days as well. As we've carved our way through winners round 1, we have separated the wheat from the chaff, and now we will see just how good these teams actually are.
Yes, I think that was the main thing about today, number 1, right? It was just making sure that, you know, those teams that we talked about, the teams that we're saying these are the contenders for that spot in LCQs, you know, we wanted to see them actually just get through round number 1, because tomorrow's action, that is going to be where all of these intense games are actually going to kickstart.
They certainly are. Well, let's take a little look at our bracket for today and remind everybody how it has gone. Of course, we have started off in our round of 16. Arrow Tech Edge took down 2 Unks, and Rousen took down Eras in our only 3-1 of the day. Omnia and Victor took down Pain Nation DE in the very first game, and we've just seen Taylor-eyed Bush Gaming do the same with 3-0 against Team Ultra. Torn Esports against Voltic, that was a bye for them as Voltic weren't there, but Bittersweet, GG, and the Atlas Lions was certainly a show, but it ended bittersweet for the Atlas Lions instead with a 3-0. BTD against Annex Esports was a 3-0 for BTD. And the Pit EU against Randomites. Again, this was a bye. Randomites were not there. The Pit EU will move forward, setting us up, Infinity, for a wonderful round of 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, I cannot wait for some of these matches tomorrow. Obviously, Bush getting through to the next round of play. That's always fun to see them play. BTD versus the Pit. That is going to be a banger of a matchup. Obviously, there's the crossover of Henry being dropped from the Pit, now joining BTD for this LCQ. He has a chance for revenge tomorrow.
Certainly does. Well, that also fills out our lower bracket, so we will see some of these teams again as they move forward here. 2 Unks versus Eras Esports. Pain Nation DE against Team Ultra. Evotic versus the Atlas Lions, and Annex Esports versus Randomites. Of course, we will see whether or not those teams manage to get their way to the venue here. Closest game's probably going to be Evotic versus Atlas, or it might be Pain Nation. Actually, it'll be Pain Nation versus Team Ultra. Although I am looking forward to 2 Unks Eras, but I feel like Eras might be the better squad.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one, because, you know, it's that question of how much does the likes of Kez and Vortex being on that roster really benefit them. They do have a lot of slaying power, but is that going to be enough to take down a roster that looked very good in Search and Destroy? I think that's going to be the biggest issue for Unks there. I think that's going to be a really fun matchup for sure. I think the other one, you know, looking down towards the lower side of the bracket, Annex and the Atlas Lions are both more likely than not will get through those matches. So seeing those teams inevitably face off, that should be fun as well.
It certainly should be. I think we've had our thrills for today, but as we've spoken about, this competition only gets more intense. Probably the most concentrated group of talent moving forward into that winners round 2. The winners round games when we knew were going to be a bit one-sided and a bit easy. But the rest of it, these are all pretty close, we think, in terms of skill level. We might even see a couple of upsets happen just in winners round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be really fun to see some of those upsets tomorrow. I think it's going to be interesting because there's been so many roster changes ahead of this tournament where it's like, this is one of those situations where we literally just don't know what to expect. There's only one spot on the line. These teams are going to want it more than they ever have before. It is all going to be played for tomorrow, and I think you're absolutely right. We are going to see some upsets.
We certainly are. Well, it's been a wonderful day of the first of the LCQ. 2 more to come, but we have had highlights galore. So we'll say thank you for that. We will see you tomorrow Hope you have a good one.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by play.